You seem to be in a lot of pain. Is it really okay? Liao probed carefully. What did you mean when you mentioned, do you know that you are being controlled, in the meeting just now? Also, when I was searching for the files of Black Wind King Liao, and the damage he caused on Black Castle, I found some unusual intelligence. Holy Light Academy, Chu Jiling, Chu Jiun, they seem to be related to the Major. Do you know anything about them? Chu Jixiao was silent. He almost smoked a cigarette before he put it out. She jumped off the window and kneeled in front of Liao, observing him carefully. Liao suddenly became nervous, thinking that he had exposed something. The memory module is seriously damaged. Chu Jixiao asked, have you forgotten everything that I explained to you? Liao was somewhat relieved. He said, I don't know what the Major meant, but I do feel that everybody in the Yuxia squad, including the Major, is in great pain, as if somebody bullied you, and that somebody is not the Puppet King. You must have stayed in the Holy Light Academy before, didn't you, Major? It seems that the place is not as simple as raising purifiers. Has anybody ever bullied you there? I will protect you. You will not be bullied by bad guys. Chu Jixiao was dazed for a long time, with a bitter smile on his face. Thank you, Red Pig. She stuck her forehead to the cold shell of the spider tank and said softly, you are still the same as before. Every time your memory chip is seriously damaged in a fierce battle, you ask the same question, and you cannot wait to protect me. It's true that a lot of things happened to me in the Holy Light Institute, and I may have experienced some pain, but I've forgotten most of them. No bad guys bullied me on purpose. Don't understand. Liao asked, if no bad guys bullied you, why are you in so much pain? There are some things that are hard to explain to you. Looking at his twisted self reflected in the shell of the spider tank that was as smooth as a mirror, Chu Jixiao said in a daze. We live in a world of smoke and evilness. In this world, order is the most important thing. Only absolute order can allow everyone to live in peace and harmony. And in order to defend the precious peace and harmony, in order to prevent the sacred order from being destroyed by the evil doctrines, some people had to stand up, endure the greatest pain, pay the greatest sacrifices, receive the blessings of the gods, and become the first and last line of defense in the darkness, fighting against the unimaginable devils. This is my duty and my destiny. Do you understand? I don't know. Liao asked, but why does it have to be a major? If it was not me, then who was it? Chu Jixiao smiled and said, in fact, there's no should who it is. If I didn't have to bear the pain, there would be a second person, maybe my brothers and sisters. If nobody could bear the pain and nobody was willing to fight for order, the sacred order would collapse. The orderly soldiers and workers would turn into disillusioners, fanatics, and ghouls. Such a world would be 100 times worse than it is right now. Therefore, since it was my destiny, however painful and difficult it was, I could only grit my teeth and carry on. I could not shift the responsibility to the next slaughter goddess. That was all. Liao's heart was beating fast, and he did not know what to say. It turns out that the Major knows everything about your past. I thought that you had forgotten a lot of things and even yourself. No. I remember clearly that I went through a lot of purification and erased a lot of my memories. Chu Jixiao pointed at his temples and said, did you know that the human brain has the function of erasing memories regularly? Most people will forget 99% of their life. It is a certain self-protection mechanism of the soul. Nobody can move forward with every second of the past on their back. Those who suffer from hyperthymesia and remember everything clearly are living in excruciating pain like the deepest hell. For special professionals such as myself, it's not a bad thing to erase my memories regularly. I know who I am and what my destiny is. I know that countless people are living in peace because of my sacrifice. That's enough for me. Major. Liao had no idea how he was going to convince such a man. It did make sense now that he thought about it. The two negative examples in front of Chu Jixiao were neither the methods of the Puppet King nor those of the Imperium of true human beings. Compared to the dark and evil forces, the peace, harmony, and order of the sanctuary was not that bad. He had to ignite the fire of hope in his heart with a brighter, more brilliant, and more beautiful dream nation, the nation of cultivators. If only there was a country where everyone was free and happy without demons and evil spirits, Li Yao said on purpose. If you could live in such a country without so many terrible responsibilities, you would be happier than right now. Chu Zhixiao smiled and made a gesture. She activated her crystal processor and drew a complicated rune in the air before she retrieved a new document and inputted it into the mainframe crystal processor of the spider tank. Such an ideal nation does exist. It is the nation of cultivators. Chu Zhixiao said in a low voice. However, such a beautiful country can only exist in one's dreams. If it is implemented, disasters will only occur on a larger scale. Country of cultivators chilled Li Yao's soul. He had thought that his identity had been exposed, or that the Star Glory Federation had been discovered. However, after reading the files sent by Chu Zhixiao carefully, he discovered that the country of cultivators that Chu Zhixiao mentioned had nothing to do with the Star Glory Federation at all. The document recorded a project named Eternal Brightness. It was something that Li Yao could not describe. He could only call it human experiment. The Holy Alliance was more inclined to the civilization of starships than the Imperium or the Federation. Many ignorant soldiers and worker bees lived on one starship for the rest of their lives. The sealed starship was their entire world. As long as their memories were erased from the first generation and false information was sent in from the outside, they could be fooled into whatever environment and history they wanted. Therefore, other than warships, carriers, and mining starships, there were almost 100 such unique experimental ships in the fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance. They had been sailing in the Sea of Stars for hundreds of years and set various initial conditions to observe how the human beings on board evolved their tiny starship civilization. For example, some of the experiment starships would guide them to the edge of the Pangu universe where there were no human beings or resources. They would observe what the people on the starships would do when they had no other options. There were also some experimental starships that maintained 50% of the minimum resources and conducted research on the living conditions of human beings when resources were scarce. For some other starships, the resources were supplied normally, but the ratio of crew members was 100 to 1 or 1 to 100. They were testing the evolution of human society in cases of extreme gender imbalance. Another very interesting experiment was Single Armageddon Warship. All the crew members who boarded the starship were captives of the Star Ocean Imperium. After they were brainwashed, they believed that the Imperium of true human beings had been completely crushed by the Covenant Alliance and that the Sanctuary Alliance had occupied the entire Pangu universe. They were the last hope of the civilization of mankind. The last hope was drifting in the Sea of Stars. Occasionally, it would arrange some starships of the Sanctuary Alliance for them to crush so that they would have enough resources to survive. The Lone Armageddon Warship project had been carried out for more than 370 years. The first batch of brainwashed captives of the Star Ocean Imperium had been killed a long time ago. Right now, most of the crew members were fourth-generation or fifth-generation successors. They had no doubt that they were the last members of the Star Ocean Imperium, and that they were resisting tenaciously for the dignity of the civilization of mankind. As a result, countless soul-stirring and bizarre stories were told, which were then translated into a lot of complicated experimental data and transmitted to the brains of the 5 great sages through the Fuxi system. As for their purpose, Li Yao had no idea. The Eternal Brightness project was similar to the Single Armageddon Warship project. When the first batch of brainwashed experiment subjects boarded the super-large starship Eternal Brightness, they were told that they came from a bright and beautiful nation of cultivators. All the habitable planets outside were annihilated in a devastating war. Even the boundless Sea of Stars was filled with all kinds of fatal radiation and storms. Only the interior of Eternal Brightness was safe. Besides, their ancestors had brought a lot of resources and recycling facilities when they boarded the starship, which gave them endless resources. Under the nourishment of inexhaustible and inexhaustible resources, Eternal Brightness tumbled into a perfect paradise. Everyone on board did not need to worry about survival. Everyone was fostered with a positive and righteous personality. Naturally, many cultivators were born with pure hearts and no flaws. The great path of cultivation was the mainstream of society. There was barely any division of status and class. There were also very few contradictions and struggles. Everyone lived happily together, as if they were living in an illusory dream. The purpose of the experiment was probably to find out how many resources it would consume to maintain a nation of cultivators that was perfect in theory, and whether or not such a beautiful nation of cultivators had the ability to perfect itself and dig out the potential of human beings. The carefree country you talked about does exist. It is on eternal brightness. Chu Zhixiao said to Liao. The environment there is beautiful, the space is spacious, and there is never the worry of lack of resources. There is no scourge of extraterrestrial devils, either. People can do whatever they want. Nobody needs to lie in wait in the front line like the soldiers, and nobody needs to work endlessly in the dark and damp mines like the workers. All the food and energy that they need comes from a giant machine known as a cyclic machine. All the residents of eternal brightness believe that it is an inexhaustible existence like a perpetual motion machine. They have never doubted the truth of the cyclic machine, and they have no idea that the long-term feeding of the Star Alliance is behind the cyclic machine. Of course, living in such a world is bliss. There is no pain at all. You can enjoy the goodness and beauty of human nature to your heart's content. But what's the price? The price is that, compared to normal starships of the same size, eternal brightness can only carry 1/10 of the crew, and its food and energy consumption are 5 times higher than those of starships of the same type. In other words, the resources that are enough to sustain dozens of starships and dozens of times the minimum population will be supplied to eternal brightness in order to maintain the illusory goodness. How could it be possible for the residents of eternal brightness to live the lives of everyone in the sanctuary, if not the entire universe? More importantly, if we invest so many resources and find a way to improve ourselves in the illusionary brightness, the resources will be worth it. But the experiment of eternal brightness proved otherwise. If the first generation of residents on eternal brightness hundreds of years ago had not forgotten their dignity and destiny as the last human beings, and were still studying and developing in the fields of technology and cultivation, trying to eliminate the venomous fog, pollution, and radiation on the planets one day so that they could be revived and the civilization of mankind could be expanded again. As the old residents died and new residents were born, and the generations of residents were indulged in the love of the cyclic machines, they gradually lost their ambition and motivation and indulged in the petty things and the hilarious hypocrisy. They became more and more indifferent to the outside world, and they became more and more accustomed to everything on eternal brightness. They were even more insatiable and demanded higher-level enjoyment. In the beginning, the first generation of residents could tolerate a living area of 10 square meters per person, as well as synthetic food for 5 days a week plus natural food for 2 days. Moreover, they were willing to spend more than half a day studying and working, exploring technology and techniques of a higher level. But hundreds of years later, their extravagant children and grandchildren demanded a living area of at least 50 square meters per person, at least 2 delicious natural food meals per day, and a huge amount of nutritious synthetic food. Just because the taste was bland, they didn't care and wasted it. At that time, their highly degraded brains were all immersed in meaningless entertainment. They had long forgotten the importance of studying and working. They were even unable to think of such a simple question. The space and resources on board were limited. No matter how they cycled, they could only maintain the same degree as before. How could they create so much space and resources for them to enjoy? Do you know what the most important issue on eternal brightness right now is? The parasites who call themselves cultivators and citizens of the cultivation civilization are discussing whether or not those who consider themselves to be males but think that they are females are qualified to enter the women's restrooms and whether or not pets should be legal. Residents of eternal brightness and enjoy the same rights as them. No matter how many cats and dogs there are, they cannot be killed casually. Hehe. Isn't it funny? The world outside is in flames of war. Demons and devils are everywhere. The parasites living in their sweet dreams are still concerned about men going to the ladies' room and their pets. Such a nation of cultivators is so beautiful, but it is also so illusory and fragile. As long as the Supreme Master decides to stop sending energy and food to eternal brightness today, the ideal nation will collapse at midnight tomorrow. it will turn from a paradise of truth and beauty into a living hell. The parasites will all turn into corpses within 3 days, and their corpses will all be devoured by their pets within 10 days. TM giving you this example because I want to tell you that an ideal country that looks beautiful does not exist. Human beings are an imperfect creation. We need the restriction of order and the stimulation of pain all the time. Without order, our desire will be magnified infinitely and swallow us and the entire universe. Without the stimulation of pain, we will be unable to move forward and will be reduced from the machines that transform the universe to the shameless parasites. Know how much pain I've endured, and I know how many brutal battles I've been through, but that is exactly the purpose of my existence. I would rather live my life as Slaughter Goddess, captain of the Xianxia team, and Major, than live on eternal brightness as a fat, ignorant parasite. While he was talking, he patted the head of the spider tank hard, as if he were trying to record his words into the crystal processor. She had done it. Li Yao's head was dizzy because of Chu Zhixiao's words, and he was dumbfounded by the truth of such a large-scale lab of human nature. Spending the lives of hundreds of starships and generations of human beings on such a large-scale human experiment was already beyond the limits of evil. Li Yao did not know what to say. The brainwashing that was aimed at Chu Zhixiao was not like what Li Yao had imagined in the past, where her brain was forcibly cut off and twisted, but reasonable, which made her more than willing. Scary. Too scary. Wouldn't such an experiment consume a lot of resources? Li Yao could not help but ask, for what purpose? In order to better grasp human nature, we have come up with the next development strategy of the Holy Alliance. It would be irresponsible of us not to conduct small-scale experiments to determine the effectiveness of our strategy. Wouldn't it? Li Yao was speechless. He thought for a long time and said, however, such an experiment is false after all. The residents of eternal brightness did not know the truth of the outside world. That's why they retreated and continued regressing. What if they knew part of the truth and established certain ideals? Maybe they would have continued developing their civilization with sufficient resources. Even if their civilization can be developed, so what? Even if the residents of eternal brightness can break their shell, we are still unable to break the shell that covers our universe. We are all trapped in a shell, a starship that is unimaginably large and magnificent. But no matter how enormous the cosmic starship is, the space and resources are still limited. We still need to suppress our emotions, desires, and free will in order to survive under the protection of absolute order. Any impulsive action that seems to be blood-boiling will only accelerate our death. I still don't understand. Li Yao asked in fear, why can't we break the shell of the space starship? Maybe there is endless space, resources, and hope outside. TT can't be broken. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, Chu Zhixiao said casually. The gods tried it a long time ago. Even if the shell was broken, there would only be 100 times darker truth and more brutal enemies outside. Li Yao was surprised. Major, how did you know? Master Zhishan told us. Master Zhishan said that the Pangu Civilization Alliance, the gods hundreds of thousands of years ago, perished and hibernated to fight against the most brutal enemies outside of the universe, thereby preserving our peace for hundreds of thousands of years. The enemies even feed on the emotions and desires of human beings. Once they smell the scent of our emotions and desires, they will invade and annihilate us. It is one of the main reasons why we have to suppress our emotions and desires. Li Yao was dazed for a moment. Is the enemy outside the universe extraterrestrial devils? No. The extraterrestrial devils are nothing compared to them. Chu Zhixiao said, extraterrestrial devils are the enemies that we can understand and fight against. But the real enemies outside the universe are beyond our understanding and our capability to fight against them. We can only hide in the darkness, holding our breath, covering our mouth, and minimizing our heartbeat and pulse. Don't think or do anything. Wait quietly. Li Yao was silent for a moment. Then he asked, what are we waiting for? Waiting for the gods to wake up. Chu Zhixiao said, Master Zhishan told us that the gods are thinking of strategies to deal with the enemies beyond the universe while they are asleep, and they will certainly come up with something. All we need to do is wait patiently for the gods to wake up and provide them with sufficient resources so that they can build themselves into the toughest army. By then, we just need to obey the commands of the gods. The day is not far away. Liao tried to hold back his curiosity for a long time, but he could not help but ask, "Major, do you believe Master Zhishan's theory?" Chu Zhixiao stared at Liao's crystal camera in a daze until Liao felt scared. Then he lit another cigarette. "Ito," the woman carrying the destiny of slaughter goddess said gloomily, "what choice do we have except to believe in the gods?" The first day of treatment had consumed too much energy for training and meetings. Even an expert such as Chu Zhixiao had fallen asleep in the deep sleep capsule. But Liao was not calm for a long time. The social status of the Holy Accord Alliance was truly an eye-opener for him. Every time he thought that he had recognized the limits of the evilness of the sanctuary, the fragile limits would be broken and replaced by even more evilness, darkness, and indescribable colors. Compared to ordinary brainwashing, everything in the Holy Light Academy was naturally evil. But compared to the laboratories of human nature, the Lone Armageddon Worship Project, the Eternal Brightness Project, and the Devil's Child Project of the Holy Light Academy were nothing. More importantly, Liao did not know what the 5 Supreme Masters were up to. The resources of the Star Glory Federation were not abundant in the first place, and they had wasted a lot of manpower and resources to build hundreds of experiment starships and test human nature for hundreds of years. Why? Liao vaguely felt that the lab of human nature was the key to hiding behind the scenes of the Sanctuary Alliance. As long as he could unveil the mystery of why so many laboratories of human nature, he would be able to figure out the background of the 5 great masters and what they were up to. On second thought, Liao thought of the Puppet King and his various mental drugs and brain viruses. Wasn't what the Puppet King did another human experiment? Did this guy know of the existence of the Humanity Laboratory? Did he want to use his own actions to unearth the secrets behind the Humanity Laboratory? "I've discovered something very interesting." While Liao was deep in thought, the mental devil suddenly said, "I found some data scraps deep inside the memory chip of the spider tank. After they were restored, I discovered that the conversation just now had been repeated multiple times." Chu Zhixiao often carried out the most dangerous missions together with the spider tank, and the spider tank did not boast as high a defensibility as hers did. Therefore, 7 to 8 times out of 10 missions, the spider tank would fall apart, the lost data would read them to the blank state, and she would have to modify it again. Almost every time, the spider tank would ask her the same question, and she would always try to convince the spider tank with the example of eternal brightness. Therefore, your test did not raise her suspicion. See, Liao pondered for a moment and asked, why did she explain everything to a lifeless, cold machine? Idiot. The mainframe crystal processor of the spider tank is different from that of Xiaoming 11 and the Fist King. It is merely appearing to be intelligent. In fact, the interface and the thinking database of the spider tank have been set up in advance. In other words, Chu Zhixiao wants the spider tank to throw out the question time and time again. That's why the spider tank is doing this. Don't you see? The mental devil said. Didn't I say that Red Pig, the spider tank, is a projection of the other side of Chu Zhixiao's personality? She was not answering the question of the spider tank, but the confusion in her heart. She was trying to convince herself that the pain she suffered and the twisted order of the sanctuary were necessary. Which means, Liao suddenly realized what was going on. This is self-deception on a certain level, isn't it? That's right. If she really believed in her own pain and the order of the sanctuary, there was no need for her to tell herself time and time again. Just like a man would not tell himself you are a man solemnly in front of a mirror every morning. She would know it when she was peeing. The more guilty you are, the more suspicious you will be, and the more you will waver, the mental devil said. That's why you have to fool yourself and hypnotize yourself time and time again. So, behind her seemingly cold and determined appearance, there is actually some normal humanity? Liao looked at the woman in the sleep capsule, who was still frowning in the soothing drugs, and made up his mind. We can't just believe in the great master and the gods. There are many things that we can believe in. We can believe in hope, in the future, and in ourselves. Twill wake you up and turn you into a normal person. You don't need to be so judgmental. You can say that he is abnormal casually, but you don't know that in the eyes of many people, you are the most abnormal one. The mental devil continued. The experiments on eternal brightness were indeed biased. But considering the Star Glory Federation as a model of the cultivation world, it is not necessarily universal. Think about it. The Star Glory Federation became what it is today because of you. If you, the cosmic virus, hadn't transmigrated to the Federation in the first place, the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Blood Demon Sector would have been destroyed in the War of Mutual Destruction. The extraterrestrial devils of the Flying Star Sector might have still been on a rampage. The Heaven's Ring would have still been under the repressive reign of the Heavenly Dipper clan. The ancient Saint world would have still been struggling in the Seal, and eventually, all the worlds at the edge of the Sea of Stars would have been drowned by the Black Wind Fleet. Such a war-torn, hopeless nation of cultivators does not seem to be as attractive as the current order and system of the Sanctuary Alliance. Maybe you are right, but am I not here? Liao's soul was as firm as a frozen ocean. If I can change the Federation and the Imperium, I will certainly change the Holy Alliance and the entire Panga universe. Even if I am just a furiously burning butterfly, I will always be able to illuminate a small area of brightness wherever I go. Don't think too much about the messy and complicated stuff. After all, I will live and die. It's as simple as that. Can I give you an opinion? The mental devil was silent for a moment. What do you want now? Liao raised his vigilance. It's nothing. I admire your hot-bloodedness and courage, as well as your fearlessness as a cultivator. But next time, can you stop comparing yourself to a butterfly? The mental devil replied, You know, as a man, it feels weird to compare yourself to butterflies all the time. Ha! Also, don't say, hey. Are you so engrossed in your role that you are talking to me like a primary school student? Liao sighed. Chu Zhixiao was woken up by the urgent alarms after only 2.5 hours of sleep. At this moment, Liao was crawling around her anxiously, consolidating and analyzing the tremendous data that had just been transmitted from the mainframe crystal processor of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau. The Puppet King appeared again. Besides, this time, he had released a brand new brain virus, one that was entirely different from the disillusionment virus, glory virus, and Tautai virus. Damn it, did the guy not need to eat, sleep, or rest? He had just engaged with the Xianxia squad at a close distance 3 to 4 days ago and detonated one of the main warships of the Star Glory Federation. Now, he was planning a new round of rampant attacks. However, it did make sense. The time left for the Puppet King was the same as the time left for Liao. Whatever schemes and plans they had to be implemented before the strategical final war between the Star Glory Federation and the Imperium. At the very least, they had to make the final preparations before the war. If the army of the Star Ocean Imperium defeated the main force of the Star Ocean Imperium, the God's Heart Union, which could mobilize tremendous computational ability, resources, and soldiers to besiege the Puppet King, would be doomed even if the Puppet King was 10 times better at producing viruses. Everybody in the Heresy Interrogation Bureau understood the urgency of the situation and gave the Xianxia squad the green light. After only an hour, the Xianxia squad broke through the barrier of the four-dimensional space on a super-fast shuttle with the best equipment and jumped to a certain space zone in the center of the Sanctuary Alliance. The moment Liao passed through the four-dimensional space, he hacked into the mainframe crystal processor of the shuttle and read the destination of the space jump, only to learn that they had arrived at a place named Gold Lion Sector. This place was the rear of the Sanctuary Alliance and also the edge of the Sea of Stars where resources were scarce. It was one of the few worlds that boasted precious metal resources. Although there were not many habitable planets, it was a treasure trove of special metals. The resources here were indispensable for the refinement of armor-piercing bullets, crystal suits, and the strengthened shells of the giant god soldiers and starships. More importantly, Liao had seen the files of the sector in Wu Yingqi 3.0. The Golden Lion sector was one of the few sectors that Xianxia snuck to the edge of the Sea of Stars with the mission of the Blood God more than 1,000 years ago, trying to activate the manufacturing factory. In other words, a manufacturing factory from hundreds of thousands of years ago was left on a certain planet or a certain star fortress. The first batch of people of the Star Glory Federation were born in this place and eventually lost control. Liao estimated that the place should be a recruit manufacturing and training base, or a arms factory of the Star Glory Federation. It was indeed so. Hardly had he arrived at the Golden Lion sector when he saw a magnificent scene through the crystal cameras of the shuttle. A resource planet of medium size had almost been hollowed by the ant-like mining ships, revealing a giant dent that was visible to the naked eye, like a lead-gray apple that had been bitten hard. The excavated ores, on the other hand, were absorbed into the star fortresses nearby like hundreds of gray rivers. After being smelted and cast, they would be transformed into indestructible armor-piercing bullets or reactive plate armor. Then, they would be transported to the front line through countless carriers, where thousands of main warships of the Holy Alliance would be armed to the teeth in order to create slaughter, destruction, and eternal tranquility. This was not the first resource planet that had been emptied. As far as one's eyes could see, countless planets had been riddled with holes. They were struggling in orbit like rotten apples. Some of them even crashed into each other and turned into stone belts, like the tombs of planets. This was not the first time that Liao had seen the preparation process of a great war in space. But it was also the first time that he realized the devastating consequences of a brutal collision between such enormous beasts as the Star Glory Federation and the Imperium. Before the war began, a sector with relatively abundant resources had already been squeezed literally. What would happen to the Pangu universe and the civilization of mankind if a strategical war was waged and every last drop of blood was shed? Since it was reactivated 1,000 years ago, the manufacturing factories of the Golden Lion sector had been running day and night. Countless pure blood, resolute innate seeds had been manufactured, which constituted the main body of the benevolent race of the Sanctuary Alliance. However, with the passage of time, the high-intensity usage and wear of magical equipment components, the production efficiency of the manufacturing plant, and the failure rate of the manufacturing plant, the cost of producing every innate seed gradually increased to an unbearable level. Therefore, over the past 100 years, the manufacturing factories here had gradually stagnated. Their output was only 1/10 of their peak. However, it did not mean that the status of the Golden Lion sector had declined among the sectors of the Star Glory Federation. A primeval relic that was compatible with the manufacturing factory was left in the place. It boasted another very important facility that kept the place as the recruit training base in the rear of the Star Glory Federation. It was the meditation temple that was designed to brainwash the people of the Star Glory Federation, trigger their primeval genes and cells, and awaken their new techniques. Back in the primeval era, the Psychic Temple had been an indispensable public facility for the Pangu Civilization Alliance. It was exactly the telepathic magnetic field provided by the Psychic Temple that allowed the intelligent creatures of different species to understand each other's ideology and transmit the commands of the leadership to the nerve endings of the Federation. To this day, the shrines all over the sanctuary and even on the starships were the most important tools for the super experts to control the bottom-level soldiers and workers. The Temple of the Golden Lion sector was not only the oldest and the largest in history but also the most efficient and reliable for brainwashing. The soldiers and civilians of the Star Ocean Imperium who had just been captured on the front line, or the soldier bees and the worker bees who were born and raised in the Star Glory Federation but seemed to have their beliefs shaken, would all be sent to this place for deep purification, where their emotions, desires, and personalities would be wiped out. Then, the brilliance of the gods and the command of their master would be poured into their blank brains, and a new, qualified member of the Star Glory Federation would be born. Since the Sanctuary Alliance had just occupied the Deep Earth sector a while ago and captured a lot of soldiers and civilians of the Star Ocean Imperium, the carriers to and from the front line and the Golden Lion sector were endless. The flames and flames congregated into a glittering river. The untamable, furious citizens of the Star Glory Federation had been shipped over. After 3 to 10 days of refinement, they turned into the docile and loyal citizens of the Star Glory Federation. If the soldiers were strong enough and had awakened some primeval techniques, they would be shipped back to the front line, crush more Imperial defense lines, and plunder more citizens of the Star Glory Federation. They were essentially attacking the citizens of the Star Glory Federation with the citizens of the Star Glory Federation. No matter how many of them were injured, the foundation of the Star Glory Federation would not be affected. However, the trouble that the Puppet King caused in the Golden Lion sector was likely to cause the efficient and stable brainwashing streamline to collapse instantly. Before they arrived at the largest temple of communication of the Holy Alliance, on the Starship, Chu Zhixiao played a series of videos to the other members of the Yuxia squad through the spider tank, Liao. Those who appeared in the videos were mostly armed soldiers or even exos, but they were all infected by the virus and became weird. The first video was a trench on the front line. Although the strategical war between the Star Glory Federation and the Star Glory Federation had not broken out yet, friction was still raging in the Deep Earth sector and the few sectors nearby. But in the video, the guns of the 3 soldiers were not aimed at the outside of the trench but at the shooter. Judging from the conversation between the 2 parties, it should be their commanding officer. The video was shaking. The confrontation was intense. The photographer asked the 3 soldiers to put down their weapons in a very strict tone. But the 3 soldiers turned a deaf ear to the pinkness in their eyes and continued moving forward. In the end, all 3 storm bolters were pointed at the head of the photographer. "Where is Jiang Shui?" There was deep sorrow in the eyes of the first soldier. He squeezed out a tear from the corner of his eye and almost cried. "Give me back Jiang Shui," the second soldier begged. It seemed that he was going to kneel down to the photographer. "Jiang Shui, Jiang Shui." The confusion on the third soldier's face gradually turned into madness, and the madness gradually turned hideous. "You killed Jiang Shui? It must be. It must be." The cameraman had no idea what the 3 soldiers were talking about. He shouted, "Who is Jiang Shui? Soldiers, you are crazy. You have been invaded by extraterrestrial devils. Drop your weapons. Drop your weapons now." Hardly had he finished his sentence when the 3 soldiers pulled the triggers at the same time. The picture was swallowed by the crimson blood at first, before it fell into deep darkness again. The second video seemed to be between the complicated tubes of a certain starship. A figure jumped up and down like a wild beast as he dodged the traces of his pursuers. As he fled, he shouted and shouted, "Jiang Shui, Jiang Shui. Where are you? Where are you exactly?" The sorrowful voice seemed to be turning his heart into blood and spurting out of his throat. The further he ran, the more desperate he became. In front of him was an emergency airtight door for maintenance. Behind the door, after a narrow pathway and another 2 airtight doors, was the cold universe. Without protective suits or crystal suits, even a core formation stage cultivator would not dare to stay in space for long. But the beast seemed to have seen something wrong. It opened the airtight door without any hesitation and mumbled, "Jiang Shui, I'm here to save you. Don't be scared, Jiang Shui. I'm here to save you." He crawled into the airtight door, slammed it, and vanished into the darkness. Half a minute later, ear-splitting alarms echoed outside of the picture, indicating that somebody had forced open the outermost airtight door and left the starship. The man was wearing nothing except a maintenance cloak. It was not hard to imagine his fate. As he expected, the picture blinked. Half an hour later, he saw that some people in gray protective suits had dragged his body back from the vacuum. He had been frozen into a statue, but there was still fascination on his face. The third video was like an interrogation record. Looking at the time, it was half a day ago. A white-haired, sanctimonious priest was tied up and locked to the metal chair. However, the face of the priest, who was at least 200 years old, was not only full of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, but also the persistence and obsession unique to young people, which gave him a weird, contradictory feeling. "Jiang Shui, Jiang Shui." The priest struggled hard and did not care that the shackles were biting into his flesh and bones. He simply glared and shouted, "Give Jiang Shui back to me, you devils! Give Jiang Shui back to me!" The interrogators sitting in front of him were the purifiers and cleaners of the regular troops. We can return Xianxia to you. They looked at each other. One of the purifiers said emotionlessly, but you must tell us first, who is Xianxia? Xianxia. The priest, whose hair and beard were all white, blushed and smiled. My wife. On. Confusion flashed in the eyes of the cleaner and the cleaner. Pondering for a moment, the cleaner asked again, if Xianxia is your wife, who are you? Tam. It could not have been a simpler and clearer question. The priest was about to blurt it out, but when he was about to reveal his identity, a sharp pain suddenly assaulted his brain, making him twitch violently. His eyes were brimming with confusion. He narrowed his eyes as if he were drunk. Tam! He tilted his head and thought carefully for a long time. Finally, he smiled. I am Gao Huan. Gao Huan. The cleaner continued asking, who are you exactly? Where are you from? What are your duties? Why are you here? Tant no. The priest grinned. What are you talking about? I don't know. I can't remember. I only know that I am Gao Huan, Xianxia's husband. Xianxia is not dead yet. We can finally be together again. The two interrogators continued their interrogation. The priest repeated the same two sentences over and over again. He only remembered that his name was Gao Huan, and Xianxia was his most beloved wife. He had no other request. As long as he was reunited with his wife, no matter how he was tortured or hypnotized, it would be the same. The video ended there. There were also dozens of videos in which people of different identities, ages, and professions of the Star Glory Federation were going crazy over a woman named Xianxia and committing all kinds of deviant and even insane acts. Going AWOL, shooting their commanding officer, running for their lives, harassing a female member of the Sanctuary Alliance, asking if she was Xianxia, and so on. What is clear right now is that, over the past 72 hours, a lot of people of the Star Glory Federation on different starships and planets have been triggered by a certain virus inside their brain, triggering an intense love. Chu Zhixiao frowned and said, after watching the video just now, you must have realized that the outbreak of this virus is different from that of the disillusionment virus, the glory virus, and the Taotai virus. It will tamper with the victims' memories and make them think that they are a man named Gao Huan, who is deeply in love with another woman named Xianxia. His sole purpose in life is to find Xianxia and rescue her from somewhere. This is the fourth brain virus that we've discovered. Let's call it the ultimate love virus according to the mechanism and form of the outbreak. Similar to the evolved version of the Taotai virus, the virus can interfere with almost all the members of the Star Glory Federation, including the priests of the ultimate kindred. Also, the infected have a strong tendency to attack. Whoever stops them from finding Xianxia will be their target. Wait, Black Dream, Yun Haixin asked. After talking for such a long time, who are Gao Huan and Xianxia? Are they real people or some kind of illusion created by the Puppet King? I don't know. Chu Zhixiao shook his head and said, even if Gao Huan and Xianxia do exist, we really can't find any files about them. Our preliminary assumption is that Gao Huan and Xianxia are a couple of the thousands of soldiers and civilians of the Star Ocean Imperium who have been captured by us. But in the past 20 years, when we lured the enemy into our territory, and in the recent battles against the Deep Earth Sector and Black Castle, a lot of citizens of the Star Ocean Imperium have been captured. For the leadership of the Imperium, they might be tempted to tell us a lot of information by hypnotizing them. But for the officers at the grassroots level, the soldiers at the front line, and the ordinary pioneers, it is impossible to waste too much time and energy on them. Their dirty thoughts and painful memories will be cleansed by the Temple of Spiritualists in the future. They will be reborn with new names and numbers and become our compatriots. Even if Gao Huan and Xianxia are really one of the captives, I'm afraid they have already forgotten everything in the past. It is impossible for us to find them. Not necessarily, Yun Haixin sneered. At the very least, Gao Huan does not seem to have forgotten his wife Xianxia. Besides, his deep love for his wife has been turned into a terrifying weapon by Wang Li, who threatened the entire brainwashing system of the sanctuary. Black Dream, Chu Zhixiao said, are you gloating? Do you want to see the purification system of the Star Glory Federation collapse? Of course, purification is just brainwashing. It is full of lies and unspeakable evilness, turning living human beings into muddle-headed machines. Yun Haixin gnashed her teeth. The Imperium of true human beings is truly appalling. In the competition of evil, it is only 1% of the Holy Accord Alliance. There you go again. I don't understand. Chu Zhixiao frowned. Since you despise the system of the Star Glory Federation and seem to have independent will, a clear mind, and the ability to resist, why didn't you fight back or break the evil system? You could have fought to the death even if you were a turtle in a jar. In my opinion, you are not a coward and do not lack the courage to sacrifice yourself. Why are you still living so unwillingly when you cannot stand everything here? His words pierced into Yun Haixin's throat like a sharp sword and swallowed all his anger. His face flushed red. He sat down again, holding his head after a long silence. All in all, time is of the essence. We can't find out the identities of Gao Huan and Jiang Shui yet, but judging from the interrogation records of dozens of infected people, we are inclined to believe that Gao Huan does exist and that he is a special forces soldier of a certain army of the Imperium. Chu Zhixiao did not bother Yun Haixin. He glanced at Yuan Ko and Guan Qixing and continued, because they both mentioned some modeled memories in the interrogation. The terrain, climate features, gravity index, and so on that were very consistent with Black Castle. Besides, Black Castle is a planet that we have just conquered. Billions of garrisons and pioneers have been brought to the rear to be cleansed. It is not unusual that some viruses were brought in together with the sand. Then why don't we go to Black Castle? Yuan Kuo said coarsely. What are you doing in the Gold Lion sector? Don't panic. Listen to me. Watch the videos. Through Liao, the spider tank, Chu Zhixiao played some videos and analysis reports again. The names of soldier bees and worker bees appeared in the videos and reports, too. Pointing at the complicated lines and circles, Chu Zhixiao said, over the past 3 days, dozens of outbreaks of the Supreme Love virus have been reported. 3 to 5, if not hundreds, of people of the Star Glory Federation have been infected. They mistook themselves for a special forces soldier of the Star Glory Federation named Gao Huan, and came to the Star Glory Federation to look for his wife Jiang Shui. However, some of them were infected more seriously than others. For those who did not eat, drink, or work, their eyes were red, and they were crying silently. They kept repeating Jiang Shui, as if they were heartbroken. As for those who are deeply infected, as I said just now, they are extremely aggressive. They think that we are imprisoning Jiang Shui somewhere and are determined to find his wife. Whoever stands in their way, be it their supervisor or the inviolable priests, will all be killed. Even the priests of the kindest clan were not spared. After they were infected by the favorite virus, their deep love and obsession for Jiang Shui would be implanted in their brain. According to the time of the outbreak and the degree of infection, we have made several diffusion maps and locked onto dozens of sources of infection, which are the earliest and the most aggressive guys. There is a lot of evidence to prove that most of the victims were poisoned and infected only after they got in touch with the sources of infection. It's like this? Yuan Ko asked. Then, what is the connection between the sources of infection? On the surface, no. Chu Zhixiao analyzed the situation calmly. They were either miners on a resource planet, soldiers who were about to be sent to the front line, or priests who were in charge of a starship. Their identities, locations, and tribes were not similar at all. But when we dug deeper, we discovered a shocking fact. All the sources of infection had been deeply cleansed in the spiritual temple of the Gold Lion sector over the past month. Yuan Ko nodded. Even though his brain was somewhat slow, he still came back to himself. That's why we are here. Yes, there is reason to believe that this is the source of the favorite virus. Chu Zhixiao explained. The few soldiers who attacked our supervisor in the beginning were all soldiers of the Star Ocean Imperium who had just been captured. Half a month ago, they completed their recruit education in the psychic temple of the Golden Lion sector and became loyal and obedient warriors of the Fire Clan. The maintenance worker who opened the airtight door and jumped into the sea of stars without any hesitation because he thought that Jiang Shui was in the vacuum saw his companion being infected by the phantom virus on his starship. Although he was not infected, He saw that his companion was half dead and bedridden after being infected by the virus. He was somewhat shaken and was sent to the Golden Lion sector to be refined. The priest was the most obvious example. His starship was in the same battle sequence as Pursuit of Light that we boarded 3 days ago. The mutated Tautai virus on Pursuit of Light could infect the priest class, which raised the wariness of the leadership. Therefore, a lot of priests in the battle sequence of Pursuit of Light were summoned back to the rear for soul examination and deep purification to make sure that there were no mutated versions of the virus lurking in their brains. But as it turned out, the brain of the priest was indeed devoid of the strengthened mutated disillusionment, glory, and the Tautai virus. Soon after the examination and purification, he fell madly in love with a woman named Xianxia. To this day, all the sources of infection have been cleansed in the psychic temple of the Golden Lion sector. During the purification process, their brains must have been fully opened and unguarded. If a virus takes advantage of the situation, the consequences will be dire. To understand, the colorful light on Guan Qixing's head was blinking furiously. This is a serial measure for the spreading virus. It is like a landmine that has been detonated. Yuan Ko was baffled. What serial scheme? Haven't we been wondering why the Puppet King showed up on Light Pursuit and caused such a huge explosion? Guan Qixing said. Although he detonated a warship, it was not enough to hurt the foundation of the sanctuary. He should have known that. Why did he take such a risk? Right now, it seems that he is trying to alert us on purpose. The more disillusionment, glory, and the Tautai virus he spreads outside, the more vigilant the Heresy Interrogation Bureau will be, and the more interested they will be in the Great Sage. Then, more and more infected and potential infected will be sent to the psychic temple in the rear to open their brains and receive defensive treatment. If he had snuck into one of the temples long ago, he could have taken advantage of the situation and planted the virus into people's open brains unscrupulously. Many people who were determined enough not to be infected might have been corrupted by him. Let's say that somebody has just finished the purification in this temple and has been implanted with a well-concealed virus of love, which is then sent to another temple for purification not long after. In such a way, all the temples might fall, and the order of the alliance will be gone. That's right. That must be it. The Puppet King is no longer satisfied with the small-scale explosion of a few warships and the dissemination of a few viruses. His target is all the spiritual temples, at least the largest, most efficient, and most populated ones. As long as the spiritual temples are corrupted, the entire sanctuary alliance will be corrupted. Chu Zhixiao and Yuan Ko looked at each other and nodded simultaneously. It was true that, if the ambition of the Puppet King was not limited to the leader of the heart of God but to cause tiny trouble for the Holy Alliance every once in a while, it would be useless to detonate a few viruses every few days. If he detonated the virus and created a threat so that more and more priests felt the need of deep purification and sent himself to the cleaning cabins in the rear temple, and he controlled the cleaning cabins in a certain way today, it was still the favorite virus that was more likely to be discovered. But tomorrow, would it turn into a more inconspicuous and fatal virus that could control the mind without anybody knowing? The shuttle shivered and gradually slowed down. One of the largest spiritual temples of the sanctuary was right in front of his eyes. Liao gazed into the distance and scanned the appearance of the psychic temple with the monitoring crystal cameras on the shell of the shuttle, his own vitality, and his soul. In the blink of an eye, he fell into the enormous, vast, deep, and unpredictable force field created by the psychic temple. The body of the temple was an asteroid floating in the endless sea of stars, which had been hollowed millions of years ago. Complicated honeycombs were everywhere inside the temple. Judging from the appearance, it had been shaped into the shape of a human head. No, not a head, but the head of another intelligent creature. The head of a devil. It had tentacles and long hair that looked like vipers. Dense sucking discs were growing on its thick hair, which was dancing crazily in the vacuum. Against the long hair was a pair of eyes that almost occupied half of the face. Even the pupils were carved out vividly. The pupils were divided into 9 levels, like interconnected caves leading to another mysterious universe. In the middle of the two enormous eyes was a weird bump that looked both like a rune on his forehead and a third eye that had not been opened yet. Although the third eye had not been opened yet, Liao was still under tremendous mental pressure, as if the third eye would pierce through his disguise, tear apart his soul, and dissect his entire life. It did not have ears. Where a human being's ears should be, it had grown two clusters of organs that looked both like stamens and like flames. Liao estimated that the owner of the statue had gotten rid of the phase where sound waves were used to transmit information and simply received each other's brainwaves. The stamens were the organs that received the brainwaves. Below the face, it had a mouth like that of human beings. It seemed that the soul of a human being had to absorb energy from food no matter how strong it was. However, its bloody mouth was as terrifying as its eyes and long hair. Rings of sharp teeth were everywhere inside its mouth, which was almost round. It was like a super crusher that could tear apart any material, including steel. All the features combined gave people an indescribable sense of horror. Even though Liao knew that it was fake, he still couldn't help but shake his soul and his belief. In a trance, he felt that an enormous star fortress was really the head of a certain primeval devil. Was the temple built in the image of the king of the Pangu clan? Liao thought to himself, or is it because it has combined the appearances of the experts in the Pangu Civilization Alliance? While he was deep in thought, the shuttle had entered the interior that was full of tusks through the bloody mouth of the head of the devil, as if it had been swallowed by the devil. Qi, the super-large airlock, was lowered slowly behind him. The anti-gravity unit of the shuttle spurted out clusters of white air currents and landed in the center of the spaceport inside the temple. They were sort of special investigators from the Heresy Interrogation Bureau and represented the will of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau or even the Great Sage. Naturally, a lot of staff of the Psychic Temple and the high priests in charge of the temple had been waiting and leading the way, providing them with the highest clearance to check everything. Liao was not interested in the case of the Puppet King yet. His attention was focused on the floating carrier not far away. On his left, the carriers brought a lot of captives of the Star Ocean Imperium from the front line. Those captives had not lost their emotions, desires, and self-awareness yet. The strong ones were roaring and struggling hard, while the old, the weak, the women, and the children were crying and desperate. But regardless of their strength, they were all confined by shackles that had been electrified. Some of the more disobedient ones were even handcuffed. There was no way out for them. Countless captives of the Star Ocean Imperium, escorted by a bunch of emotionless soldiers of the sanctuary, were crying, screaming, cursing, and staggering toward the depths of the temple. On his right, a few other teams of fresh members of the Star Glory Federation staggered to him in neat rows and boarded the carrier that had just been emptied. There was a confused smile on their faces, and there was nothing except obedience and loyalty in their eyes. They were wearing different colored uniforms according to the different tribes of the water, wood, gold, fire, and earth. Other than the minor difference, there was nothing different about them. They were like a bunch of spiritual puppets that had just been assembled on a magical equipment assembly line. The captives on the left were even more frightened and furious when they saw the newcomers of the Sanctuary Alliance on the right. They struggled hard and shouted, trying to attract the attention of the captives on the right. But because they were too excited, they were soon foaming at the mouth because of the electric arcs triggered by the shackles. The new soldiers of the Holy Alliance on the right, on the other hand, kept their eyes straight and strode forward. Even when they noticed the miserable appearance of the captives on the left, there was not the slightest change in their gloomy eyes. They continued marching forward mechanically. In Liao's telepathic thoughts, the two lines were different, too. The line of imperial captives on the left was like a colorful, surging river full of intimidating tides and colorful swirls. The line of the new soldiers of the Holy Alliance on the right, on the other hand, was like a frozen and dry river. The water was flowing lethargically and could not raise any waves. Are the new soldiers on the right the captives of the Star Ocean Imperium? Deep in thought, Liao tried to control his fluctuating emotions. Ship after ship of captives of the Star Ocean Imperium were transported to this place. After days and nights of refinement, they turned into the loyal and docile tools on the left and shipped out one ship after another. They were either shipped to the dark mines or the front line that looked like a meat grinder. They were also shipped to the harsh environment, the narrow space, and the bottom level of the dilapidated starships that were full of venomous gas and sewage. They became the fuel that drove the evil machine that was the sanctuary. Liao noticed that the members of the Xianxia squad seemed to know the truth about the psychic temple, but their reactions were different. Major Chu Zhixiao had known that she had undergone memory removal surgery in places such as the psychic temple. She was only confused for a moment, but she was determined again after fooling herself. 7-star Guan Qixing, on the other hand, did not have any abnormal reactions. His soul was very stable from the beginning to the end. He was probably one of those typical maniacs who only knew how to think about problems related to technology. As for ethics beyond technology, it had absolutely nothing to do with him. But Black Dream Yun Haixin was as furious as Liao, to the point that she was clenching her fists. Yes, he was an immortal cultivator. He was a citizen of the Imperium. The lambs waiting to be butchered were his compatriots. Although the people of the Imperium were not particular about camaraderie, at the very least all the immortal cultivators had their own dignity. With Yun Haixin's wisdom, she was well aware that there was no way that she could get out of being a dog for the people of the Star Glory Federation. Was it really fun to live such an ignoble life? Liao was more and more confused about what kind of force had confined Yun Haixin in the Sanctuary Alliance and made her serve her mortal enemy unwillingly. However, compared with Yun Haixin, the one that baffled him the most was Yuan Ko. Yuan Ko was scared. Although there was not the slightest hint of fear on his face, Liao could clearly feel the shivering of Yuan Ko's soul. The super beast that could punch through 3 to 5 layers of plate armor was shivering like a scared little boy. What was going on? Liao remembered what Yuan Ko had said yesterday. He said that the Puppet King had told him in the illusion, "I'll know what you are scared of." Then what was Yuan Ko scared of exactly? With a stomach full of questions, Liao and the 4 members of the Xianxia squad walked into the main hall of the Psychic Temple and saw a nightmarish scene. Thousands of metal pillars hundreds of meters high were standing on the 2 sides of the main palace. Every pillar seemed to be extending countless branches, on which almost 20 metal cocoons were growing. The metal cocoons were about 2 to 3 meters long and between 5 meters. Through the translucent shell, one could see that they were filled with some kind of thick liquid in which human beings were crouching like babies. Dense runes were carved on the shell of the metal cocoon. There was something that looked like a progress bar at the bottom of the metal cocoon. At first, it was bloody red, but as the progress bar gradually lengthened, the redness gradually dimmed and toured into a vague green. A lot of lifts and floating discs rose and fell among the pillars, branches, and metal cocoons, carrying countless emotionless workers. When the progress bar on one of the metal cocoons turned green, they would lift it up, open the hatch, and bring out the human beings inside. After simple cleaning and debugging, they locked another human being who was struggling in fury and fear inside. Through the translucent cover, one could vaguely see that, in the beginning, the people locked inside were still jumping and slapping the cover hard. But the thick liquid seemed to contain the constituents of powerful hypnotizing drugs, which soon made them lose the ability to resist and fall asleep. They could not help but curl up like babies. As far as Liao could see, at least 100,000 people were receiving such special modifications. In the places beyond the range of his crystal cameras, countless feelings, desires, and selves were being butchered brutally. Liao could clearly sense that the most intense emotions of human beings were blossoming like flowers in a burning wind, only to be torn apart and burnt into ash, turning into clusters of gray mist. This place was clearly a slaughterhouse for human beings. However calm Liao's soul was, he could not help but be greatly shocked. He could not have been more furious. His strength was about to explode like a supernova and crush the evil devil's den. Don't be rash. A little impatience will spoil great plans. The mental devil's voice came from the depths of his soul and helped him suppress his soaring fighting will. As an extraterrestrial devil, I hate the inhumane slaughterhouse more than you do, because I'm the source of my strength based on the emotions and desires of human beings. But it's useless to be angry right now. It will only make things worse. Let's not talk about whether or not we can destroy the temple by ourselves. Even if we can, what can we do about the thousands of people imprisoned here? They are still trapped in the depths of the sanctuary. Nobody can rescue them. That's true, but we can't just ignore it. Liao asked, in your opinion, what should we do? On the shuttle just now, we have grasped the precise coordinates of this place. As long as we have the opportunity to send the coordinates back to the Imperium and the Federation, we will have the opportunity to send an army to this place and wipe out the entire Golden Lion sector. More importantly, the mental devil said, with the help of the investigation of the Puppet King, we will be granted the highest clearance of the mainframe crystal processor of the Psychic Temple. We will be able to see how the brainwashing process works clearly. We will even have the opportunity to plant backdoors in the system so that we can coordinate with the Star Ocean Imperium or the Federal Fleet when they assault the place. After all, we are not only trying to restore the feelings and desires of the people of the Golden Lion sector, but we are also trying to restore everyone in the entire sanctuary, aren't we? Liao had to admit that the mental devil was right. He tried to control his boiling soul and followed Chu Zhixiao to the mainframe crystal processor of the Psychic Temple. Chu Zhixiao divided the members of the Wuxia squad into two groups. She took Yuan Ko and Yun Haixin to interrogate the workers and the high priests, and Guan Qixing took Liao, the spider tank, to look for the traces left in the mainframe crystal processor and try to find traces of the Puppet King from the data. This was exactly what Liao wanted. They saw the super crystal processor system from hundreds of thousands of years ago deep inside the temple. The appearance of the crystal processor array was different from the crystal processors that Liao had seen in the gold crystal tower. At first glance, it looked like a pile of enormous, rusted internal organs made of metal. Complicated tubes were tied up among the internal organs, from which liquids of various colors were flowing non-stop. It was not hard to guess that the 13 carbon-based intelligent creatures of the Pangu Civilization Alliance all had their own crystal processor technology. The super crystal processor inside the gold crystal tower that looked like a giant tree was a product of the Hui clan, and the crystal processor system that looked like a metal organ was the crystal of the Pangu clan, wasn't it? However, no matter how different they looked, after hundreds of thousands of years of integration, the internal computational logic and operating system of the crystal processors of the Pangu clan and the Hui clan were very similar. They were all based on the Fuxi system. Liao had deeply deciphered the mysteries of the super crystal processors of the Hui clan in the gold crystal tower. Naturally, his understanding about the super crystal processors of the Pangu clan far exceeded that of ordinary people. Besides, the mental devil had absorbed all of Professor Mo Xian's knowledge and turned into an information lifeform that was equal to Xiao Ming, Wen, and the Fist King. Once it was sent into the world of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus, it would be like a fish in water that could roam freely anywhere. Shua! 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 The three high priests in bright gold robes entered their fingerprint, iris, blood, and brainwave passwords. After inputting a series of complicated runes, the control panel of the mainframe crystal processor popped up from the internal organs of the metal. Liao and Guan Qixing inserted several thick crystal cables into them respectively. In a moment, the real world dimmed and perished in front of them, replaced by a virtual world of data. Endless information. A new world made of interconnected, complicated information highways and enormous memory chips. Liao and the demon soldier went in two directions, one in the light and the other in the darkness. On the surface, he listened to Guan Qixing's arrangements and under Guan Qixing's comment collected the surveillance videos of the past 10 days, as well as any data related to Gao Huan. In secret, the mental devil sank into the mainframe crystal processor and absorbed a lot of data quietly, giving it a more comprehensive understanding of the structure of the Psychic Temple. As it turned out, the main palace they saw just now was just the most basic brainwashing facilities that were designed to produce soldier bees and worker bees. Once the system discovered that the brainwashed person was relatively strong or that there was something special about their soul, they would be transported to the depths of the Psychic Temple together with the metal cocoon for targeted modification. Many special professionals, powerful soldiers, and high-level commanders were refined in such a way. They cleansed their brains and strengthened their bodies, including the injection of various strengthening drugs, the awakening of primeval cells, the transplantation of artificial organs, and so on. There were 20 to 30 procedures in total. Those who could survive more than 10 procedures would become killing machines that could compete with the core formation stage cultivators of the Imperium on the battlefield. The meditation chamber in the deepest part of the psychic temple, on the other hand, was designed for the brainwashing of the kindest beings. Naturally, it boasted the most advanced facilities and the least side effects, but it could still trigger the strength deep inside the body to the greatest extent. Of course, if the Puppet King could infiltrate the meditation room and inject some vicious poison into the brainwashing process against the kind ones, it was very likely that a lot of the management posts of the kind ones would be corrupted. After scanning the entire system, Liao and the mental devil were gathered again. Now it was time to dig out the Puppet King's tail. Guan Qixing searched for a long time but found nothing. Liao said, he checked the data of all the surveillance videos inside the psychic temple over the past 3 months and found nothing wrong. Of course, if the Puppet King has the ability to corrupt and manipulate the spiritual nexus that is equal to or even better than ours, the mental devil said, even if he has done something wrong, he will certainly erase all the traces that he left behind, including the surveillance videos that might be exposed. Liao asked, then what should we do? Naturally, I went to look for the deleted and overwritten data. One question, the mental devil said. Why do you think the Puppet King is looking for Gao Huan? With his emotions as his weapon, is Gao Huan really someone else? Is he different from the rest of the world? Or was he chosen by the Puppet King randomly? Liao thought for a moment and said, I think that there is someone else named Gao Huan, and he should be different from the rest of us. Maybe it was because his feelings for his wife were too intense that he was chosen by the Puppet King to be the source of the virus. Yes, exactly as I thought. The mental devil replied, I think so, too. Gao Huan is a soldier from the Star Ocean Imperium who was captured and sent here not long ago. If so, the Puppet King must have discovered his uniqueness in a certain way and even had deep interactions with him in order to extract his emotions and refine the brain virus. Right? Liao pondered for a moment and said, fair enough. Therefore, Gao Huan must have left some sort of distinctive traces, and the Puppet King must have communicated with him before. The traces and the communication couldn't have disappeared without a trace. Even if they were deleted, the pieces would have been left behind. It's true that nobody can delete anything in the spiritual nexus. As long as one has enough computational ability and grasp the correct computational logic, everything will be restored. The mental devil smiled. If Gao Huan is really a captive from the Deep Earth Sector and Black Castle, he shouldn't have been sent to this place for long. All we need to do is find the files of the past month. But, Liao said, it's a simple deduction. If we can figure it out, Guan Qixing definitely can. Why can't he restore the deleted pieces? But we can. Well, firstly, I'm afraid that our ability to absorb and analyze data is slightly higher than Guan Qixing's, the mental devil said confidently. More importantly, I can vaguely sense that the Puppet King shares the same origin as us. He is like a senior brother of the same sect. I can smell his scent and guess how he corrupted the spiritual nexus and deleted the data. It's quite odd, isn't it? But this is my first feeling. Senior and junior brothers? Liao did not understand what the mental devil meant, but his soul was emitting glittering pieces. When he was about to connect the pieces and find a conclusion, the mental devil had already jumped into the depths of the ocean of data with his soul again. Like two tangled fish swimming in a glittering ocean, they avoided the venomous jellyfish and the deadly hunters nearby and gradually approached the bottom of the ocean, crawling into the sand on the seabed. In the seemingly dark sand, countless remains of plankton, small fish, and shrimps were buried. However, all the remains were too fragile to be touched. Only the computational ability of Liao and the mental devil, as well as the mysterious connection between them and the Puppet King, could allow them to smell the information that was about to be obliterated in the billions of data pieces and restore the data about Gao Huan and the Puppet King bit by bit like a 3D puzzle castle. Liao could feel that. In the upper level of the ocean of data, Guan Qixing's soul was like a 7-star sea eel, anxiously swimming and opening its bloody mouth to filter the sea water, trying to find an answer. He was still far from it. From the depths of the sand came the cheerful waves of the mental devil. Found it. Liao was refreshed and crawled into the sand. Countless glittering streams, guided by the mental devil, congregated and created an illusionary picture. They seemed to have entered a modeled ancient scroll, or they seemed to have snuck into someone's twisted dream. They could not see the clear and complete video, but they could capture the pieces of data and the human figures that seemed to be made of endless electric arcs. Zhang Shui, Zhang Shui. Liao seemed to hear the roars echoing in the sky from the center of the lightning-shrouded figure. Even though it had been shattered and purged half a month ago, this passionate and sorrowful cry still pierced through Liao's soul, causing him to recall the first time he and Ding Lingdang parted in life and death. Such intense emotions were hundreds of times more intense than the source of the virus. The man who seemed to be made of electric arcs must be Gao Huan. The so-called circling electric arcs were not his real appearance in the real world, either. It could only be said that he was in a weird state where his fire of life was burning and his emotions were so intense that they were about to explode. This is incredible. Right then, Liao suddenly heard someone else's voice from the other side of the picture. Tell me, who are you exactly? What kind of strength is supporting you? After 3 rounds of brainwashing, you are still unable to completely erase your past memories. Do you still remember this woman named Zhang Shui? Liao was dazed for a moment. In the data recovered by the mental devil, there was another person standing opposite of the real Gao Huan. It was not hard to guess that the man was either the puppet king or one of his subordinates who had been lurking in the temple. The man's voice was as calm and tranquil as that of other members of the Star Glory Federation. But when one listened to it carefully, one would feel that it was indescribably evil and charming. Every word was stimulating the deepest and most primitive part of the human brain. The voice sounded familiar. Liao was certain that he had heard it somewhere before. In the picture, Gao Huan struggled hard and shouted, telling his identity intermittently. Although he had lost most of his memories and did not know what he was talking about, Liao still recognized the key to his story. He was indeed a Special Forces soldier of the Star Ocean Imperium from the garrison of the Deep Earth Army. His wife, Zhang Shui, used to be a member of the Star Ocean Imperium, but she had gone missing in a battle a few years ago. He suspected that his wife had become a captive of the Star Ocean Imperium and even believed that he had seen her in the battle. Therefore, even though he had been captured by the Star Ocean Imperium and sent to the Psychic Temple to be brainwashed, he did not give up the hope of finding his wife. He believed that he would find Zhang Shui and escape with his wife so that they could live a happy life again. Ah, so that's how it is. What a touching and sad love story. The voice that seemed to be the puppet king chuckled. No wonder the deep brainwashing failed to turn you into a muddle-headed idiot. Love is the deepest and strongest feeling for human beings. No power in the universe can wash it away. Who are you? In the picture, Gao Huan asked solemnly, who are you exactly? What do you want? Hehe. 1 a.m. a human being just like you. A proud human being. The voice of the puppet king said casually, as for my purpose, I want to trigger the emotions and desires of all human beings so that I can gain unparalleled strength from the self-detonation. I want to blow up the goddamn Holy Accord Alliance and crush the pretentious guys into powder. Believe that the life form of human beings will be elevated to a higher level during the process, and we will be able to truly understand our essence, limits, and destiny. Of course, if your wife Zhang Shui is not dead but a warrior of the Fire Clan of the Sanctuary, maybe I can help you rescue her, too. Really? The electric arcs that represented Gao Huan's life force field shrank into a cluster before they exploded violently. He shouted in disbelief, can you help me? Can you really help me? Of course, but you have to help me, too. The puppet king-like voice chuckled in a low voice. Or rather, you must help yourself. Whether or not you can destroy the Holy Alliance and rescue your wife, Zhang Shui, is all in your own hands. It all depends on whether or not you are still willing to fight for yourself, your wife, and the proud human beings. Of course I'm willing. Gao Huan's vitality field stretched out like an octopus before it dimmed down again. But I'm just an ordinary low-level warrior. I'm trapped. I can feel that my memory is getting worse and worse, and my thinking ability is diminishing too. Those damn lights and sounds are bothering my brain all the time. I don't know what to do. There's nothing I can do. Don't underestimate yourself. Human beings are the strongest fighting species in the universe. None of us are ordinary dust or ants. Our real strength is buried deep inside our souls. When you activate it, all the deities and devils will flee in fear. The voice of the puppet king seemed to be encouraging him. For you, the most powerful weapon is your love for your wife. I've waited for a long time, and I finally found a devoted lover like you. Come on. Memories of your time with your wife. Let the most precious pictures and laughter be ignited. Release your feelings and detonate your soul. Let out your love for your wife and your hatred for the gods. Then, lend me your strength and your compatriots so that we can perform the most glamorous miracle together. Bewildered and stimulated by the puppet king, Gao Huan's vitality surged out like an undersea volcano. Even though Liao had experienced hundreds of battles and seen many experts detonate their deepest strength, he had rarely seen a low-level warrior in the building foundation stage who could burn the vitality magnetic field to such a brilliant degree. For a moment, Liao felt that his eyes were about to be blinded. He did not seem to be facing a low-level warrior, but a nascent soul stage cultivator, or even a divinity transformation stage cultivator, who was launching a shocking attack at the cost of his own life. Human emotions, the voice of the puppet king seemed to be exclaiming in satisfaction while enjoying the rain, before it burst into wild laughter amid the expansion of its strength. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! This is what a human being should be like. A human being beyond the control of gods and devils. The data ended there. Perhaps the emotional power released by Gao Huan in his excitement was so overwhelming that no monitoring magical equipment could withstand his destructive brainwaves. It was also possible that the puppet king deleted the process of refining the favorite virus with Gao Huan's deep love in a more complicated and mysterious way. Liao and the mental devil were deep in thought in the darkness of the spiritual nexus. See, everything is clear now, Liao said solemnly. Love is indeed one of the most complicated and intense feelings for mankind. Since the puppet king's specialty is the production of brain viruses, there's no reason why he wouldn't set his sights on love. However, in order to refine a brain virus that is based on love, such as the favorite virus, we will need a catalyst that is of paramount importance, because most of the people of the Star Glory Federation have never experienced the feeling of love. They don't know what it means to be in love with each other at all. How can we make them be deeply attracted to each other? After all, love and appetite are different. Appetite is a very primitive biological instinct. Anyone can tell the difference between delicious food and synthetic food as soon as they taste it. But love is a more advanced and complicated emotion that requires a template. It is estimated that the puppet king has finished most of the designing and refining of the favorite virus, but he is still missing the most crucial part. Therefore, he has been waiting for a special person, a devoted man. Gao Huan. Gao Huan was just an ordinary low-level warrior, but he managed to resist 3 to 4 rounds of brainwashing without completely forgetting it. Such an anomaly was immediately discovered by the puppet king or his subordinates who were lurking in the psychic temple. After further communication, it was confirmed that Gao Huan was the catalyst that he desperately needed. That's why the temptation and stimulation were triggered and the broken audio and scanning records of the vitality magnetic field were discovered by us. That's right. The mental devil added. Gao Huan is indeed a rarely seen love seed. His deep love for his wife has turned into a powerful weapon after the refinement and enhancement of the puppet king, which has infected thousands of people of the Star Glory Federation. It is evident of the puppet king's sharp eyes. He did not risk being discovered in vain and picked Gao Huan carefully. However, Liao pondered for a moment and said, "Why does the voice of the puppet king sound more and more familiar to me? No. Not because of the tone, but because of the tone and the choice of words. Set off the emotions of human beings, break the limits of human beings, and figure out our real destiny. I seem to have heard similar words before. No, I'm sure of it. Right now, we have many screening conditions. Firstly, from the Star Glory Federation, the mental devil said. Secondly, he should have a grudge against us. Thirdly, he has the marvelous ability to corrupt the spiritual nexus and the brain. He can also refine all kinds of bizarre brain viruses. Fourthly, just like the extraterrestrial devils, he worships emotions and believes that emotions and desires are the source of strength for human beings. Fifthly, even so, he still considers himself a human being and prides himself on being one. There shouldn't be many people who can search our memory banks and meet all 5 conditions, right? Liao's soul stagnated for a moment. Then, it suddenly rippled out and crashed into the mental waves of the mental devil brutally. In the collision of the ripples, they both thought of a name: Lu Qingchen. From the depths of Liao's memories emerged a young man who looked like a bean sprout. His face was a bit ugly, but his eyes were incomparably clear. At first, he respectfully poured tea for Liao, and then he sat obediently to the side, listening to Liao and his master, the immortal cultivator Su Changfa, discuss the Tao. That was more than 100 years ago. However, it had never occurred to Liao 100 years ago that such an unattractive, weak, and ill young man would have such a bizarre encounter and grow into a top expert and schemer who was on par with Yan Shibei, Xiao Xuanzi, Elder Nether Spring, and his grandfather Lu Zue. Lu Qingchen. Liao and Lu Qingchen had a long history. It was even safe to say that Liao was responsible for Lu Qingchen's current appearance. First of all, Liao had a fierce battle with Lu Zue, the leader of the Patriots and the former director of the Star Glory Federation's Department of Mysteries. Eventually, Lu Zue's true face was revealed, which planted the seed of suspicion in the young man's heart. Lu Qingchen did not hate Liao because of the incident. He had admitted many times that his grandfather deserved it and that he would only destroy the Federation if he followed his grandfather's path. But there was no doubt that the incident had left a mark of doubting everything in Lu Qingchen's heart. If even his grandfather, a high and mighty, unyielding, and well-tested cultivator, was likely to make a grave mistake, then what was 100% correct? Perhaps because of his doubting everything spirit. After the immortal cultivator Su Changfa was captured and brought to the Federation for the dissemination and debate of the great Tao of immortal cultivators, Lu Qingchen joined Su Changfa's sect without any hesitation to learn the essence of the great Tao of immortal cultivators. Liao had to admit that Su Changfa and Ko Ruhua were both out-and-out, pure immortal cultivators. They were the experts who advocated for the survival of the fittest and the survival of the fittest. They were definitely different from the selfish, short-sighted guys from the 4 major families in the Imperium. Liao was moved by the fearless spirit displayed by the immortal cultivators in the fierce battle against the resurrected Pangu clan. With the idea of the truth becomes clearer the more one argues, he gave Su Changfa the opportunity to expound on the great Tao in the Federation. Only then could Lu Qingchen become Su Changfa's true disciple. Even so, Lu Qingchen did not accept the ideology of the immortal cultivators 100% of the time. Instead, he thought of a new approach and tried to combine the advantages of the great Tao of cultivation with the advantages of the great Tao of cultivation to create a path named Immortal Cultivation 2.0 degrees. The core theory was that everything was ever-changing. There was no great Tao that could be found anywhere in the universe. Therefore, according to the time and environment, one had to be a cultivator when one should be a cultivator and a cultivator when one should be a cultivator. Such a true immortal Tao was quite similar to Li Jialing's cultivation is skin and cultivation is bone. If Lu Qingchen's achievements were limited to this, he could be considered a rather insightful young theorist. The Star Glory Federation did not punish him for his ideas and opinions. Even if he believed in the 100% fundamentalist path of immortality, as long as he did not commit crimes and bring disaster to the nation, it was still his personal freedom. It was a pity that, after his teacher, the immortal cultivator Su Changfa, passed away, Lu Qingchen learned from a second teacher, who was Professor Mo Xian, or Devil Mo Xian, who had swallowed the Star Child, and was corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils living inside the Star Child's body. In the beginning, Lu Qingchen had only participated in Professor Mo Xian's Phantom World project. Liao estimated that, at that time, Lu Qingchen probably wanted to establish his own virtual space and create countless virtual humans with the data to practice his true immortal Tao. It was like creating a game in which everyone lived and worked according to the rules set by him. Naturally, it was not illegal, nor was it against any ethics. However, Lu Qingchen did not know that Professor Mo Xian had been corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils, and that the netherworld, that had been infected by the Star Child, was still looking for a younger, stronger-minded host. Therefore, the collapse of the Void Spirit sector happened. After the incident, Lu Qingchen's soul, the ideology of the great Tao of true immortals, and the power of the extraterrestrial devils combined and became the most dangerous schemer in the battle of the Black Wind Fleet's assault on the Star Glory Federation. He and Professor Mo Xian had a clear division of labor. Professor Mo Xian would deal with the Federation, while he would sneak into the Black Wind Fleet and kidnap the entire fleet. Had Liao not arrived in time with the 12 ancient experts, they would have been able to take advantage of the situation and turn the Star Glory Federation and the Black Wind Fleet into a world of devils. During the battle, Mo Xian was moved by the singing of Liao and his billions of compatriots. He suddenly came back to himself and cut off the connection with the power of the extraterrestrial devils inside his body in time, restoring Professor Mo Xian's self and stopping the further destruction. He also reminded Liao of Lu Qingchen. In the final battle in the illusion, although Lu Qingchen was defeated by Liao and the mental devil, it seemed to have been too easy and straightforward. Liao remembered that his devil soul had said something weird before it completely dispersed. He said, "What are you exactly? If we meet again." It was all the information about Lu Qingchen in Liao's memory. Was the tricky kid really not dead yet? That's right. Liao mumbled. There are indeed a lot of similarities between Lu Qingchen and the Puppet King. If it were him, everything would make sense. First of all, Lu Qingchen is a very special nexus. During the battle against the Black Wind Fleet, he could leave his body at his will and sneak into the mainframe crystal processor of Black Swirl, the flagship of the Black Wind Fleet. He practically hijacked the entire spiritual nexus of the Black Wind Fleet. No, it is not as simple as hijacking the spiritual nexus. He has also snuck into the brain of the commander-in-chief of the Black Wind Fleet, He Yeming, and directly seized control over him, completely submitting to his will. It must be noted that Dark Knight Brightness was an expert in the divinity transformation stage. Although he was heavily wounded in the war against the Sanctuary Alliance and his cultivation plummeted, he was not below the divinity transformation stage. His soul was still as strong as before, but it was not enough to resist his hypnosis and bewitchment. Also, it is Lu Qingchen's specialty to refine brain viruses with emotions as weapons. Do you remember when we snuck into the Deep Blue Super Brain Hospital in 100 Flower City with Long Yongjun and saw a lot of their research files, as well as the puppets and phantom entities that they carefully refined? The technique is exactly the same as what the Puppet King did in the Sanctuary Alliance today. Damn. Why didn't I think of it earlier? However, if the Puppet King is really Lu Qingchen, how did the kid end up in the Sanctuary Alliance? That's not strange. The mental devil analyzed. If the Puppet King is Lu Qingchen, he must have absorbed a lot of data about the Black Wind Fleet when he hijacked the mainframe crystal processor of Black Swirl, the flagship of the Black Wind Fleet. There must be a lot of coordinates regarding the Imperium of true human beings, including the coordinates of the frontline worlds such as the Black Wind sector. Since Long Yongjun can jump over and we can jump over, why can't he jump over when he is not bound by a shell but an illusionary wave? Don't forget that one of the predecessors of Devil Lu Qingchen was a Star Child from the Imperium of true human beings. The Star Child had the ability to travel freely in the Sea of Stars. Naturally, Lu Qingchen inherited the ability too. It was quite reasonable. Right. I almost forgot about it. Liao suddenly realized what was going on. The Imperium of true human beings sent the Star Child to explore the periphery of the Sea of Stars. The Star Child was corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils while he was traveling through the four-dimensional space. Professor Mo Xian swallowed the Star Child, who was corrupted, and transferred part of his strength to Lu Qingchen's soul. Therefore, Lu Qingchen has grasped the Star Child's techniques, too. The Imperium of true human beings is like half of his hometown. It was a piece of cake for him to return to this place. At that time, the Imperium was engaged in a fierce battle with the Sanctuary Alliance. It was only reasonable that he jumped to the place through the starships on the front line. However, why did he come to the Sanctuary Alliance instead of staying in the Imperium? I think there are two reasons. Firstly, the mental devil said, Lu Qingchun is a netherworld devil. His strength can only be triggered to the maximum with a good network environment. Compared to the Star Ocean Imperium, the network of the Sanctuary Alliance is much more sophisticated and relies more on the ubiquitous spiritual nexus. He is like a fish in water in this place. Training, hacking, and combat are all easier for him. Secondly, he might have the same idea as you, which is to balance the relationship between the Star Glory Federation and the Star Glory Federation. But since you have Empress Li Linghai of the Star Glory Federation, it will be more convenient for you to do your job in the Star Glory Federation. Since he does not know Li Linghai, it is impossible for him to stabilize the situation of the Star Glory Federation. Therefore, it will be better for him to come to the Star Glory Federation and turn it upside down. The balance between the Star Glory Federation and the Star Glory Federation will be maintained, and the safety of the Star Glory Federation will be secured. Ha! Liao said, he still wants to keep the Federation safe? Of course. Just because they are on different sides doesn't mean they are unpardonable. Both Professor Mo Xian and Lu Qingchun call themselves true patriots, the mental devil said. They believe that everything they do is to save the Federation. Only by netting the Star Glory Federation will they be able to resist the scourge of the Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance. They can even overtake us and become the strongest human beings in the universe in a brand new form. That was the reason they took the risk in the beginning. It is also their belief. Whether Lu Qingchun turns into an immortal cultivator or an extraterrestrial devil, he will always be patriotic. Is there a problem with that? All right. Let's just say that he is still a Patrio. Liao made a concession. But it doesn't mean that he can purify and twist the most beautiful emotions of human beings and use them as evil weapons to create terrifying monsters such as ghouls. In that regard, he is on the opposite end of the spectrum from the greatest master of the sanctuary. Neither of them are good people. Then, if the puppet king is Lu Qingchun, what are you going to do? The mental devil asked. Can we cooperate to a certain extent under the premise that we love the Federation and human beings are paramount? Liao pondered for a long time. Think it will be difficult. He rejected the idea of cooperating with Lu Qingchun. Although their ideologies overlap to a certain extent, their methods and the bottom line that they could cross unscrupulously were too different. As far as Lu Qingchun was concerned, his idea was to virtualize all human beings so that they could get rid of the shackles of their bodies and live in the spiritual nexus and crystal processors. In the world of the nexus, as long as one consumed a tiny bit of energy, everyone would be able to live a splendid life with endless emotions and desires, which were the source of the extraterrestrial devil's strength. Liao could not say that Lu Qingchun's dream was wrong. For example, Liao had just gotten rid of the shackles of his body and was now in the form of an information life form. He had indeed received a completely different kind of pleasure and an unprecedented understanding. But as the saying goes, evolution is not something that can be achieved overnight. The spiritual nexus of all human beings was such a huge project. It would take at least 10,000 years of trial and error. If he wanted to finish the process in one shot and complete the 10,000-year evolution in a short span of 100 years, he would only be digging his own grave. More haste, less speed. Lu Qingchun was well aware of the principle. But his soul had been completely hijacked by the extraterrestrial devils, and he had fallen into an uncontrollable darkness. He had abandoned the bottom line of cultivators and created the disillusionment virus, the glory virus, the Taotai virus, and the love virus without any psychological burden. In order to achieve his purpose, he would do whatever it took. The emotions of human beings could be manipulated however he wanted, and the sacrifices of thousands of people had become stepping stones for his future. It was impossible for Liao to cooperate with Lu Qingchun. Liao had never forgotten how cunning and terrifying Lu Qingchun was in the battle of the Black Wind Fleet's assault on the Star Glory Federation. Many people had been killed by him directly or indirectly. "'Twill not forgive him," Liao pondered for a moment and said. However, we cannot stand by and watch him fall into the hands of Master Zhishan. He has too many secrets about the Federation and us. If those secrets are swallowed by Master Zhishan, I'm afraid that the Five Guys will be even more difficult to deal with. Then let's play it by ear. At the very least, we should capture him first. Don't be careless, the mental devil said. You must be careful. Although Lu Qingchen is a generation younger than you, he is not as simple as he appears to be. He has absorbed the strength of the Star Child, Su Changfa, Professor Mo Xian, the spiritual nexus, and you. He has learned a lot from you. Right now, his skills in the spiritual nexus and the human brain might be even better than ours combined. It is quite odd, too. Liao thought for a moment and said, Lu Qingchen hasn't been in the Star Glory Federation for much longer than we have. 3 to 5 years at most. But I feel that his capability has improved a lot compared to 3 to 5 years ago. At that time, he could only control a fleet of the Black Wind Fleet and was no match for us who were in the superlative height of the nascent soul stage. But right now, his strength is enough to corrupt the entire Star Glory Federation. Even the experts on the level of the divinity transformation stage have been fooled by him. Even Master Zhishan, whose capability is immeasurable, failed to catch his tail. Isn't his advancement too fast? What's so strange about that? Didn't you jump from the nascent soul stage to the divinity transformation stage in only several years after you jumped to the center of the Sea of Stars? This is different. Liao coughed and said, All right, I admit that luck played a part in my rapid advancement. At first, I was hit by intense radiation in the venomous scorpion star cluster and broke through the threshold of the divinity transformation stage. Then, the Empress of the Star Ocean Imperium, Li Linghai, provided me with a lot of precious resources from the tomb of the Supreme Emperor, including ultimate treasures such as the Emperor Flame Pear, for my training. In the end, part of the soul of Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi, a great man of his generation, became his legacy and was given to me as well as a unique training room such as the Gold Crystal Tower. With so many coincidences and the enhancement of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and the natural paradises, it is safe to say that half of the Imperium is helping me in my training. That's why I'm improving so fast. Besides, leveling up so fast is not without side effects. Look, my words and actions are getting more and more innocent and natural. I don't want to do that. As for Lu Qingchen, after he was almost beaten to death and his soul was seriously damaged, he fled to the Sanctuary Alliance alone with a few remaining souls. It was impossible for him to receive any help. But on one hand, he is organizing the God's Heart Association to deal with the entire Holy Alliance, and on the other hand, he is training crazily. His capability is soaring faster than ours. Don't you think that's too much? You, on the other hand, have nothing to hide. The mental devil replied, Can't he be a talented, smart, and rarely seen cultivation genius who has gathered billions of fortune in the Pangu universe? It's perfectly normal that his cultivation speed is a little bit higher than yours, the virus of the universe. No, how can there be monsters whose cultivation speed is higher than mine in the Pangu universe? First it was Li Jialing and now it's Lu Qingchen. How can the juniors nowadays be so lawless? Liao said, If Lu Qingchen were really so awesome, he wouldn't have been killed by us when he was in the Federation. Compared to the so-called geniuses of training who are as rare as phoenix feathers and as lucky as the heavens, I would rather believe that his remaining soul had a fortuitous encounter when he was wandering in the Sea of Stars and received the help of some sort of power. Maybe it was the legacy of a senior expert. That's a problem. Think about it, the mental devil said. Right now, the strongest forces in the center of the Sea of Stars are none other than the Star Glory Federation and the Imperium. You know the situation of the Imperium very well, and Lu Qingchen is the one who declared that he was going to destroy the Star Glory Federation. Why would a third force show up and help him? Is the so-called senior expert from heaven? Liao could not figure out the question yet. However, although the mental devil was mocking him, it had to admit that Lu Qingchen's advancement was indeed suspicious. Liao and the mental devil were very clear about his capability in the past. There was no way that he could be so much stronger after only several years. Therefore, there must be something else behind Lu Qingchen. Maybe, after they figured out the reason why Lu Qingchen suddenly became stronger, the series of puzzles would be solved easily. Let's turn our attention back to this guy, the guy who was talking to Gao Huan. The mental devil replied, "It is very clear now. The guy is not Lu Qingchen, but he is at least a puppet or a minion remotely controlled by Lu Qingchen." "That's right," Liao agreed. "Is there any way to see his face clearly or analyze his voice?" "Very difficult." The mental devil said, "Lu Qingchen has erased most of the traces that he left in the spiritual nexus. It is already our limit to recover the broken data. It is impossible for us to see the face of the man. As for his voice, I believe that his voice must have been altered and disguised. He might have even simulated other people's words on purpose to mislead the investigation. Therefore, there is no need to waste too much computational ability on that." "That's true," Liao said. "Is there no way to lock onto the guy's identity?" "Not necessarily. Let's think about it in a different way," the mental devil said. Gao Huan, who failed to erase his memories and self-awareness after 3 brainwashing sessions, must be very rare. He must have left a lot of data in the system and attracted the attention of the staff and the high priests, mustn't he? "Correct," Liao replied. "Then a worker or a high priest will check his status and purify him in person. As for other irrelevant people, there shouldn't be many opportunities to approach him, should there?" Liao's eyes suddenly shone. "Are you suggesting that the person talking to Gao Huan is a staff member or a high priest?" "Of course, the other evidence is that we didn't find any information about Gao Huan in the system. After all, he didn't yield after 3 brainwashing sessions. How could there be no record of him?" "Gao Huan's record must have been erased," the mental devil said. "There can't be too many people who are authorized to erase the record. This way, the scope of the investigation will be minimized." Liao said, "But there seem to be 7 high priests. Together with other workers, there should be 20 to 30 of them. How are we going to confirm one of them? Here is the approximate time of communication between this person and Gao Huan." The mental devil said, "Although we don't know his identity directly, we can confirm the names of all the high priests and workers at the post at the same time. Then we will search the surveillance videos and see what they are doing. If they are not Lu Qingchen's puppets, they must be doing other work right now and will be captured by the crystal cameras. If someone should be on duty but can't be found in any of the surveillance videos, what does that mean? It means that the videos about him have been deleted and crushed." Liao's soul suddenly blinked. "It means that he is Lu Qingchen's puppet." Liao and the mental devil grabbed at the sand deep inside the ocean of data again. Countless data leaked through their fingers like glittering sand. They searched, deleted, eliminated, and reorganized. They changed the capture models of several kinds of big data and soon found the names of 3 people and their holograms. It seems to be one of the 3 guys. Liao stared at the 3 emotionless workers in the picture. When Gao Huan was aroused, the 3 of them were on duty, but it was difficult to find their work videos. One of them must have been talking to Gao Huan. Then, should I release the suspicious data? The mental devil asked. Throw it out and let the 7 stars find it. Let them follow the traces of the Puppet King. Don't. Smash and delete all the data we found just now. This time, delete it even more cleanly than the Puppet King. Liao explained. From the data scraps just now, it can be seen that, after Gao Huan's most intense emotions were exploited, he was like a torch that had been burnt out. His memories were wiped out easily and sent to somewhere in the front line as an ordinary soldier. The final battle between the Star Glory Federation and the Star Glory Federation has not begun yet. If he was lucky enough, he should still be alive right now. His beloved wife, Jiang Shui, might still be alive. If we send the data to the Xianxia squad, it will be easier for them to trace the Puppet King, but it is also very likely that they will discover Gao Huan's existence. According to the style of the people of the Sanctuary Alliance, if they learn that the favorite virus is based on Gao Huan's love life, there is a 99% likelihood that they will dig out Gao Huan's brain and dissect it for research. Can't let the people of the Star Glory Federation do that. I can't let Gao Huan take such meaningless risks. His deep love for his wife makes him deserve a better future. He should run away from the Star Glory Federation with his wife and return to their hometown where they can live a peaceful yet happy life. Therefore, just destroy all the data. Let's go back to Xianxia and ask her to pay more attention to the three suspects. Now that we have more or less figured out the identity of the Puppet King, it will not be difficult to find his claws and teeth, because we are very clear about the form of Lu Qingqian's soul, the frequency of his brainwaves, and his methods of invasion. As long as we follow the map, we will definitely find some traces. I didn't know that you cared so much about the life and death of a minor character such as Gao Huan. Of course, that's the biggest difference between us and Lu Qingqian. Liao smiled. Lu Qingqian can regard anybody as a stepping stone, a sacrifice, a fuel, an ant, or a speck of dust. He can build a splendid road leading to the so-called future of the civilization of mankind, with the corpses of billions of ants. But I cannot do it. I will never be able to do it. In my heart, the present is as important as the future. The life and happiness of a person are equally important as the future of mankind. As for Lu Qingqian and I, let history decide who is right and who is wrong. No matter what, I am already hundreds of years old. I will not change my mind. In the blink of an eye, Li Yao's soul became incomparably firm and sharp. However, the next moment he chuckled from the bottom of his heart. What are you laughing at? Even though Lu Qingqian is indeed the Puppet King, the power behind him has not been fully revealed yet, the mental devil said. The truth behind the Holy Alliance, Master Zhishan, and the gods is also shrouded in fog. We still don't know where we are going to go. But you seem to be in a good mood. Of course, I'm in a good mood. Because of Gao Huan, Li Yao said. I've made one thing clear. At least in this regard, Lu Qingqian was not wrong. The emotions of human beings are truly the greatest forces in the universe. Even an ordinary low-level warrior such as Gao Huan, when his most intense love burst out, could still shake the governing foundation of the entire sanctuary and terrify the 5 supreme masters. If one Gao Huan can do such a thing, if thousands upon thousands of Gao Huan, thousands upon thousands of fellow human beings who are full of emotions can be awakened, how can the 3 great laws of origin be resisted? After making this point clear, I no longer have the slightest bit of doubt about the road ahead. Humanity will win. Humanity's most sincere and intense emotions will win. Humanity's most determined and tenacious will win. I firmly believe in this. Gao Huan, no matter where you are right now, no matter how many times you have been brainwashed, I believe that your deep love for your wife will never be erased, and the woman who can make you love her so much must be deeply in love with you, too, waiting for you to arrive in flames of war and smoke. Swear that I will make your wish come true. I will rescue you and let you return to your hometown, to the real world. Deep inside Li Yao's soul, the oath cut through the sky like a thunderclap and illuminated his brilliant fighting will. He crushed all the data related to Gao Huan and carefully erased all traces of his in-depth investigation. Guan Qixing was still searching for the upper-level data on the surface. Naturally, he found nothing. But right then, an ear-splitting explosion took place in the front half of the temple, followed by a storm of gunshots. The ocean of data was immediately disrupted. Not good. Something has happened to the Major. Guan Qixing sent an order to Li Yao. Hurry and reinforce them. Li Yao was dazed for a moment. His soul left the spiritual nexus and returned to the mainframe crystal processor of the spider tank. He felt feeble quakes all around him. The workers and low-level priests around him were all at a loss, but the gunshots in the front were getting more and more intense. 7-star Red Pig. Chu Zhixiao shouted in the communication channel. Come close to me. Li Yao and Guan Qixing rushed towards the palace without any hesitation. On the way, they learned the situation from Chu Zhixiao. Just now, Li Yao and Guan Qixing had been asked to check the data inside the mainframe crystal processor, while Chu Zhixiao, Yun Haixin, and Yuan Ko were responsible for questioning all the workers and priests. Black Dream Yun Haixin was an experienced meditation healer. She seemed to have been engaged in the anti-spy work of interrogation and identification in the Imperium of True Human Beings. She could see through the anomaly of a member of the Star Glory Federation easily. He interrogated more than 10 workers in a row without any accidents. However, when he reached the second high priest, something happened. The high priest was hypnotized by Black Dream Yun Haixin and did not have the chance to interrogate her before he kicked Yun Haixin away and ran away. Then there was no way he could run away. There must be something wrong with this guy. Chu Zhixiao and Yuan Ko's pincer attack had been almost certain. He didn't expect that the priest would boast unexpected hypnotizing and illusionary techniques. 2. It was very likely that he had been controlled by Wang Yuan, the puppet, and caused Chu Zhixiao and Yuan Ko to hallucinate for half a second so that they could crawl out of the gap between the two of them and escape to the depths of the psychic temple. The psychic temple was an asteroid fortress floating in the sea of stars. It was surrounded by a cold vacuum and a dark universe. There was nowhere to run to. After the Xianxia squad arrived, all the spaceports were temporarily blocked. No starships were allowed to leave or enter. Therefore, the priest should not have been able to run away. But he or the puppet king behind him seemed to have realized that they had nowhere to run to. In a weird way, they detonated the emotional bomb that had been lurking in the depths of the temple for a long time and blew up the love virus inside the brains of the captives of the Star Ocean Imperium who were being brainwashed. The captives of the Star Ocean Imperium who were lying in the metal cocoons did not erase their memories and self-awareness in the first place. Their heads were still filled with fear and hatred for the Sanctuary Alliance. Right now, the puppet king was adding oil to the fire and pouring the hottest love on him. How could he not be crazy? When Liao and Guan Qixing arrived at the temple, they saw a blood-freezing scene. Inside the countless translucent metal cocoons, the hypnotizing and purifying drugs were boiling like magma. The Quasi-Sanctuary Alliance members who had been crouching inside quietly like babies were all struggling and roaring crazily, knocking the shells of the cocoons loudly. Many strong captives of the Star Ocean Imperium had broken their shells and jumped off. Their eyes were blood-red, and their faces were hideous, as if they were watching their beloved die miserably in front of their eyes. Their every pore was filled with venom-like hatred. Jiang Shui, you killed Jiang Shui. The human-shaped beasts, which were in a muddle-headed state between the citizens of the Star Ocean Imperium and those of the Star Glory Federation, roared in pain and fury and lunged at the team of Xianxia and the ordinary purifiers, cleaners, and workers nearby. Confusion rippled out of Liao's soul. A moment later, he realized that Lu Qingqin had come up with a lot of different scripts targeting Gao Huan's feelings, which could transform the most passionate love into the most intense hatred. Although the Xianxia squad was strong, there were too few of them after all. Faced with tens of thousands of human-shaped ferocious beasts whose eyes were red and who were shouting Jiang Shui at the same time, they felt that it was quite tricky and did not dare to act rashly for fear of arousing the other party's more intense ferocity and hatred. More importantly, the infected were not their targets at all. The fleeing priest was the key to finding the puppet king. Red Pig, 7-star. Lock onto the priest. Surrounded, Chu Zhixiao shouted, "Don't let him get away, and don't let him kill himself. He is the only clue that leads us to the puppet king. Everything will be doomed if the clue is gone. Just now, Yuan Ko and I were both affected by his illusions. A mere priest does not have such an ability. The puppet king must be manipulating him from afar. Let's track him down and find the real puppet king." Chu Zhixiao fired several times, only to hit the bottom of the infected's feet. The high-heat metal particles melted the deck into more than 10 shocking holes. Countless crazy infected fell into the lower cabins from the holes and lay flat on the ground, unable to climb back up. Yuan Ko waved his arms like windmills, too, throwing more patients into the cabins below. But it was useless. More patients crawled out of the metal cocoons and jumped down from the sky, trying to jump on them like crazy monkeys. Roars that sounded like crazy devils were echoing inside the secret chambers on the two sides of the temple. The door of the cabin was torn open by hairy claws as if it were a piece of paper, from which ferocious monsters in black armor jumped out. Those monsters were all talented, strong, and undergoing modification. They had all been implanted with metal bones, strengthened veins, artificial hearts, and other organs, which made them the best soldiers in the battlefield. Their combat ability was far higher than that of ordinary worker bees and soldiers. Xianxia, Xianxia. These monsters had been planted in the mind of the Puppet King with the idea that his beloved wife, Xianxia, had been killed miserably by the people of the Sanctuary Alliance, and the few wretched guys in front of him were the hateful murderers. Disregarding the fact that the modification was not completed yet, many of them were still dragging long tubes on the back of their heads and spines. They roared and lunged at the team of Yakshas and the other purifiers and cleaners. Due to the suddenness of the situation, the lack of firepower of the purifiers and cleaners was not enough to resist the monsters that were born for killing. They were immediately torn apart by the hairy arms and sharp claws. The monsters chewed the internal organs of the purifiers and the cleaners while they glared at the members of the Yaksha squad with their dirty eyes. "Let's go!" Chu Zhixiao suddenly turned around and shouted at Liao and Guan Qixing. "We will block the way. You focus on tracking the whereabouts of the Puppet King." Boom! 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 The cosmos ring of Titan Yuanquo blinked. He retrieved 2 6-barrel rotary cannon that looked like cannons and blew up a dazzling wall of flames. Under the cover of the fire wall, everybody was fighting and retreating. Liao and Guan Qixing, on the other hand, were paying full attention to the brainwaves of all the infected. Swoosh! 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 Z! 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 Beep! 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 The entire world changed again in Liao's perception. Human beings were no longer vivid images, but they had turned into the amalgamations of radiation and magnetic fields. Their body temperature, heartbeat, and brainwaves turned into complicated figures in Liao's vision. Liao could vaguely see that the vitality magnetic field of most of the infected was dragging a thin, bright gray line all the way to the depths of the temple. It was like 10,000 puppets whose strings were concentrated in the hands of a certain someone deep inside the temple. While Liao was observing, the gray lines were getting dimmer and dimmer. In the blink of an eye, they were almost gone. The enemy was giving up control over the puppets, perhaps because they were afraid that the Yaksha squad would find their way to them. He had to seize every second. Liao did not even care whether the computational ability he displayed was too high or whether his actions were too resolute. Without any hesitation, he dashed in the direction of the thin line of puppets. Boom! 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 3 explosions echoed behind him. It was Yuan Ko, the Titan, who had collapsed the entire deck with his amazing strength and knocked countless infected people to the lower cabins. However, the staff and the priests in the lower cabins suffered. Of course, Yuan Ko did not care, nor did Liao. The priests deserved to be killed by the infected. He shook off the 6 limbs and turned the sliding wheel at the end of the limbs to the maximum. He climbed up and down, jumping and shifting, never letting go of the target. Before all the gray lines were gone, he caught sight of the priest again. At this moment, Chu Zhixiao, Yun Haixin, and Guan Qixing caught up and blocked the priest from 3 directions. In addition, more and more purifiers and cleaners had surrounded all the pathways nearby, making it impossible for even a fly to pass through. Liao's soul was still twisted like a steel rope. The priest was just the Puppet King's tool of crime, a lizard's tail that could be cut off at any time. He had to sneak in and capture the Puppet King before the Puppet King got rid of him. There's no time. Let's give it a try. Ripples as sharp as sabers and swords were spreading out on Liao's soul. Think of the Puppet King as Lu Qingchen. Extract the features of Lu Qingchen's soul waves from the depths of our memories and let our soul invade the priest's brain by force. Search for similar features and track its source. The mainframe crystal processor of the spider tank lit up with an invisible and unstoppable lightning that crawled into the brain of the priest through the ubiquitous spiritual nexus. The brain of the priest was just a springboard. Liao was in an extremely weird state. He seemed to be able to see a thin, almost transparent thread that was 10,000 times thinner than a hair crawling out of the top of the priest's head and drawing mysterious circles in midair before it crawled out of the temple through crystal cables and antennas and projected into the depths of the sea of stars. Got you! Liao had never controlled his telepathic thoughts so carefully before. He felt that he was walking on a shaking spider thread, with an ocean of ice on one side and flames on the other. He could neither be seen through by the Grand Master nor be discovered by the Puppet King. Liao felt that he had been launched into the bright, deep sea of stars again. The feeling of his soul being stretched to 1 billion kilometers, 1 million light-years, and endless worlds was similar to dancing, but 100 times more thrilling. He saw that the psychic temple had been left far behind him and quickly turned into a tiny grain of sand, while the stars around him turned into long, narrow spirals that interweaved into shining tunnels. When his soul passed through the tunnel, he had already arrived in a completely different world. This place was also a sector under the control of the Sanctuary Alliance. It boasted facilities such as cruise fleets and resource collection bases. Naturally, it also boasted supercrystal processors with amazing computational ability and a four-dimensional communication system that connected the entire universe and transmitted data instantly. The transparent spider thread that had snuck into the temple, controlled the priests, and detonated the infected was the mainframe crystal processor of a mining base in this world. Was this where the real body of the Puppet King was hiding? No, it can't be that simple, the mental devil shouted. The Puppet King is merely treating this place as a platform and a disguise. His true self must be hiding somewhere else. Liao concentrated his soul and observed carefully. As he expected, he saw an even more transparent and slender spider thread extending from the mining base into the super long-distance communication base at the edge of the world. After him, his soul was torn, dissected, crushed, condensed, and reorganized again. The stars that had been lengthened to infinity interweaved into dazzling swirls again. Liao tracked him down and saw through the Puppet King's disguise time and time again. In the end, his soul locked onto an enormous, fat starship. The address of a certain node in the spiritual nexus deep inside the starship popped up in his soul ripples. This was the destination of the transparent spider thread. At this moment, Liao's soul had reached the limit of fatigue. It was like a rubber band that had been stretched to the end. 1 millimeter more and it would break. Liao's soul bounced back before he had the chance to check the environment or even see the name of the enormous starship clearly. He felt that he had jumped out of the atmosphere, across 10,000 meters into the cold, deep ocean, and into a dark abyss. It was not until 5 minutes later that his soul returned to his temporary shell, which was the mainframe crystal processor of Red Pig. As for the self-test results, only a few minutes had passed. After only a few minutes of tracking, his soul power consumption had reached 31%, which was equivalent to a world-shaking battle. The real body of the Puppet King had indeed been concealed for a long time. No wonder the guy was so confident and dared to release his tentacles to stir trouble everywhere in the sanctuary. However, Liao did not take out the address of the spiritual nexus that he had locked onto. If he did, his performance would be too impressive. He pretended that he was still operating at a high speed and observing his surroundings carefully. The riot seemed to be under control. The staff of the Psychic Temple initiated an emergency procedure. Strong narcotic gas was spurted out from every corner of the temple, making the patients who had gone mad all fall asleep. Everything was a mess. Countless purifiers, cleaners, workers, and priests had been killed or wounded, not to mention the brainwashing devices that had been sabotaged. Of course, Liao was more than happy to see that. He could not wait to destroy the entire temple. Chu Zhixiao and the other members of the Xianxia squad did not care about the loss of the Psychic Temple or the priests, either. They were only concerned about the whereabouts of the Puppet King. Half a minute ago, the desperate priest had detonated the crystal bombs that tied him up and blown himself into smithereens. He could not even find a single intact brain tissue. His connection with the Puppet King had been cut off. Right now, he could only count on Guan Qixing and the latest tracking module on the spider tank. How was it? Did you find it? Chu Zhixiao grabbed Guan Qixing's metal body so hard that the crystal processor expert's shoulder was uttering cracking noises, as if he were trying to crush it. Should be found. Guan Qixing's crystal camera blinked in confusion. He was dazed for a long time before he reported an address on the spiritual nexus. His tracking ability was not as good as Liao's. He could only find the approximate address of a certain area. However, a lot of corresponding addresses of the spiritual nexus and the real address were stored in his database. Therefore, he named the only starship in the space zone immediately. The Puppet King is hiding in the... Guan Qixing paused for a moment, as if he were catching his breath, before he continued, on eternal brightness. Not just the Xianxia squad, even Liao was slightly dazed when he heard the answer. What a coincidence! Wasn't eternal brightness one of the laboratories of human nature that Chu Zhixiao had talked to him about the day before? It was faked as a miniature nation of cultivators and designed to test the evolution of society when human beings had abundant resources and were inexhaustible. He did not know that the Puppet King was hiding there. However, on second thought, it was quite normal. Right now, the main task of the Holy Accord Alliance was to fight against the Imperium of true human beings. Most of the computational ability of the Great Sage had to be deployed to the battlefield, and the Lab of Human Nature was just a frontier exploration and a piece of idle chess. Before the Imperium was completely destroyed, the Great Sage would not pay much attention to it. Hiding there was much safer. On the other hand, most of the residents on Eternal Brightness did not know the truth of the outside world and were isolated from the world. Their social form and the environment of the spiritual nexus were self-contained, which made it easier for the Puppet King to lurk and manipulate them. More importantly, if the Puppet King was Lu Qingchen, the nation of cultivators on Eternal Brightness might remind him of his hometown, the Star Glory Federation. Maybe it was also one of the reasons why he chose the experimental worship of human nature as his nest. With Guan Qixing laying the groundwork, Liao generously revealed the address he had locked onto. The address that the two of them traced was almost the same, except that Liao was more precise. He was almost as accurate as one of the crystal processors on Eternal Brightness. Of course, the precision was not very important, because the Puppet King was not stupid enough to launch an invasion with only one crystal processor. After a large-scale operation, it would certainly destroy the evidence and replace it with a new crystal processor that had never been exposed. All in all, as long as the Puppet King was hiding on Eternal Brightness, everything would be easier. As it turned out, Chu Zhixiao did not doubt that Liao's performance had suddenly improved. He only complimented that the tracking mode developed by Guan Qixing was quite useful and sent a lot of data back to the Heresy Interrogation Bureau through the communication room of the Psychic Temple. Half an hour later, the Xianxia squad had just finished resting and filling enough food and ammunition for themselves and their magical equipment when a new command was sent over. The large-scale riot inside the Psychic Temple proved that the Puppet King had grown suspicious. There was no time to lose. If he ran away again, the Xianxia squad would set off immediately to destroy the Heart of God and capture the Puppet King. The difficulty of the operation was not whether or not they could destroy God's Heart Association, but rather, they had to block every route of escape before the Puppet King noticed them. It was very likely that the Puppet King had been lurking on the main force warships and the most important star fortresses of the Star Glory Federation. He would definitely notice the large-scale mobilization. Besides, the strategical war between the Star Glory Federation and the Imperium was about to begin. At such a delicate moment, it was impossible for the Puppet King to disrupt all the arrangements on the front line. Therefore, the Xianxia squad was still the main force to capture the Puppet King. Of course, most of the teams of purifiers and cleaners under the command of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau, as well as the special forces of the God Bless that were adept at boarding battles, would jump to the vicinity of Eternal Brightness to support the Xianxia squad. In the end, if possible, the 5 Supreme Masters did not want the capture operation to disrupt the normal order of Eternal Brightness, because the experiment on human nature on a large scale had lasted for 300 years and yielded a lot of interesting data. The higher-ups were hoping that the ignorant world could continue developing and see how far the human desire could grow, and how much it could corrupt the spirituality of human beings. If they were consumed by the flames of war, all their previous endeavors would be wasted. It would take them another 300 years to accumulate enough resources. Of course, more importantly, the life and death of the Puppet King had to be captured alive. He could not run away, nor could he commit suicide in fear of punishment, because the higher-ups had the same idea as Liao. They all believed that the Puppet King could not have appeared out of thin air. Maybe the Puppet King was a puppet of a mysterious existence, and the mysterious existence was the most dangerous enemy of the sanctuary. The code name of the operation was Ghost catching. An hour later, the ghost catching operation officially began. Carrying such an arduous mission, all the members of the Xianxia squad, together with a team of elite cleaners and the elite special forces selected from the God Bless Army, boarded a tusk-shaped assault starship and slowly sailed into the most suitable space for space jumps at the edge of the Golden Lion sector. Sensing that the vast sea of stars outside the cabin window was turning more and more illusionary, Liao suddenly had a weird feeling. Fast. It was too fast. It had only been a few days since he learned of the existence of the Puppet King, when he snuck into the Xianxia squad in the form of a spider tank and participated in the mission to capture the Puppet King, when he jumped from the Heresy Interrogation Bureau to the Psychic Temple, and when he was about to jump from the Psychic Temple to Eternal Brightness. The missions in the Sanctuary were completely different from those in the Federation and the Imperium. There was no need to mention the Star Glory Federation. Even in the Imperium of true human beings, the people he was faced with were living, breathing, and full of personality. Li Linghai, the Empress of the Star Ocean Imperium, Dong Fangwang, the Prime Minister of the Imperium, Jin Yuyan, the manager of the General Commerce Alliance, and even Wu Yingyi, the Black Star Emperor. They were all specific people with their own beliefs, ambitions, and desires. However, in the Sanctuary Alliance, except for the eccentric creatures such as Devil's Child and Xianxia, the lowest-level soldier bees and worker bees, the priests of the best race, the director of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau, and even the best master who had just appeared in the sacred light of the crystal processor. All of them were featureless, had no personality, and had fuzzy faces. They did not look like specific human beings at all. Instead, they were symbols, and components on a giant machine. Imagine an enormous, precise, and solid machine made of billions of components the size of a planet. Everybody, including the Chief of the Inquisition and the Supreme Master, would be insignificant screws that could be replaced at any time inside the machine. It was exactly how Liao felt when he was carrying out a mission. With a starship as the carrier, one would be drifting in the vast sea of stars forever, making one feel insignificant and lonely. A starship, on the other hand, was not enough to maintain the most fundamental circulation of resources. It had to rely on the intangible spiritual nexus to receive missions and supplies from an unknown place. The belief and admiration for a certain supreme force were deepened. 2. Without anybody knowing it, its personality and self had been deprived, and it had turned into a small part of the enormous machine. So much so that, as long as a random command was sent from the portable crystal processor, it would become a law. It was enough for people to contribute and sacrifice without any hesitation. There was simply no need to figure out who sent the command, nor was there any need to think about the truth behind the command. It was a literal, out-and-out national machine that had been fully activated. However, there was always a manipulator behind any machine. Even if there weren't in the past, there would always be someone who would set the procedures and tasks of the machine. Who was the controller of the enormous machine that was the Sanctuary Alliance? The 5 fuzzy, personalityless masters, the sleeping Pangu clan, or something else? While Liao was pondering, he sensed the soul ripples from the mental devil. Hey, do you feel that something is not right? The mental devil. What's weird? Liao was dazed for a moment and asked back. It is exactly why the Puppet King is so easy to locate. Think about it, the mental devil said. The Puppet King shattered all the surveillance videos and data when he activated Gao Huan. He deleted them time and time again, and it was almost impossible to recover them. If we were not talented and his old friends who were familiar with his methods, it would have been impossible to recover them. It is evident that he does not want his existence to be discovered, right? Isn't that obvious? Liao replied. Of course, the Puppet King does not want other people to find him. Finding him means death. Is there a problem? Don't be hasty. Listen to me. The problem is, the mental devil said, if the Puppet King did not want anybody to find him, why would he keep the High Priest under his control alive? Well, Liao thought quickly and immediately realized what was going on. Having been enlightened by the mental devil, he realized that something was not right, too. It does make sense. On the surface, The fierce battle in the psychic temple just now was truly soul-stirring. A lot of infected people were raging, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. A high-level priest fled in a hurry and self-destructed in the end. It was also a special skill that we played on the spiritual nexus. Our telepathic thoughts were flying randomly between almost 10 sectors, making it look like a thrilling movie. However, there was no need to go through so much trouble. There was no need for the Puppet King to keep the priest alive in the first place. After he completed the task of activating Gao Huan, he could have killed the priest by silencing him. Then, everything would have been settled and nobody would have known that he was hiding on eternal brightness. Alright, let's say that the high priest was an important chess piece that he arranged in the psychic temple. It was not easy for him to corrupt the high priest. If he was reluctant to kill the high priest in the beginning, he should have killed him and silenced him when the Xianxia squad came to the psychic temple for investigation. Chu Zhixiao and the rest of them interrogated dozens of workers before it was the high priest's turn. The Puppet King clearly had plenty of time to snail off. Why didn't he do that? Why did he have to make such a thrilling scene? In the end, we still caught his tail and locked onto his real body? Such a low-level mistake does not seem likely to be made by the Puppet King, Lu Qingchen. Li Yao's soul rippled for a long time, but he still could not figure out what was going on. Did the guy set up a trap on purpose to lure the Xianxia squad to eternal brightness? In fact, he has already turned eternal brightness into a perilous battlefield. But that can't be right. The Xianxia squad is just a special combat unit under the command of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau. There are not many of them. They are not the core strength of the Holy Alliance. In fact, they are the experiments that are being monitored in the first place. Even if the Xianxia squad is entirely wiped out, they will not be able to hurt a single hair of the 5 great masters. There is no reason for the Puppet King to go through all the trouble and use himself as bait to annihilate a mere Xianxia squad. Is there? Therefore, if everything was within his plan, he must have a deeper purpose. Maybe. There's something else that I need to remind you of. Think about it carefully. What are we talking about when we are talking about the real Puppet King? The mental devil replied. We both know that. If the Puppet King is really Lu Qingchen, he must have gotten rid of his shell a few years ago and turned into a pure heavenly demon of the spiritual nexus. Or according to him, the third form of human beings after human beings and demons, the spirit clan. The body of flesh and blood that he brought out of his mother's womb was lost in the war when the Black Wind Fleet assaulted the Star Glory Federation. It was blown to smithereens on Black Swirl, the flagship of the Black Wind Fleet. From then on, he was granted absolute freedom and was no longer bound by any shell. Therefore, it is very likely that there is no true self that can be captured by the Xianxia squad. Right? Li Yao said. Lu Qingchen is an astral being without a shell. Or rather, the entire spiritual nexus is his shell. But then again, consciousness cannot exist without matter for a long time. Even though he is in the form of an information lifeform just like us, he still needs something to rely on so that his soul power can be fully released. Just like we have to use the mainframe crystal processor and the limbs of the spider tank, Lu Qingchen has to be attached to something in order to wield his strength. Yes, but in such a case, Lu Qingchen's real face might be completely different from what the Xianxia squad imagined. At this moment, the Xianxia squad, the Heresy Interrogation Bureau, and the Grand Master all think that they are trying to capture someone, the mental devil said. But in fact, it is very likely that Lu Qingchen does not exist, or that he has more than one body of a human being. His real body might be the mainframe crystal processor of eternal brightness, or a fast shuttle inside the Starship City, or anything. Li Yao pondered for a moment. Damn. Why do I feel that the more we discuss, the more difficult it will be to capture the Puppet King? Should we think of a way to remind Chu Zhixiao and the rest of them of the real form of the Puppet King? How? The mental devil asked back. Are you going to tell Chu Zhixiao that the Puppet King is actually not a human being but some kind of spirit clan, super spiritual entities, heavenly demons of the spiritual nexus? What? How do you know that? Simple. Since you and the Puppet King are old acquaintances, and you are his elder, you watched the Puppet King grow up. You even patted the Puppet King's hair and kindly encouraged him to study hard and improve himself every day. You even saw him when he was still wet behind the ears. He even served you tea and was very respectful to you. All right, Liao surrendered. Forget it. It seems that we can only play by ear again. Thankfully, playing by ear has always been our specialty. While the two of them were talking to themselves, the assault starship went through another four-dimensional jump and left the Golden Lion sector, arriving in a new world. It was a barren world far away from the front line. Most of the space around it that was suitable for space jumps was wreathed in stone belts and high-energy nebulae. It was as blocked as a basin on a planet. Other than a dying, lackluster star and a few lethargic planets, there was nothing of value here. Eternal Brightness was stationed in the orbit of the largest planet in the world. The people of the Star Glory Federation had lied to the ignorant residents of Eternal Brightness that their recycling machine had absorbed endless, inexhaustible resources from the planet, and that they could live a carefree life for tens of thousands of years before the star entered its decline. In fact, the planet with an extremely harsh environment was full of crumbly rocks. Even though it was tens of thousands of meters below the ground, there was not even the shadow of a crystal the size of a fingernail, let alone the atmosphere and the ecosystem. Even if all the residents on Eternal Brightness were awakened, they would not be able to run away with the resources of the planet. Liao had thought that the people of the Star Glory Federation were all ruthless machines. But at the very least, the names of the sectors had a cruel sense of humor and named the place Beyond the Well. Wasn't the life of the residents of Eternal Brightness like the moon in a well? No matter how splendid it was just a dream. If one were to pick it up with their hands, it would immediately crumble into vague ripples. When the assault starship reached the boundary of the well, a rarely seen meteor shower was attacking Eternal Brightness, leaving colorful, fireworks-like circles on the spiritual shield of the starship. Naturally, it was also part of the plan. It was because the tentacles of the Puppet King had probably infiltrated every corner of Eternal Brightness and infiltrated the mainframe crystal processor and the crystal cameras and sensors installed around the starship. If they did not do anything and allowed the assault starships, hunting starships, and interference starships, including the Xianxia squad and the special forces of the God Bless Army, to jump to the well world, it was very likely that the Puppet King would notice them immediately. In the next second, the Puppet King would run away through the spiritual nexus or simply commit suicide. Therefore, such a meteor shower was arranged so that a lot of pieces of the meteorites would bombard the shell of Eternal Brightness. Some of the larger meteorites would even pierce through the spiritual shield and the alloy shell of the starship precisely. In such a way, the eyes and ears that were scattered on the shell of the starship would have to be tummed off for a while. Even the mainframe crystal processor would have to be fully repaired and examined. He believed that the Puppet King would not dare hide inside during the time. It was the best opportunity for the hunting squads of the ghost-catching operation to jump to the middle of the well and draw close to Eternal Brightness. It was also the only way to implement the spiritual nexus blockage and lock the Puppet King within a square inch. Eternal Brightness was divided into two layers. They were two zones that did not interfere with each other. Most of the crew members who stayed in the cockpit and the outer layer of the starship were from the Sanctuary Alliance. Some of them were meditation healers who had a deep understanding of human nature and brains, some were priests who were extremely devoted to the gods, and some of them were spies in the training. The first lesson of the spies was to fool the residents on Eternal Brightness before they were sent to the real battlefield to be tested by the Imperium. The inner layer, on the other hand, was enveloped by the 3D light beams and the grand illusionary land. The people living in the starship cities did not know where they were and only knew that they were the real subjects of the experiments. The inner layer and the outer layer were usually isolated. The residents on board had been told since they were young that the bridge and the outer cabin were full of intense radiation and high-energy particle streams. They were not allowed to go out easily unless they had received the harshest training and injected countless drugs. Otherwise, they might get incurable diseases. After decades of dangerous education, 99% of the residents often abandoned the idea of exploring the bridge and the outer cabins and enjoyed themselves in the small paradise. Of course, there were also a few people who, no matter how they were warned and educated, had always dreamed of becoming a qualified starship operator and seeing the real cockpit, the real thrusters, the real engine compartment, and the real weapon platform. There was a school in the Starship City that was specially prepared for such brave people. 99% of the brave ones would be eliminated in the rigorous tests. Their dreams would be cut off, and their ambitions would be wasted in the sea of stars in the grand illusionary land. Only 1 in 10,000 people had a slim chance to break through all the obstacles and become a glorious crew member. They would have to go to the bridge or the outer cabins and see the truth. Of course, before that, they would have to go through a minor procedure called brainwashing. Therefore, the Xianxia squad, the cleaners, and the purifiers, as well as the special forces of the God Bless Army, could not sneak in with such honor. After 300 years of seclusion, the features of the residents of Eternal Brightness had changed a lot from those of the outside world. Their clothes and manners were vastly different, too. If they broke into the forbidden area recklessly, a riot would definitely break out, which would be equivalent to informing the Puppet King of their arrival. Therefore, when the assault starships, hunting starships, and interference starships approached Eternal Brightness under the cover of the meteor shower, the first thing they did was disguise themselves with the help of the staff of Eternal Brightness. It was mainly about sticking some fat, soft man-made muscles and fats that were known as biochemical muscles to the body. Very soon, Chu Zhixiao and Yun Haixin finished their disguises and turned into 2 plump, red, and translucent men. Liao and Guan Qixing, on the other hand, were quite simple. After all, there were spiritual puppets in the form of spiders and artificial bodies on Eternal Brightness. All they needed to do was to modify them and replace them with local-style shells. Only the stocky monster named Titan Yuanqua was more troublesome to deal with. He could not hide his height of 4 to 5 meters no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he had no choice but to curl up in a closed truck and lock his restless strength with rune arrays while he followed the squad. In the entire operation, 9 hunting teams had been deployed. A lot of soldiers had been lurking in the outer cabin of Eternal Brightness, and several warships of the God Bless were lurking behind the other planets inside the well. And the core of all this was the Xianxia squad. Therefore, as the information transmission center of the Xianxia squad, Liao was also carrying a piece of powerful communication magical equipment on his back, which had a few long antennas that could receive and transmit astronomical information every second. The structure of the Starship City, the distribution of every complicated tube, the movements of the 9 teams, the coordinates of the soldiers lurking in the periphery, and so on. All the information was analyzed and processed by Liao before it was transmitted to the crystal processors of the 4 core members of the Xianxia squad. 10 minutes later, the 9 teams finished their disguises and infiltrated the Starship City through the secret channels. The Starship City on Eternal Brightness was named Glorious City. It was a circular city about 5 kilometers in diameter with skyscrapers everywhere. The tallest skyscrapers were almost interconnected from the 2 sides, like colorful bridges that cut through the sky. The artificial gravity generated by the continuous revolutions attracted people to the curved ground. The gravity here was slightly lighter than that of the Earth-like planets, making the residents of the place fair and fat, as plump and fragile as peaches. With a leap, they would be able to stop in midair easily. Therefore, a lot of new ways of moving were born, such as jumping from the ground to the sky and back to the ground from the other side of the sky with the help of the jet propulsion while wearing a loose suit. As a symbol of the City of Light, it was also the greatest pride and symbol for the residents of the city. It was the amusement park in the center of the city that never stopped operating. The ever-revolving nightless city could be said to be the epitome of human beings' imagination of happiness. It was truly an eternal paradise. The Xianxia squad appeared from the basement of a skyscraper that was being fully maintained. Chu Zhixiao and Yun Haixin had put on the unique clothes that were made of gauze and silk and looked like kids playing house. The shells of Liao and Guan Qixing were painted with dazzling rainbow patterns, too, making them look like 2 big toys. Before they reached the center of the city, they were already assaulted by an intoxicating aroma. The fragrance was somewhat hypnotizing and hallucinogenic. It could make people feel happy and happy. They could not help but giggle. It was true that the world of the Azura, which had been filled with smoke and killing intent, was now a peaceful city of brightness. For the people who had been soaked in blood all the time and whose bodies and souls had been savaged, It was like a different world. Chu Zhixiao and Yun Haixin looked at each other and gestured at Guan Qixing and Li Yao before they walked out of the building, somewhat alarmed. At this moment, the enclosed carrier carrying Yuan Ko slowly drove out of the parking lot below the building. In front of them was an ocean of joy. Today seemed to be some sort of festival in Bright City. It seemed to be called Rainbow Carnival. There was no telling what it was about, but the residents of Bright City would hold similar celebrations every few days. Some of them were celebrating the 300th anniversary of their rebirth. Some were celebrating the 250th anniversary of the same-sex marriage legislation. Some were celebrating the 200th anniversary of the birth of the third gender. Some were celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Pet Inheritance Act, and so on. Or maybe it was because the resources produced by the recycling machine were too many and he was merely spending them for fun. All in all, the 3D light beams embedded in the walls all around created a lollipop-like sun. A rainbow made of cotton candy-like clouds and rainbow candies. The dazzling fireworks in the sky exploded in laughter one after another. The facades of the skyscrapers turned into giant light beams, too, showing the jubilation of the citizens. Everybody in the city crowded into the streets and threw flowers, candies, cakes, and delicious food at each other. They painted each other into colorful cats and giggled. For a moment, Li Yao felt a great cultural impact. He had never been so shocked when he was faced with the star child from the Imperium of True Human Beings, the resurrected Pangu clan, or Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi. Growing up in an environment where resources were extremely scarce, he never knew what extremely abundant resources meant. It should be known that in both the Federation and the Imperium, even if one had cultivated to the nascent soul stage or even the divinity transformation stage, regardless of whether one was a good person or a bad person, they would cherish every bit of resources. Even if a grain of rice fell on the table, they would stick it to their fingers and eat it. This was the lifestyle of many experts. Although not everyone was like this, Li Yao had never seen such a scene in his life where an entire city of people were squandering and wasting without caring about the cake and food on the ground. If he had a heart, it would have been twisted into a ball right now. Li Yao's soul was tightening like a rope while he observed everything around him. He discovered that, by the standard of the residents of the planet, the residents of Bright City were all too fat. The men and the women, young and old, were almost all red balls in different sizes. Not just their bones, even their muscles were barely distinguishable, as if there was a pool of clear water below their smooth skin. Although it was true that living inside a starship for a long time in an artificial gravity environment would lead to bone loss and other problems, the residents of the Flying Star sector, who were also part of the Starship civilization, did not look as prosperous and satisfactory. The residents of the Flying Star sector were even slimmer and looked like light tadpoles. It seemed that he had eaten too well and worried too little. Chu Zhixiao and Yun Haixin could pretend to be residents of the City of Light with their biochemical muscles, or they could put on clothes that were as colorful and childish as theirs, but it was difficult to imitate their expressions and temperament. How could one describe their spirit? On the bright side, the residents of this place all had unbullied faces. They were all carefree and never thought that there were any disasters, suffering, or darkness in the world. They were all innocent and had no wariness at all. In the worst-case scenario, they were heartless and had no ability to protect themselves or survive at all. They were all lambs waiting to be slaughtered, flowers nurtured in sterile cells. Chu Zhixiao and Yun Haixin were apparently not used to the environment and the appearance of the people here either. Despite their fat heads and big ears, wariness and cruel fighting were still shining deep inside their eyes. At this moment, several local residents, carrying balloons and delicious food, bounced over. "Hey, happy Rainbow Festival!" One of the residents suddenly threw a cake painted in rainbow colors at Chu Zhixiao. With Chu Zhixiao's cultivation, it was not difficult for her to dodge the cake. However, she was not sure whether or not she would expose herself by doing so. Therefore, she could only allow the cake to smash her face. She blinked in confusion amid the flowing cream. Ha 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 ha! The few locals burst into laughter and grimaced. "Come on, cheer up and fight." Then, they jumped up and opened their arms. Two streams of air spurted out of their boots and floated into the sky like a few giant balloons. They flew toward the glamorous amusement park while waving at Xiao and the rest of the cultivators, as if they were challenging them. It seemed to be the definition of battle in the eyes of the local residents. What a terrifying place, the mental devil said to Li Yao in a low voice. The residents here are very friendly, but they are also childish and empty. They seem to have nothing to do because of the abundant resources. In order to avoid the emptiness, they came up with all kinds of celebrations to pass the time. However, the dullness after the celebrations made them sink into a vicious cycle of emptiness. For hundreds of years, they failed to make any progress in technology and exploration. But then again, they are birds in a cage. There is no room for exploration or improvement. What else can they do except sing and smile? I'm a little scared of this place. Looking at the locals who were dancing and dancing in midair, Li Yao mumbled, "No, I'm not scared of this place so much as I'm scared of the future where the Star Glory Federation, and the Sanctuary Alliance are united and there is no threat from the outside. The technology has improved a lot, but it is still not enough to break out of the Black Wall. In the current civilization of mankind, both the Federation and the Imperium, although there are all kinds of serious problems and even fatal threats, it is precisely because of these problems and threats that all our courage and wisdom can be stimulated, and only then can we be forced to show the brightest and most beautiful side of human nature and mold us into stronger and stronger human beings. However, if our endeavors succeed one day, and the contradiction between the Star Glory Federation, the Imperium, and the Sanctuary Alliance is shattered, all the human beings in the Panga universe will be united into an inseparable whole. There will be no more wars, no more oppression, and no more threats from the outside. The advanced technology will also provide everyone with the most basic happiness. By then, will my fellow human beings be as carefree and naive as the residents of the City of Light? Will they be dwelling in the small, certain happiness that is right in front of their eyes? Don't forget the multiverse, the tides, and Earth. Each of the targets is enough to encourage the civilization of mankind to struggle for another 10,000 years, the mental devil said. Too far. These targets are too far away. Li Yao said, even the most basic part of crossing the Black Wall might not be completed in 5,000 years without the intervention of external forces and the accidental explosion of technology. Humans are lazy. When you know that all the missions have been completed and all the threats in front of you are no more, and you will have to struggle for at least 5,000 years to see the results of the next mission, and the results may not necessarily be correct, and the next threat may still be billions of light years away, so far away that even light years can't measure it, will you still rack your brain and burn everything to struggle? The residents of Light City were also burdened with the great mission of resurrecting the civilization of mankind. But the mission was too magnificent, too far away, and too heavy. It was so heavy that they did not know how to begin. In the end, they gradually abandoned and forgot it. Such is human nature. It is impossible to demand that everybody give up the happiness of the modern world and pursue the hope that can only be found after thousands of years. Born in trouble, die in peace. Born in peace, die in trouble. It is the same for both individuals and civilizations. After he finished his speech, the mental devil suddenly smiled. Therefore, this is the purpose of the existence of the extraterrestrial devils, especially those who love killing and destruction like me. You were against me in the beginning, but think about it carefully. What will the civilization of mankind become if there is no killing and destruction, no knowledge of the methods and meanings of combat? Li Yao was dazed for a long time. He stared at the residents of the City of Light, who were as clumsy as a giant balloon and had balloons tied to their waists, while they giggled and slapped each other with cakes. Somebody even asked their pet dog to ride on his back. It was hard to tell whose pet it was. Some of their friends and family or passers-by captured their hilarious pictures and played them on the glass walls of skyscrapers or even the 3D light beams of the cabins. Everybody commented on them and offered flowers and decorations to them as if they were very proud and happy. For some reason, Li Yao felt cold. Although I tried my best to stop every war in the Sea of Stars and hoped that peace would be eternal, you do seem to have a point. It has never occurred to me what eternal peace will do for the civilization of mankind. Complicated and deep ripples spread out from the depths of Liao's soul. He mumbled, I suddenly understand what the Nuwa clan did years ago. It must be noted that, although we objected to the Pangu clan's seclusion and cowardice, the way that the Nuwa clan released their emotions and desires to the maximum and rushed out of the Pangu universe despite the civil war seemed a bit too radical. The concerns of the Pangu clan are not entirely unfounded. The sea of stars outside the Pangu universe is too vast, the multiverse is too dark, and the enemy behind the flood is too strong. If we act hastily without making thorough preparations, it is indeed possible that we will be killed. Why can't the Nuwa clan wait patiently for thousands of years, or even 10,000 years, until the flood ebbs and the conditions are more mature? Then, they can seize the leadership of the Pangu Civilization Alliance in a more peaceful way and start a new expedition. Isn't that better? In the past, when we discussed the issue with Longyang-jun, Boss Bai, and the rest of them, we all believed that the Nuwa clan was attracted by the voices from the outside of the Pangu universe and the undead of the civilizations that had been swallowed by the flood. They fell into a frenzy and could not free themselves. But today, after seeing the mental appearance and way of life of the residents of Bright City, I suddenly had a new idea. Maybe the Nuwa clan knew that they were too rash, too radical, and too risky. Their hope was slim and they would be doomed if they failed. But they had no other choice. The growth and continuation of a civilization has a period. The growth of a civilization is like sailing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. There is absolutely no reason for a civilization to develop steadily for 10,000 years. If the Pangu Civilization Alliance had lived in seclusion in the Pangu universe for 10,000 years, 50,000 years, or even 100,000 years in accordance with the wishes of certain people of the Pangu clan, it would have been impossible for the Pangu Civilization Alliance to maintain the state-of-the-art technology of 100,000 years ago and maintain its positive and aggressive outlook. It would have ended up like the residents of Light City, a fat, pitiful worm, an adult physically and a baby mentally. A civilization does not have internal and external troubles. Or rather, it will not arrive until tens of thousands of years later. It will perish sooner or later. The Nuwa clan has come to realize that. Therefore, even though they knew that the preparation work was not completed yet, they still risked their lives and rushed out. They even started a civil war to wake up some of their compatriots and remind them not to forget their mission. That's an interesting assumption. The evolution of any civilization is never done step by step, the mental devil said. There are many times when one has to make the most dangerous leap in the face of a bottomless abyss, even though one knows that a tiger is lurking in the depths of the abyss. After the leap, the civilization will continue and rise to a higher level. The outcome will be the same if one falls into the abyss or does not dare to jump. The only difference is that the civilization will die sooner or later. Yes, I thought that we would have thousands of years, if not tens of thousands of years, to develop slowly and establish an expedition army neither too fast nor too slowly. We could explore the outer domain 10,000 years later. But now that I think about it, Liao said, if the Federation, the Imperium, and the Sanctuary Alliance resolve their conflicts, the great unity of the Pangu universe will take 1,000 years, and building an expedition army and breaking through the Black Wall will take 10,000 years. How will the civilization of mankind develop in the seemingly peaceful, unthreatened 9,000 years? Will the new generation of human beings, who are carefree from the moment they are born, have the unique sense of crisis that we, the old human beings, developed in the war years? Can they understand plots, betrayals, bloodshed, cruelty, extinction, sacrifice, and devotion? Can they understand the destiny of the human civilization and why we have to rush out of the Black Wall and face the unpredictable dangers? Are they willing to dedicate their entire life and all their happiness to a grand plan where they will not see the outcome until 10,000 years later and the outcome is likely to be a catastrophe? If the flood breaks through the Black Wall and invades the Pangu universe one day, will the human beings 10,000 years later welcome it with chainswords and storm bolters? Or will they welcome it with flowers and cakes like the residents of Light City did? So, the mental devil said, the Nuwa clan in the past thought exactly the same as you. They believed that a long wait would only wear down the will of all their compatriots and corrupt their most precious souls. In order to wake up their compatriots, they had to break out of the siege first. Even if only one starship rushes out, even if it leaves the mark of intelligent life in the Pangu universe, in the multiverse beyond the black wall, it is still possible that the tide will detect it. If so, there will be no way out for the entire Pangu Civilization Alliance. We can only pour all our wisdom, courage, the fire of life, and endless resources into the grand plan of extraterritorial expedition. After all, we will be stabbed in the back no matter how hard we try. Ha! I suddenly realized that Boss Bai probably had the same idea. You know, long before the truth of the multiverse was completely discovered, he had already made up his mind to rush out alone and conquer the 4-dimensional, 5-dimensional, 6-dimensional, and 7-dimensional universes. At first glance, his way of thinking is very reckless. He doesn't care what kind of disastrous consequences he will bring to the people of the Pangu universe if he is exposed. Don't forget that the people who stayed here are his beloved son. Is it just arrogance and stupidity? I don't think so. Boss Bai is the double pirate potentate who has absorbed Yen Xinjian's remaining soul. His understanding of human nature is as deep as Jin Tui's. Maybe he has already foreseen how the civilization of mankind will degenerate once it loses its threats and rivals. Therefore, he rushed out at any cost, not only to realize his dream of being the strongest space pirate in the multiverse, but also to find new opponents for the civilization of mankind. New threats are enough to trigger our deepest courage and wisdom to evolve, devour, and strengthen ourselves crazily. Isn't it too much? Liao said. Are you serious? Maybe not. But even if Boss Bai did not think of that, you should think about it carefully and not let the entire Pangu universe become like eternal brightness. We are going to explore Earth anyway, the mental devil said. We have to get out no matter what. I don't know. Liao wanted to scratch his head hard. I don't want to be hasty and go against the rules of evolution, but I also don't want to watch the civilization of mankind lose its drive and sense of purpose and sink into the mediocre honey without knowing it. Ah! The mental devil interrupted him. Why are you self-proclaimed righteous guys always so wishy-washy and hesitant? Liao said, You want to be a role model, don't you? Ha! The mental devil said, How can you say that about yourself? Even if I don't say it, you will. Liao said, It's not up to me alone to decide such an important decision. I'd better listen to my wife's opinion and hand it over to the parliament for a democratic decision, or even a plebiscite. Everybody will take the blame, and nobody will be blamed if we are screwed. Right? Makes sense. So, focus your attention and capture the puppet king. Lu Qingchun first. The mental devil replied, I would like to hear Lu Qingchun's opinion, too, and see how he plans the future of the human civilization and solves the problems in his virtual world. Since Lu Qingchun has established his nest in this place, he must have studied the problems very carefully. What do you think? Li Yao's attention returned to the ghost-catching operation. The road ahead of him was a mess. At the very least, Lu Qingchun, the puppet king, was the only string that could be seen clearly. If he grasped the string first, he would be able to unravel the truth one step at a time. Shwa! 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 The tremendous data was transmitted to the Xianxia squad through the mainframe crystal processor of the spider tank. Liao seemed to see that, at the edge of the well, the few super long-range communication stations that had been used to communicate with the outside world were all turned off. A lot of electromagnetic interference starships were ready to be deployed at any moment to block, jam, and suppress the puppet king. Liao also saw that, on the cockpit of Eternal Brightness, a lot of crystal processor experts were scanning the mainframe crystal processor and the internal network solemnly, trying to eliminate all the viruses and logic traps as quickly as possible. In the meantime, 9 arrest teams were lunging at their targets quietly. Although there were more than 1 million people in Light City, which was a large metropolis by the standard of a vacuum, there were not many shelters that the Puppet King could choose from. More importantly, he needed a super crystal processor with high performance, or even an array of crystal processors that would consume a lot of energy on a large scale, in order to hack every nerve ending of the entire sanctuary. Such a super crystal processor could not have been born out of thin air. nor could it have been hidden. Therefore, the Puppet King could only make use of the facilities in the City of Light. Judging from the computational ability of his previous invasions, there were no more than 10 such facilities in the City of Light. The most suspicious one was naturally the coordinates of the spiritual nexus that Liao had locked onto half a day ago. After it was translated, the coordinates represented the address of the Crystal Processor Center of Sailing Academy. The Sailing Academy was the place where the commanders of starships and the specialists in planetary modification were trained in the City of Light. Or rather, it was the place where the residents thought that the commanders of starships and the specialists in planetary modification were trained. The Puppet King should have been here 3 to 5 hours ago. In the meantime, Liao and Guan Qixing had already retrieved the video files of all the suspicious people entering and exiting the Sailing Academy. Since it was the Rainbow Celebration today, everyone, including the teachers and students of Sail Academy, had gone to the street or flown to the sky for a cake fight. Sail Academy was empty and cheerless, which was rarely seen. There were no suspicious people coming or going for several hours. Therefore, this place was still the most suspicious hiding place. The Xianxia squad was in charge of it. When Liao, Chu Zhixiao, and the rest of them hid themselves in the rain of flowers and cakes to the periphery of the Flying Sail Academy, the other teams were in position, too. 3 minutes later, they would launch an assault at the same time. He believed that the supercrystal processors installed in the 9 facilities with high computational ability must be the bases of the God's Heart Brotherhood. Even if there were no traces of the Puppet King, a lot of members of the God's Heart Brotherhood and evidence of their crimes could still be found. Red Pig, give me a final update on the lockdown and the progress of the other 8 teams. Chu Zhixiao extended one of his fingers and hooked a strand of hair on the comber of his eye. Staring at the empty campus in front of him, he said coldly, "I'm going to block every inch of space and every crystal cable. Not even a virtual mosquito is going to get out." Liao had his own plans. Naturally, he transmitted the tremendous data to the crystal processors of Chu Zhixiao, Yuan Ko, Yun Haixin, and Guan Qixing. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that Black Dream Yun Haixin was in a trance. Her chest was fluctuating fast, as if she were very nervous. Strange. Isn't Yun Haixin a meditation healer who is adept at telepathic thoughts and has been through hundreds of battles? Liao was secretly surprised. He is even willing to surrender to the Star Glory Federation. What is there to be nervous about? He was not like this when he was hunting the Puppet King in the Psychic Temple. There seems to be something wrong with him since he entered eternal brightness. Although he concealed himself very well, the mental devil said, I can still vaguely sense the surging tides deep inside his brain. The guy is on the verge of a mental breakdown and will lose control at any moment. You must be careful. But why? Liao could not figure it out at all. It doesn't make sense. Last minute. All teams, get ready. Chu Zhixiao gnashed his teeth and commanded in the tactical network. In 59 seconds, all groups will capture ghosts at the same time. Maybe it has something to do with the Puppet King, Lu Qingchen. Don't forget our suspicion just now, the mental devil said. It is very likely that the Puppet King has sensed the existence of the Xianxia squad or even set up a trap to attract the pursuers, including the Xianxia squad, to this place. Liao said, but half a minute to go. His thoughts were interrupted by Chu Zhixiao's voice that was brimming with killing intent. The goddess of slaughter took out a blue dagger from her boots that were embedded with steel plates and held it upside down in her palm. The saw-teeth on the edge of the dagger were reflecting scattered brightness, as if she was trying to kill somebody. At this moment, the celebration of Light City had reached its peak. Bang 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 bang. 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 It was as if 10,000 virtual fireworks had simultaneously exploded in the air, which was the center of the city, exploding into a field of indescribably resplendent flowers and gorgeous swirls. All the residents flew to the sky and crashed into strangers as if they were balloons. Everybody was drinking wine and chewing cake. Then they hugged and laughed like a bunch of simple-minded children. 10 seconds. Chu Zhixiao's face was pale. There was no telling whether it was because she hated the Puppet King or because she couldn't stand the beautiful, illusionary atmosphere in this place. She tore off the biochemical muscles that were stuck to her body one by one and regained the agility of a leopard. 987. Leave a bad feeling. Liao mumbled. It can't be that simple. I haven't had an accident in a long time. Hardly had he finished his sentence when an earth-shaking explosion came from the direction of the bridge far away from Bright City. The explosion was so powerful that even the pictures of the candy-colored sky and clouds on the cabin walls were covered in twisted ripples and turned into clumsy spots. A large steel plate embedded in the cabin wall fell from the sky. Thankfully, the artificial gravity field was still working. The steel plates did not hit anybody but flew in the air together with the people. But the luck only lasted 1 second. 1 second later, the artificial gravity field in some of the areas was completely gone. All the miscellaneous objects on the ground were floating in midair. In some other places, the artificial gravity was 3 to 5 times higher than that of a high-density planet. Many local residents who were floating in the air fell down brutally, some of them with broken bones and some with broken brains. Before anyone could panic, all the lights went out at the same time. The 3D light beams on the cabin walls, the dazzling sun and the candy-colored clouds, the smiling glass wall on the skyscrapers, and the street lamps that were floating in midair, all went out. The entire city was enveloped in darkness. The only thing that could be seen was the residual ghost fire from the virtual fireworks in the sky, which made everyone's dumbfounded faces even more confused. What's going on? What about the lights and gravity? Hurry up and repair it. Hey. Is anyone there? Quickly repair it. The residents of Bright City had been intoxicated in the safe mud for so long that they had lost the ability to cope with the crisis. Even their ability to express their fear was close to zero. They had never encountered such a large-scale energy cutoff state before. For a moment, except for the people who fell from the sky and screamed because of their broken bones, most of them did not even react in a panic. They simply stood, sat or lay, with their mouths half open, looking at the sky, as if somebody would show up and restore the energy supply and order if they complained loudly enough. But Liao knew that the hope of the innocent, pitiful bugs was going to be dashed. It was because the moment the light source and energy supply of the entire Bright City were cut off, an even stronger and more enormous black tide assaulted the spiritual nexus and the data level, cutting off the connection between the Xianxia squad and the outside world. Their tactical network had been seriously jammed. Liao could only get in touch with the chaotic swirls on the data level. He could not even reach out to the few teams nearby, let alone the Bridge of Eternal Brightness and the warship of the Sanctuary that was further away. In the world of data, they would become lone islands within half a second. The trap of the Puppet King was activated. Liao condensed his soul into an unstoppable blade and extended his senses to the maximum, searching every ripple in the air that contained the features of Lu Qingxin's soul. Such ripples were everywhere and everywhere. Shwa, 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 shwa. When people were at a loss of what to do in the darkness, and when they were complaining, the glass walls of many skyscrapers were illuminated again. The same person appeared in all the pictures. It was a pure white fatty. Liao knew that using the word white and flawless to describe someone was very strange. But this was the first feeling he had when he saw Fatty. The residents of the Bright City were mostly fat, but the fat man was exceptionally perfect, as if he were made of balls of various sizes. His eyes were round, his nose was round, and his mouth was round. Above the two round eyes, between the eyebrows, there was a black spot that was twisting and changing into an exclamation mark, a question mark, and then a blossoming lotus. The game is over. On the curtain wall of countless skyscrapers, a plump man greeted the residents of Light City with a smile. My dear compatriots. Who is he? The game is over. What do you mean? What game? Hey. Are you one of the crew members on the bridge? Did the meteoroid shower break the shell of the starship? Send someone to repair it. We need to continue the celebration. The citizens who had just fallen into confusion and panic, upon seeing that someone had come out to take responsibility, actually resumed their innocent temperament and started shouting like spoiled children. The flowers growing in the sterile rooms had never experienced the harshness and ugliness of the outside world. It was impossible for them to imagine the appearance of evil and the thoughts of people like the puppet king Lu Qingqian. In the middle of the skyscrapers, in the middle of hundreds of giant flashing walls, there was deep pity in the eyes of the fat man who had a weird black spot on his forehead. He seemed to feel sorry and angry for his ignorant compatriots. He felt sorry for their misfortune and angry at their failure. "TM sorry. There are no celebrations, no flowers, no food, and no wine. There are no workers to help you restore order. Your so-called order and your beautiful life are gone forever." The black spot on the center of the fat man's eyebrow extended toward the center of his eyebrow, making his round eyes look even deeper, like two black swirls. "Because I blew up your cycling machine." Yes. The perfect magical equipment that claimed to provide endless energy and resources was blown up 1 minute ago. The picture blinked. A corner of the shell of eternal brightness appeared on dozens of giant light beams. A shocking hole was left on the starship. Countless scraps, fuel, and the broken limbs of the crew members congregated into a fountain of steel and blood and sprayed into the dark vacuum. Very soon they were frozen, shattered, and obliterated. "Look, there's nothing left." The fat man smiled and opened his hands. There was nothing but silence. The noisy and restless crowd seemed to have fallen into a great nightmare in the next second. It was even quieter than a tomb. All the residents of Bright City were dumbfounded. Their hearts were frozen, and they almost forgot to breathe. For them, the cycle machine was like a sky that would never collapse and a sun that would never die down. All their beautiful lives and even their small happiness of survival depended on the functioning of the cycle machine. No one had ever thought of what to do if the cycle machine malfunctioned. Everyone had fooled themselves by telling each other that the cycle machine was absolutely reliable and would never malfunction. But what they were seeing right now was 10,000 times worse than a malfunction. The cycle had been blown up by the lunatic. All of a sudden, the entire Bright City fell into absolute silence. Everyone was so shocked that they forgot to react. It was not until an entire minute later that someone burst into tears. Very soon, the crying became continuous. When a spoiled child was faced with a problem that they could not solve, crying was their only reaction. "Why are you so sad?" Even though the recycling machine has been running at a high speed, it is just a trick to fool you. It cannot provide a grain, a screw, or a crystal the size of a fingernail at all. The fat man in the picture said peacefully, "It's been 300 years. For 300 years, you and your ancestors have been trapped in a big lie all the time, reduced to muddle-headed experimental subjects without you knowing. There was no war that affected the entire universe at all. The outside world was not corrupted or destroyed. No, you are not the last human beings. You are merely monkeys in the cages of the zoo. Somebody locked you up in this damn ship and raised you to be fat and healthy in order to harvest your souls, observe your reactions, and test the fastest, most stable, and most efficient way to turn the proud human beings full of self-awareness into moving rotten meat. You don't believe me? You are still fooling yourself and ignoring the suspicious points that are everywhere around the city? Open your eyes and see everything clearly. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The picture changed again. It was the scene where eternal brightness had just been built hundreds of years ago. A lot of concepts and implementation details of the Eternal Brightness project poured down from the walls of the skyscrapers like a waterfall of data. It included the scenes where a lot of human beings were sent to Glorious City after struggling in metal cocoons and being brainwashed. Brainwashing alone was not enough to build a firm belief. In the beginning, many people did not believe that the outside world was completely destroyed, or they thought that they would rebuild the world at any cost. Those people were screened and sent out of eternal brightness for handling. The only people left were those who were weak-willed, content with the status quo, and hated taking risks. Generation after generation, they lived and reproduced in this place, becoming more and more carefree and carefree. Eventually, they became what they were today. This is impossible. Countless residents of Bright City still had traces of the previous cake battle on their faces, but the fat below the cake was already shivering crazily. Their tears gushed out uncontrollably because of shock and fear, as if they were pigs who had just found themselves in a slaughterhouse after being tied up by a conveyor belt. I can understand your shock. Right now, your minds must be blank. So, I will allow you to be dumbfounded for 10 seconds. But remember, your time is very precious. Survival is a race against time. It is a fight to the death. 10 seconds at most. Cherish your right to survival. The picture on the forehead of the plump man changed again. He seemed to be using the black spot as a substitute for the regular gestures. Very soon, he retrieved hundreds of pictures of the current status of the Star Ocean Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance. The gray mist, the cold space, the complicated, rusted tubes, the soldier bees and the worker bees that were wearing raincoats or chemical suits. 2402:800:618D. B46C. Ed 10:537B. B517. F-18E. Thousands of starships gathered, clashed, exploded, and were destroyed. The experts stomped on the sea of stars and shattered the vacuum. The flags that covered hundreds of thousands of kilometers were flapping, igniting the fire in everyone's heart. In the magnificent Imperial Terminus sector and Imperial Terminus, countless cities were connected to each other and swallowed the mountains and basins. Even though they were thousands of meters below the ground, they were still marked by the brilliant lights of human beings. The population was 10,000 times more than that of eternal brightness. The impactful pictures congregated into a destructive torrent and blew everything that the residents of Light City believed in into pieces. Ah! 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 Confusion was written all over their faces. Their mouths were wide open, and all they could do was scream, not knowing what to do. Do you see? This is the real world. Although it is dark, cruel, and bloody, and full of crazy flames of war forever, it is the only way that the greatest strength of mankind can be released in the most intense collisions, the most painful suffering, and the most blissful moment. The power that cannot be described by any supercrystal processor, the power of 7 emotions and 6 desires, and the great power of human nature. The black spot between the fatty's eyebrows turned into a giant exclamation mark. Then, he bowed to the residents of the City of Light, who were both confused and at a loss, and said, I almost forgot to introduce myself. You may call me Puppet King. I am your compatriot, a warrior who is unwilling to yield to any power, to endure any restraints, and to discover the greatest strength of human nature at the cost of everything. I am a warrior who has pushed the pride of mankind to the limit and made the entire universe his enemy. I want to save everyone. I want to crush this damn cage and laboratory. I want to restore everyone to the appearance of a true human being. I want everyone to live on proudly and fight to the end. However, the great name of human beings is not something that you are born with, nor is it something that can be tainted by the walking dead. We are not born with the right to be the spirits of all living creatures. Can you really become real human beings? Is it worth my effort to save you? It all depends on your performance now. Fight. For yourselves, for the pride of mankind. Fight with your instincts. Here are the rules. Listen carefully. I will only say it once. The cycle has been shattered by me. Of course, it cannot provide any resources even when it is intact. All the resources that you've squandered over the past hundreds of years are inputted from the outside world, like bananas for monkeys. But now that I've caused such a large-scale destruction on Eternal Brightness, I believe that the Project Eternal Brightness is coming to an end. You will end up being ordinary work bees that are sent to the depths of the mines or the bottom of the starship to work until you die, won't you? Oh, looking at your fat head, big ears, and osteoporotic appearance, you don't seem to have the ability to do high-intensity work. In order to avoid wasting resources, you might directly handle them? Well, it's quite possible. It's like cleaning a petri dish after an experiment. All in all, you are basically dead. Do you want to live? Do you want to truly live? There is only one way. Look, this is the structural design of Eternal Brightness. This is the route to the cockpit and the critical cabins. I've already hacked into the cockpit. I can open all the gates on the way and rush into the cockpit to take over the starship and all the escape capsules. I know that you don't know the first thing about steering a starship. It's all right. I will monitor the entire process and help you. You'll also know that most of you are ordinary people who don't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Of course, there are a lot of fully armed warriors in the outer area of the starship. Maybe most of you will be killed, but you will have to go through the test of blood and fire. I believe you've all heard the phrase, "An ant can bite an elephant to death?" While talking, the Puppet King displayed more structural designs and surveillance pictures of the starships among the skyscrapers. Through the surveillance cameras, he could see that the bridge, the arsenal, and even the warehouse of crystals and the engine compartment were partly under his control. The connection between the staff and the crystal processor was cut off. The request to retrieve crystal suits and weapons was rejected. Most of the soldiers of the Star Glory Federation were separated and locked in small cabins. With his help, it did not seem impossible to break into the cockpit from Bright City and take over the entire starship. Maybe it is unnecessary and cruel, but this is how life is. I know that most of you still need time to get used to it, but as I said before, we don't have time. Whoever awakens the principle of survival first is qualified to live on. The Puppet King continued speaking casually. Don't try to make up the numbers by sneaking behind the crowd and taking advantage of the situation. Remember, I control all the monitoring crystal cameras on eternal brightness. I can see your every move. I will distribute the remaining clean water, food, fuel, and even the precious seats of the escape capsules according to your performance in the battle of survival. According to my analysis, only 1/10 of the people can survive the battle of survival and grasp the real meaning of human beings. Therefore, you must make sure that you are braver than the 9 people around you. Come on, compatriots and friends. Awaken your true strength and take action. What's wrong? Are you still dumbfounded and at a loss? Well, it's not your fault. After all, you've been dwelling in the nightmare for too long. Let me give you a little push. While the Puppet King was talking, the light beams on the walls of the cabin blinked again, revealing a series of bloody figures that were counting down rapidly. There were 12 hours left. Do you see the countdown? The Puppet King smiled. There are 12 hours to go. 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 52 seconds. Before the time reaches 0, if you cannot seize the bridge, I will activate the self-detonation system of eternal brightness and annihilate the walking dead who are not worthy to be called human beings in the sea of stars together with your humiliated lives. The human-shaped swine, who does not know how to resist, should not continue to sully the great name of human beings. Believe me, I just found another starship of the sanctuary a few days ago and tried to hack and activate the self-detonation system. The damage is good enough. Therefore, if you continue to be dumbfounded, you will die anyway. Why don't you die like a real warrior with supernova-like courage at the last moment of your life? Are you still unable to move? Your heart is beating so fast that you can barely walk? All right. I know that your bodies are too weak and that you are no match for the guards. Therefore, I've injected some special nutrition into your food and water since a few days ago. When the nutrition is combined with what I'm about to release, it will detonate every drop of your blood so that you can release the anger that you've been suppressing for hundreds of years. Chi, as the Puppet King clenched his fists and punched, crimson mist spurted out of the ventilation tubes everywhere. It was more like a drizzle than a mist. Every resident of Bright City felt that their blood was being absorbed by their pores. Veins that looked like electric arcs suddenly appeared in the eyes of many citizens. The veins shivered crazily and eventually broke apart. Hoo-hoo! Ah! The citizens, whose eyes were bloodshot, held their heads hard. Their thick and short fingers dug into their skulls as they roared like animals. In only a few seconds, they were already soaked in sweat, steam, and smoke. They were like boiling boilers. The fury gas that was spurting out of their bodies spread out in the entire city. Even the residents who were not hit by the bloodstorm were entangled by the mist and could not free themselves. Gradually, furious eyes and hideous faces were revealed in the mist. The millions of fair, fat citizens of light seemed to have turned into animals whose hearts were filled with fury and whose veins were filled with primitive instincts. Yes, that's it. Release your anger to your heart's content. The anger of being locked up and cheated for 300 years. If death is inevitable, 10 times more people will be buried with you. It's time to make those guys pay the price. Nobody, no matter if they are deities or devils, can trample on the dignity of human beings without paying a price. Kill them. Kill them. Kill everyone who stands in your way. The puppet king in the bloody mist and the furious flames was laughing delightedly. The weird black spot between his eyebrows turned into the shape of a long, narrow saber, as if it were going to cut his head open and release something even weirder and stronger. He blinked and suddenly changed the topic. Right now, the enemy's claws and teeth are right next to you in the City of Light. They were the guys who castrated your fighting will and made you what you are right now. Don't you want to kill them first as sacrifices to the flag? Shwa! 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 On the few skyscrapers, including the circular light beams on the walls of the city, the real-time coordinates of the arrest teams, the profiles of their teammates, and their clear portraits appeared one after another. Even the Wuxia squad was not spared. The omnidirectional 3D pictures of Chu Zhixiao, Yun Haixin, Yuan Ko, and Guan Qixing, as well as their funny appearances when they thought that they were hiding outside of the Swooping Sail Academy, were all captured by the Puppet King and transmitted to the light beam, allowing the millions of furious citizens of light to see everything clearly. In fact, almost 100 highly directional, high-powered spotlights had been reactivated by Wang Zhong. The beams of light were aimed at the heads of every arrest team, exposing them to the public. Beep, 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 beep. The crystal processors of all the members of the hunting squad were emitting ear-splitting buzzes, which were particularly ear-splitting in the low roars. The heated brains of the citizens of light seemed to have a special response to such buzzes. Maybe it was because a slaughter switch deep inside their brain was triggered by the special frequency of the buzzes, and their roars suddenly became louder and more intense. However, when the cleaners and the special forces of the God Bless Army tried to turn off their crystal processors in a flurry, they found that they could not. What appeared on the light beam of the crystal processors was the malicious smile of the Puppet King and the ever-twisting black spot. The Puppet King has hacked our tactical network, stolen our encrypted data, and even hijacked our portable crystal processors. The members of the arrest team finally realized what was going on, but it was too late. Now you know where the hounds are hiding, the Puppet King said coldly. Kill them. As long as all the dogs are killed, I will open a channel from Light City to the bridge, the engine compartment, and the arsenal. You will be the real masters of this small world. As I said before, the hope of survival can only be seized by oneself. Whoever shows the bravest performance in a battle, I will give him the most resources and guide him on a brand new path to become the master of the Sea of Stars. Let's start fighting, just like how our ancestors slayed the devils hundreds of thousands of years ago. The portrait of the Puppet King gradually faded out of the picture. However, the dazzling bloody countdown was getting brighter and brighter. Flames and lightning were flashing non-stop, reminding everyone that, if they did not fight with everything they had, they would only have half a day left to live. Damn. The Puppet King discovered us a long time ago. He is trying to stir up total chaos on eternal brightness. While countless escape capsules are being launched to the outside world, he is trying to take advantage of the chaos and escape. Red Pig, 7-star, what's the situation of the bridge right now? Can you break the information blockage of the Puppet King? Very difficult. I need time. For the first time, Guan Qixing's voice was not as calm as that of the technical experts. There was panic in his voice. The Puppet King blocked all the data exits and hijacked the network system of the entire starship. This is definitely not a spur-of-the-moment plan. He must have been planning for a long time. There was nothing they could do. Liao was about to curse in his original tone, but he had to pretend that his face was pale and that he was rubbing his forelegs like a fly. Not to mention the bridge, the assault starship, and the electromagnetic interference starship. Even the other hunting squads are not available for communication. If the distance between us exceeds a certain distance, the network interference will be very serious, and we might be lost at any time. The Puppet King is so cunning. He is such a badass. Chu Zhixiao spat hard. He tummed into a streak of brightness and dashed into the Crystal Processor Center of Sale College. Liao followed closely behind and rushed inside. He spread his perception to every corner of the institute, even including the female restroom. Naturally, he found nothing. There was nothing inside the crystal processor, not even a hair. But a giant 3D light beam was floating above the center of the crystal processor with a row of dull words inside. The dream of eternal brightness has been woken up. Where is your dream? Chu Zhixiao gazed at the words that were clearly written for her. His eyes were blurred, and his lips were twitching. There was no telling what was on his mind. The frantic roars outside, on the other hand, were louder and louder. A large batch of citizens of light who had been fooled by the Puppet King were charging at them. Major! Liao hurried to explain. I've detected a very weird high-frequency wave that seems to be able to stimulate the central nerves of human beings directly. It makes them restless and full of fury and desire to attack. Yes, I sensed it too. Guan Qixing also asked, has the Puppet King developed a fifth brain virus besides the disillusionment, glory, Taotai, and the love virus? It's not just the brain virus. You don't have olfactory organs and cannot smell the air. Chu Zhixiao retracted her gaze from the words that were clearly meant for her and said coldly, the air is filled with the smell of burning blood. I could already feel the adrenaline rush without the test. The Puppet King was not lying. He had indeed injected a lot of stimulants into the food and water of the citizens of the light sector. However, the lurking period of the stimulants was very long. It was not until this moment, when they came in contact with the release drugs that they were able to release again, that the stimulants broke out. Their cerebral peptide and adrenaline were secreted crazily, and they bumped their soul and overdraft their vitality to trigger the extraordinary combat ability and mobility. If this is really the fifth virus, it is simply a hybrid of a brain virus and an ordinary virus. Maybe it can be called Furious Fury. Well, Guan Qixing was surprised. Is it possible? How did the Puppet King get so many stimulant drugs? Is possible. The strength and cunningness of the Puppet King are far beyond our imagination. Chu Zhixiao said, maybe he has hijacked the mainframe crystal processor of eternal brightness and can allocate the assets on board at his will. As you know, this is a huge laboratory. Naturally, there are all kinds of raw materials for drugs. As long as he can get them without anybody knowing, he will have the opportunity to synthesize his formulas and send them into the city through the automated supply line. At this moment, the roars outside grew louder and louder. Occasionally, there would be a series of explosions. The glass walls of the skyscrapers would collapse with a loud crash. There was even a loud noise far away, which was probably the sound of the bridge, the arsenal, or the crystal fuel warehouse being wrecked by the Puppet King. Everyone was greatly alarmed. Yuan Ko's roars suppressed the screams of the citizens of the light sector like rabid dogs for now, but not for long. What do we do now? The crystal cameras on Guan Qixing's iron mask were blinking crazily. We still can't reach the other teams and the soldiers outside. Should we retreat? However furiful the citizens of light were, they were still ordinary people after all. With the capability of the Xianxia squad, nobody could stop them if they wanted to retreat. No, I can't retreat. The ghost-catching operation is not over yet. Chu Zhixiao couldn't help but raise his head again. Staring at the line of words in midair that read, awakening from a dream, he gnashed his teeth. The Puppet King is trying to take advantage of the chaos and run away. Although the entire well world has been blocked by us, who knows what will happen if he escapes from eternal brightness. Now that we've confronted him face to face, there is no reason for us to run away. We must stall him until the troops outside find a solution. But Guan Qixing anxiously said, the environment outside is so chaotic, we don't even know where the Puppet King is hiding. How are we going to stall him? Don't worry. Chu Zhixiao sniffed. We don't need to go to the Puppet King. He will come to us himself. Boom! An ear-splitting explosion occurred. It was the sound of the gate of the Sale Academy being broken through. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. Move now. Chu Zhixiao said, "The citizens of light outside are very troublesome. Their combat ability is not a problem. But right now, they have all become terrifying sources of infections. Who knows whether or not there are even more terrifying viruses inside their brains. They might even be directly controlled by the Puppet King and become a springboard to invade our brains. Red Pig, search the map of Bright City and find the most suitable shelter. The rest of you, stay alert and watch out for the Puppet King's illusions." When they left the Crystal Processor Center, they saw thousands of citizens of light flooding toward them. Right now, the ocean of celebration half an hour ago had turned into a bloody swirl. Stimulated by the furious virus, the fair, fat citizens had even undergone physiological mutations and turned into rampaging rhinos, hippos, and boars. Bewildered and guided by the Puppet King, they rose up and searched for traces of the arrest squad. Once they found them, they would be surrounded by thousands of people who punched, kicked, and even bit them without any fear of death. No matter how strong the purifiers and cleaners were, they would be killed by such a crazy torrent. Besides, there were also illusions and viruses. Even if a Special Forces soldier of the God Bless Army had the combat ability equal to the core formation stage and could fight his way out of the crazy citizens, when the Puppet King took advantage of the situation and invaded his brain, making him see unbelievable illusions and even strangling his soul, he could only wait to be captured and killed. Very soon, several arrest teams were wiped out and became the victims of the citizens' fury. Some of the purifiers and cleaners were even infected by the frenzy and turned into puppets of the furious virus after their brains were broken through by the Puppet King. Their eyes were bloodshot at first, but they soon lost their rationality and loyalty and turned into the most dangerous animals. They tore at their companions mercilessly and turned more of them into their own kind. The Xianxia squad fought and retreated. The 4 members and Liao, the support spider tank, were soon dispersed by the surging crowd. It seems that the furious virus is the real treasure of the Puppet King, the mental devil exclaimed. To be able to improve the combat ability of an ordinary person to such an extent with intense fury and desire for killing in such a short period of time. It's incredible. It's marvelous. But why do I feel that such an exciting way is very familiar? Isn't that exactly what you are doing? Liao exclaimed. The set that the bloodstripe virus spread out to infect people. The set that Yen Shibei made on Iron Plateau. That's right. This is clearly my specialty. How come the Puppet King knows it, too? It seems to have been modified quite a bit. I don't need blood as a medium. I can just stimulate it with brainwaves. The mental devil was dazed for a moment and cursed. I know it now. It must have been Lu Qingqian who stole our souls when we were engaged in a fierce battle in the mental world on Black Swirl. Do you remember? In the battle, we absorbed a lot of negative emotions such as darkness, blood, and cruelty from Lu Qingqian's soul, which were of great help to my cultivation in the future. I didn't expect that he would absorb a lot of our essence when we were absorbing him, too. Not only that, he even improved himself and condensed stronger crystals. The guy is truly a genius. Why do you say that the battle was weird? Liao shouted. Forget it. Since his furious virus is based on the infection pattern of the bloodstripe virus, can we find out where the guy is hiding? It will be very difficult. The guy has already modified the secret arts of the bloodstripe virus beyond recognition and concealed them well. Besides, we cannot expose our identity. We cannot be discovered by him or the people of the sanctuary. Time. I need time. The mental devil paused for a moment and suddenly raised its voice. Wait, where is Chu Zhixiao? Liao's soul rippled rapidly. Only then did he realize that he had been separated from the main troops. Or rather, the 5 members of 4+1 of the Xianxia squad had been dispersed by the surging and burning crowds. Thankfully, Liao looked like an ordinary spider tank, which had been painted glamorously and even had 2 big, watery eyes on the back. It was unbelievably cute. Even the Puppet King did not take him seriously. He was not on the hunting list. Therefore, most of the citizens of the light sector did not even bother to look at him in the eye. As long as he crawled down obediently with his head in his hands, the crowds would simply pass by him and hunt more valuable targets. But Chu Zhixiao's roars, Yuan Ko's roars, and Guan Qixing's crazily spreading information all indicated that they were in a very bad situation. Sneakily and stealthily, Li Yao crawled towards the direction of Chu Zhixiao's howl without alarming anyone. Soon, he found Chu Zhixiao's wrist crystal processor, which had been stomped into pieces. Suppressed by the Puppet King, the wrist crystal processor was no longer of any use. Could be hacked at any moment and become a burden. Li Yao scanned the 3D map of the downtown area quickly in his crystal processor. He didn't miss any of the buildings or the underground tubes. He found 3 places where Chu Zhixiao was most likely to hide. Then, he distinguished the traces of his brainwaves in the air and crawled toward one of them. After he got rid of the portable crystal processor, the Puppet King was not able to lock onto Chu Zhixiao's location in theory. The citizens of the light sector, who had been caught in a rage, were not very good at searching. Their search was getting less and less frequent. The main reason was that they were all attracted by Yuan Kuo, the Titan. Very soon, deep inside a low, unfinished building, Li Yao found Chu Zhixiao. But at this moment, Chu Zhixiao seemed to have fallen into an unpredictable nightmare. His eyes were wide open, and he was mumbling and waving his dagger, attacking the invisible enemies in the air. Not good. Chu Zhixiao has been fooled. The mental waves of the mental devil were suddenly agitated. Extremely mysterious ripples are everywhere in the air. They are the mental attacks of Lu Qingqian, the Puppet King. Chu Zhixiao has been tied up. Li Yao seemed to have been discovered. Invisible ripples slithered toward Li Yao like transparent vipers. Attention! The Puppet King is trying to hack the mainframe crystal processor of the spider tank. It is very likely that he will discover us. The mental devil reminded him. What do you think? Do you want to fight him right now? Or do you want to hide in the depths of the crystal processor so that he won't discover us? Hide and observe, of course. We haven't figured out what happened to Lu Qingqian, the Puppet King. Li Yao said, we are here to fish in troubled waters and fish in troubled waters. We are not here to fish in troubled waters and wait to be hunted by other people. Although Li Yao and Lu Qingqian were irreconcilable mortal enemies on different paths, there was an even more important and mysterious enemy in front of them who was hiding behind the scenes of the 5 great sages of the sanctuary. There was no way that 2 mysterious visitors of the Star Glory Federation would attack each other before the 5 Supreme Masters were discovered. Wouldn't that be hilarious? Therefore, when the cold tentacles crawled in through the gaps on the shell of the spider tank, Li Yao and the mental devil both tried their best to shrink their souls and erase all traces of tampering inside the mainframe crystal processor while they observed the invasion of the Puppet King quietly. The Puppet King, Lu Qingqian, did not expect that his old friend Li Yao would sneak into the Xianxia squad. His main target was still Major Chu Zhixiao. Infiltrating Chu Zhixiao's brain and corrupting her soul was not an easy task. It would consume a lot of the Puppet King's computational ability. Therefore, the invasion of the spider tanks was just a routine procedure. After a brief search, they found nothing wrong and simply let it be. Li Yao, on the other hand, took the opportunity to perceive and analyze the ripples around Chu Zhixiao's brain. He reorganized invisible streams of data and waterfalls of information into photoelectric signals, trying to break into the illusion that the Puppet King had set up for Chu Zhixiao. Li Yao was an expert in mental attacks and illusions, too. He shared the same origin as Lu Qingqian, the Puppet King, and soon decrypted the ripples of the Puppet King. He seemed to have seen that colorful ripples were spreading in the air of the previously empty building, in which thousands of sand-like figures were condensed. The figures were then condensed into raging flames, which were like reversed blood. The blood was floating in midair bit by bit, creating a weird illusion. Backed by the flames of blood, the plump man, the Puppet King, was smiling at Chu Zhixiao. He was wearing clothes that were red, green, wrinkled, and full of bubbles. The front of his boots was curled up, and he was wearing gloves that looked like cotton candy and a funny hat. He looked like a clown from a nightmare. Chu Zhixiao attacked the Puppet King with his dagger time and time again. But every time he cut the round body of the Puppet King, fluffy cotton would spurt out. The puppet king flew out like a cloud and condensed again not far away. The smile on his face was even more mysterious. Finally, Chu Zhixiao realized that he was in an illusion. He stopped attacking and breathed heavily, trying to find a way to get away. Puppet King, what do you want exactly? Chu Zhixiao put the dagger back into his boots and stared at the hunter above the trap like a leopard that had fallen into a trap. Wasn't my purpose made public just now? Didn't Major Chu hear it clearly? The Puppet King opened his thick and short arms and smiled. I want to awaken the brilliance of human nature. I want to regain the lost dignity of mankind. I want to activate the greatest strength hidden in the bottom of everyone's heart and break the hateful cage so that all the experiments can find a way out. You are lying. There is no way out. Chu Zhixiao bellowed. Since you've been controlling the entire system of eternal brightness for a long time, you should have known through the mainframe crystal processor and the observation and scanning magical equipment on the shell of the Starship that there was no meteoroid shower at all, and that it was all intentional. The Heresy Interrogation Bureau and the God Bless Army have surrounded the well. Even if the citizens of light can control eternal brightness, there is no way that they can get out. 1/10 of the people, let's say 1%, 1,000th, 1,000th, or even 1,000th, can forget about getting out. There is no way out. You are lying. You are tempting them to die for nothing. You are creating chaos with their sacrifices so that you and only you can get out. You are wrong, Major Chu. You are terribly wrong. The Puppet King extended one of his fingers and shook it. If I cared about my own life and death, there would have been no need for me to make such a big fuss in the Light Chaser and the Spiritual Connection Temple. You would have been able to trace me back to this place. You have to admit that, if I hadn't been in such a hurry, you wouldn't have been able to lock onto my real self, which is right inside eternal brightness. Want to wake up these people, my most beloved compatriots of mankind, at any cost, even without caring about my own insignificant life. Yes, you are right. There is no way that they can run away. But so what? At least, in the last 12 hours of their life, they have awakened their humanity. They have become real human beings. They will die a hero's death with the dignity and pride of human beings. Their fighting will be remembered by all mankind forever. As the saying goes, if one learns the truth in the morning, one can die in the evening without regret. Major Chu, do you think a man should be a coward for the rest of his life and wait to be killed like a pig? Do you think he doesn't know the meaning of his life until his death? Doesn't know that he is just an experiment in someone else's hands? Or is he a warrior who can control his own life in a short span of 12 hours and bring the dignity, pride, glory, and significance of his life to maximum? 1 second. 10,000 years. We are going to die anyway. Death is not scary. The real question is, what did we leave in that 1 second or 10,000 years? Don't you think so? Therefore, I am helping my compatriots to retrieve the things that they lost 300 years ago. It doesn't matter whether or not they can occupy the bridge and escape. What matters is that nobody can trample on their dignity, manipulate their lives, and defile their noble souls. You? Chu Zhixiao was dazed for a long time. She didn't know whether it was because she was moved by the Puppet King's words, or because she couldn't find any words to despise the lunatic. Seeing the crazy smile on his face, she suddenly realized something. You lured us to this place on purpose. Why? We are not important people. Is it worth your trouble? Liao was very interested in the answer to the question, too. He did not dare to release any soul waves, fearing that he might interrupt the Puppet King's spell on Chu Zhixiao. It's worth it, Major Chu. Don't underestimate yourself. My most important target is you. The Puppet King smiled. I want to wake you up, just like I woke up thousands of citizens of the light. I want to wake you up as the commander of the Slaughter Goddess and the Xianxia squad, as a major of the God Bless Army. I want to wake up your dignity as a human being so that you can truly live. Me? Chu Zhixiao was greatly surprised. How is it possible? Stop fooling yourself. With your wisdom and the toughness of your soul, there is no way that you can be brainwashed enough to erase all the memories inside your brain. Therefore, you should remember the bits and pieces of your past, the cruel tortures that you have been subjected to, and the identity of your mother. The puppet king said casually, I am the leader of the heart of God. But the earliest heart of God was not established by me but by a woman named Spirit Chu, more than 100 years ago. Do you remember her? The two words Chu Zhiling left a deep impression on Chu Zhixiao's soul like burning iron. Liao could even hear tiny ripples surging out of Chu Zhixiao's soul like the white smoke when a soldering iron touched flesh. And no, Chu Zhixiao bellowed, his voice shaking. You are lying. What are you guilty about? The puppet king smiled. You are the commander of the Xianxia squad, responsible for investigating the leader of the new generation of the Heart of God. Have you never heard of the previous leader of the Heart of God? There's no need to lie to me. It's useless. Even if you can lie to me, you can't lie to yourself. In fact, you've known your background for a long time, haven't you? You are well aware that you are the daughter of the previous president of the God's Heart Association, Chu Ling, and that you were not bred for love, reproduction, and other human purposes. You are just the product of a cruel, cold plan, the product of the Devil's Child Project, and the only lucky one among all the brothers and sisters who died miserably. The puppet king snapped his fingers. Twisted and horrifying pictures immediately appeared in the blood flames nearby. Inside countless translucent breeding vesicles, tiny fetuses were crouching in the artificial amniotic fluid. Stimulated by various drugs and manually manufactured procedures, slender nerves and veins were growing out. Most of the embryos were deemed to be unqualified products before they were mature. The nutrition liquids were drained and destroyed immediately. Even the few babies who were successfully conceived had to undergo the strictest tests and the cruelest modifications. In all kinds of indescribable pain, the flowers of life that had yet to bloom withered directly. In the end, all the flowers withered, except for one, which was Major Chu Zhixiao. Do you remember now? The puppet king asked intentionally. In fact, without my reminder, the broken pictures often appear in your deepest nightmares, don't they? L. Naturally knew the existence of the pictures and the significance of my creation. Chu Zhixiao bit his lips so hard that they were almost bleeding. He breathed hard and said, But somebody has to bear the burden in order to maintain the most important order. Ha! Order. Ha 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 ha. What kind of order? The puppet king held his stomach with his hands and laughed exaggeratedly. Is it the worker bees who work in silence in the depths of the mines until they die? Or is it the soldier bees who work in the bottom level of starships that are full of heat, radiation, and venomous gas without any protection and have an average life expectancy of 50 to 60 years? Or is it the same as the citizens of light in front of us, who live in their man-made dreams muddle-headedly like pigs and are being studied as experiment subjects generation after generation? Even if the so-called order can be maintained for thousands of years, so what? Don't you feel that it is the greatest sorrow for mankind to live in such an order forever? No, I don't need thousands of years. In the near future, the gods will wake up and give us all the ultimate answers. Haha, gods. Do you really believe in the gods, Major Chu? The puppet king was more and more proud and scornful. Sharp brilliance beamed out of his eyes, which looked like black holes, and pierced into the depths of Chu Zhixiao's soul. He shook his short and thick fingers faster. No, your eyes tell me that you don't believe the bullshit. You are full of doubts, pain, and fury about your birth. But you don't know how to resist or whom to turn to. You don't know what will happen if your resistance succeeds. Therefore, you can only fool yourself and sedate yourself with Master Zhi Shan's lies, so that your battered, bleeding soul will be scabbed. As long as it is scabbed, it will be less painful, won't it? It makes sense. Even though you are as strong as a divinity transformation stage cultivator and the ultimate weapon known as Slaughter Goddess, your struggles and resistance are insignificant and ridiculous in front of the 5 great masters and the state machine that they control. So many of your brothers and sisters have been killed by them, and you are the only one left. What can you do? If resisting is impossible, then the only thing you can do is to obey and keep anesthetizing yourself, forcing yourself to believe that obedience is the only right and even the most sacred thing in the world. Only in such a way can your soul not be in so much pain that it is on the verge of destruction. Only in such a way can you barely survive, live like a worm, and live like a machine. Am I right? He was absolutely right. The mental devil said to Liao excitedly. That's what I thought too. The puppet king, Lu Qingchen, is simply my confidant. What's your stance? Liao said. Don't be fooled by the big villains so quickly, will you? Chu Zhixiao's face was pale. Her soul was shivering violently. She could barely condense her body in the illusion. Her body was melting and dispersing like chimneys. Her face was full of pain. Thin, long red lines appeared on her snow-white skin, as if her soul had been scarred and broken into countless pieces. I'm sorry that I have to tear open your newly created wound in such a way. It must be very painful, isn't it? The puppet king apologized. Only in such a way can you face your true self. So, I'm sorry. But, the red lines around Chu Zhixiao were getting denser and denser. The color in her eyes was gone, too. She smiled bitterly. Since you know that Master Zhishan is too strong for ordinary people to resist, what can you do even if you wake me up? Allow me to repeat. If you learn the Tao in the morning, you can die in peace at night. The puppet king smiled. In the long run, everybody will die, and every civilization will be destroyed. The key is how we live and how we leave an indelible mark in the sea of stars. It doesn't matter whether or not the citizens of Light City can escape. Similarly, if you can awaken, it doesn't matter whether or not you can overthrow the reign of the 5 Supreme Masters. What matters is that the fact that you have awakened yourself represents the victory of humanity. This is enough. If Major Chu, one of the most distinguished experiment subjects of the Devil's Child Project and a major who has been brainwashed and educated loyally for countless years, can blossom with the brilliance of humanity, who in the entire sanctuary can't? As long as I can retrieve the ripples that burst out of your soul the moment you were awakened, it is possible that I can develop something that you call a brain virus and spread it to the nerve endings of the entire sanctuary so that all the people of the sanctuary will feel that you've broken out of your cage and found yourself again. By then, even if everybody on Eternal Brightness is dead, you are dead, and I am dead, the spirit of mankind will be passed on for all eternity. The brilliance of humanity will illuminate every corner of the evil kingdom. Thousands of people will stand up and carry on our legacy. They will love, grit their teeth, hate, fight, and live a wonderful life. Such a world is what the future should be, isn't it? Chu Zhixiao was rendered speechless, but the long, narrow red lines all over her body were crawling toward her face, especially her eyes, as if they were trying to swallow her. Human nature can't be stopped. Neither the greatest master nor the deities and devils in the universe can. Look at your companions. While talking, the puppet king snapped his fingers again. In the raging flames of blood around him, other than the pictures that he had stolen from the database of the Devil's Child Project, there were more than 10 new pictures of Chu Zhixiao, who had been strictly modified since childhood. The protagonists of the picture were Yuanko the Titan and Guan Qixing the 7-star. However, the Yuanko in the picture was no longer the super strong man who was as tough as a bear and as strong as a tiger. He was crying and holding his head like a thin and terrified child. In the pictures nearby, the little boy was lying on the operation bed and undergoing all kinds of terrifying modifications. Even Liao was secretly shocked by the bloody and cruel modification. In another picture, Guan Qixing, on the other hand, was splitting into 7 people who looked exactly the same at first glance. They were gritting their teeth and staring at each other. He seemed to have fallen into a maze of mirrors. There were mirrors everywhere on the walls and in the sky. New mirrors were installed inside the mirrors, reflecting, refracting, and diffracting. The 7 stars became 70, 700, and 77,000. Don't come over. Don't come over. It hurts. It hurts. The little boy on the operating table was so scared that he even peed his pants. In another picture, Yuanko as a supergiant was crouching and crying in fear, too. But Guan Qixing said to himself in the mirror and in the mirror, "You are not me. I am me. Who am I exactly? Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? Who am I?" He suddenly crashed into the mirror, breaking it into thousands of pieces, only to add a new version of himself to each piece. The confusion in his eyes made him more confused than ever. You invaded their brains at the same time and cast them into illusions. Chu Zhixiao found it hard to believe. How is it possible? Your capability. You still don't understand. It's not about how strong I am or how skilled I am at creating illusions. It is them, the Puppet King said. You have your own mental devil. If you are absolutely loyal to the great sage and all the deities in the universe, I won't be able to invade your soul however good my narcotic ability is. It's a pity that mental devil is hidden inside every member of the Star Glory Federation. The name of the mental devil is human nature. At first, Titan Yuanko was just an ordinary little boy, if not weaker than his peers. It was because he went through a refinement that was unimaginably harsh and hundreds of times more rigorous than yours that he ended up like this. It was both his luck and not his misfortune. The super self-healing ability that he was born with forced him to endure decades of torment. He could not enjoy eternal peace like his companions who had passed away early. Although his internal organs turned into an iron beast that looked like a black iron tower, he was still the little boy who was scared of pain and blood in the deepest part of his soul. He was scared that he would be sent back to the operating table for repairing after every battle. Therefore, he tried his best not to be wounded and blew up all the enemies with the craziest firepower before he shed even one drop of blood. This is his mental devil. Can you say that such a mental devil should not exist? Same goes for Guan Qixing. On the surface, he is an expert who is obsessed with technology and extremely calm. He never cares about anything other than crystal processors and the spiritual nexus, including the question of who he is. However, how can anyone not be interested in the question of, who am I? The calmer he appears to be, the more intense the torment in his heart will be. This question is like a python that is filled with venom that has entangled his soul, causing his soul to split into 7 pieces of mutual hatred without him knowing. Each piece wants to swallow the other 6 pieces and become the unique Guan Qixing. Nobody desires to share memories, emotions, and bodies with other people. They are the human beings who value their self highly. TM sorry. I didn't mean for you to fall into the illusion. I just wanted to tear open the shell that covered your soul and let you face your true self. I wanted to wake up your human nature that had been sealed for a long time and let you taste the taste of a real human being. Even if I could only do it for half a day, for an hour, for a minute, or for a second, it would be fine. As the Puppet King roared evilly and charmingly, Chu Zhixiao's soul had been tied up by the red lines. Her head in the illusion was like a complicated mess. No, don't even think about corrupting me. Your twisted theories are all wrong. Chu Zhixiao's hands were deeply buried in the crimson mess. He offered his last feeble resistance. What is right and what is wrong? The Puppet King closed in. Order is right, and chaos is wrong. Chu Zhixiao bellowed in pain. With the chaos outside, so many people have turned into animals and shed their precious blood for nothing. Is this your rescue? The people of the Star Glory Federation are already terminally ill. A full-scale operation is mandatory. Of course, the operation will bleed, and the internal organs will be messed up. There is even a high risk that the patient will die on the operating table, but can you refuse the operation just because of the pain, bleeding, and risk? It is the only way to save mankind. The Puppet King said matter-of-factly, without destruction, there can be no construction. The evil order has been established for too long. Only the most furious chaos can shatter it. Then, in the ruins left by the chaos, a new order, an incomparably bright order, will gradually rise. It will be an order that is completely formulated by us, human beings. An order that we, as the masters of the universe, have personally established. You are crazy, you out-and-out lunatic. Chu Zhixiao's body was almost broken into scattered blood streaks. But she did not yield. Don't forget that there is still the Imperium of true human beings. The collapse of the Order of the Sanctuary Alliance will only give opportunities to the evil Imperium. I know the Imperium of true human beings very well. It is definitely not what the civilization of mankind should look like in the future. Even Black Dream Yun Haixin, as an immortal cultivator, said that he wants the Imperium and the Sanctuary to be destroyed if possible. Nobody should live in such a place. Are you a pure lunatic? Or are you a spy sent by the Imperium whose purpose is to mess up the Holy Alliance so that the Imperium can rule the entire universe? Imperium of true human beings? Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Major Chu, I have to admit that your question pisses me off. You are underestimating me, aren't you? The corners of the puppet king's mouth gradually split open, extending all the way to his ears. He sneered silently. The Imperium of true human beings was a declining nation at the end of the era of the Imperium of true human beings. It was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. How could it produce a savior like me? No, I'm not a citizen of the Imperium, nor am I a pure immortal cultivator. You don't need to worry. The chaos that I'm going to create will include the Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance. When the Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance fight and both suffer heavy losses, when most of the puppets manipulated by the gods in the center of the Sea of Stars perish together with the immortal cultivators who are deeply mired in the mud of evil, a new force will come out and deal with them. The civilization of mankind will be able to withstand such a strike and thrive even more brilliantly than right now. I'm 100% confident about that. What? A new organization? Chu Zhixiao's soul was almost frozen. Even the bloody threads that were dancing around him were frozen in midair. What? Liao, who had snuck into the illusion to eavesdrop, was greatly surprised, too. What do you mean? What does the Puppet King mean? Maybe Chu Zhixiao would interpret the new forces that the Puppet King talked about as the heart of God's society. But Liao was very clear that the Puppet King was referring to the Star Glory Federation. Well, it sounds like the Puppet King Lu Qingqian is planning to make a plan so that both the Star Ocean Imperium and the Sanctuary will suffer heavy losses. The raging flames of war will burn through the center of the Sea of Stars and kill most of the citizens of the Star Ocean Imperium and the Sanctuary. The mental devil explained considerately, you see, if a cosmic war breaks out and almost all the people of the Star Ocean Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance are killed, the civilization in the center of the universe will regress by hundreds of years. Hundreds of sectors will turn into radiation wastelands, and countless planets will be blown to smithereens. The remaining people will be naked, out of ammunition, and out of food. They will hide in the caves and shiver in fear. The starships that are as magnificent as mountains will be wasted, and the once glorious army will turn into bandit gangs and bandits. At that time, wouldn't the Star Glory Federation, the only federation with a technological advantage, arrive in the center of the Sea of Stars as the savior and clean up the mess without any trouble, reaping all the benefits? Liao was silent for a long time, but he struggled to say, the Empyrean Terminus sector and Empyrean Terminus planet alone have a population of almost 100 billion. The population of the entire Imperium is simply incalculable. Together with the Sanctuary Alliance, which is no smaller than the Imperium, how many people are there? 5 trillion or 10 trillion. If we want the order in the center of the Sea of Stars to collapse, at least 30% or even 50% of them will have to be killed. This. I think you are missing something, the mental devil replied. In the national wars of the previous dynasties, when the order collapsed, it was not an exaggeration to say that 9 out of 10 rooms were empty. It was not unusual for the children to be swapped. It would not be strange if 90% of the population was lost. After all, one death is one death. 100 million deaths is just a series of numbers. 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion, 11 trillion. What's the difference for the Puppet King Lu Qingqian? The most important thing is that the victims are not the Federation but the enemies of the Federation, the Imperium, and the Sanctuary Alliance. Remember, not everyone is as wishy-washy and soft-hearted as you. You even care about the lives of the citizens of the enemy nation. Even many cultivators don't object to collateral damage when attacking the enemy nation, right? If you care about the lives of the civilians of the enemy nation and don't attack the important military targets, then how are you going to fight the war? In order to carry out his own path, Lu Qingqian was willing to sacrifice the lives of countless federal citizens when he was in the Federation, not to mention the lives of the Imperium and the people of the Sanctuary Alliance right now. In his eyes, and even in the eyes of many federal citizens, it was an act of justice for the interest of the nation and the long-lasting peace. Liao was lost for words for a moment. It was not until a long time later that he said, "Anyways, what he did was wrong. He violated the bottom line of human nature and the fundamental spirit of the Star Glory Federation in the name of humanity. It was an out-and-out massacre and a crime against mankind." Yes, yes, yes. You are right. You have always been right. However, the mental devil said, "I would very much like to know that you are confident that you can reach a balance between the Star Glory Federation and the Sanctuary Alliance and find a small space of survival for the Star Glory Federation under such a fragile balance. It is the foothold for all your operations. However, what if you fail? If you fail and the balance is broken, either the Star Glory Federation will swallow the Star Glory Federation or the Star Glory Federation will swallow the Star Glory Federation. But whoever swallows the Star Glory Federation will certainly extend their tentacles to the Star Glory Federation. At that time, the Star Glory Federation will be doomed forever. All the people of the Star Glory Federation and the so-called Cultivation world will be obliterated. If Lu Qingqian's plan could lead to the loss of both the Star Glory Federation and the Sanctuary Alliance, and most of the people in the center of the Sea of Stars would be wiped out, the civilization and technology would plummet, and the Star Glory Federation would be saved. It would even create a golden opportunity for the Star Glory Federation to become the dominator of the Sea of Stars and the leader of the human civilization. Do you think it's not good? Let's simplify the question. This is the only choice. If one side has to be wiped out, will you choose to let your motherland and your compatriots, the Star Glory Federation and the Federation, be wiped out? Or will you let your enemy, the Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance, which are hundreds of times larger in number, be wiped out and let the Federation clean up the mess of the civilization as the savior to create new glory? Liao's soul was bubbling like a spring, indicating his anxiety and hesitation. "I's a simple question. Why didn't you ask me who I was going to save when my wife and my mother fell into the river at the same time?" Liao asked back. The mental devil smiled and did not bother him. It simply said, "Forget it. Let's talk about it later." Not far away, Chu Zhixiao was deeply shocked by the Puppet King's words. "Too," she exclaimed. "What plan? What are you up to exactly?" "Naturally, I cannot tell you my real plan right now," the Puppet King said casually. "You just need to be 100% sure that there is a way to turn the center of the Sea of Stars into a chaotic swirl in which the most brilliant humanity will be released. Then you can rebuild the brightness on the debris. Last time we met, I said that I was not a citizen of the Star Ocean Imperium but from an extremely remote place. In my hometown I tried to realize my dream too, but at that time the conditions were too immature. I was indeed too hasty. It was only natural that I failed in the end. But failure is the mother of success. There are no revolutionary changes that can be made overnight, are there? When I drifted in the depths of the Sea of Stars and accidentally landed in the Sanctuary Alliance, I discovered that there were all the basic elements to realize my dream. You have the most advanced spiritual nexus and crystal processors, the most advanced artificial embryo-bearing technology, the psychic temple, and countless starships, all of which serve as nodes of the spiritual nexus and are embedded in the enormous national machines. There are also countless blank brains that are waiting for me to instill the soldiers and the worker bees. It is a miracle and a promised land that the heavens have bestowed upon me. It's a pity. It's a pity that your kind masters are too wasteful. They have everything that makes them gods and devils, but they only use such things to destroy humanity. They degrade themselves and become slaves forever. No. The spiritual nexus, the crystal processors, the artificial breeding technology, and the thousands of soldier bees and worker bees should be in my hands. By then, humanity will be liberated, and mankind will be fully awakened. We'll know what Lu Qingqian is going to do. While the Puppet King was laughing crazily, the mental devil suddenly spoke. "What?" Liao was deeply stimulated and somewhat intimidated by the unbridled and complacent aura emanating from the Puppet King. "If you've forgotten, let me repeat Lu Qingqian's target. In the early years of the Federation," the mental devil said, "the Guy and Mo Xian drew a magnificent blueprint together. To realize the full virtualization and nexusization of the civilization of mankind, It was very likely that the ultimate form of the civilization was that all human beings did not need a body of flesh and blood. The reproductive system that could pass on genes and the core of the brain that could maintain the most fundamental self would be preserved so that the consumption of resources would be minimized. The soul of human beings and the essence of human civilization can be moved to the virtual world built by the spiritual nexus and the crystal processors, which is the spiritual world. In the spirit world, everyone's desires, imagination, and creativity can be released to the limit. Even if the entire world is turned upside down, it doesn't matter. In the blink of an eye, everything can be started all over again. In the meantime, they can also design a lot of shells with different appearances and functions, like the upgraded versions of artificial bodies, battle puppets, and even the giant god soldiers. The souls of human beings can enter the shells at their will and move and modify them freely in the material world, thereby completing the virtual world's control over the material world. This is the ultimate future of the human civilization that Lu Qingchen and Mo Xian envisioned. You don't need to explain it so clearly. Liao replied, "Of course, I remember the picture that they painted. Objectively speaking, such a future is not necessarily wrong. However, thousands of years of preparation are still needed. They were too hasty and violated the objective laws of evolution. Naturally, they were doomed. Yes, according to the materialistic foundation of the Star Glory Federation, they were indeed too hasty. Even Lu Qingchen admitted that his actions were too reckless when the conditions were still immature. However, the mental devil said, the dream that can't be achieved in the Federation may not necessarily be impossible in the Sanctuary either. The Star Glory Federation and the Covenant Alliance are two completely different countries in terms of social system, popular will, spiritual nexus, and crystal processor technology. Before the Netherworld Devils were exposed, the technology of the spiritual nexus and the crystal processors of the Star Glory Federation was not very advanced. They were still in the early stages of the development of artificial intelligence, which was not enough to support Lu Qingchen's and Mo Xian's grand dream. To reach the level of the Tinder plan and create a virtual world was already the best they could do. Besides, the subordinate worlds of the Star Glory Federation attach great importance to the self-sufficiency of the habitable planets. Every planet has its own self-circulating ability. To put it bluntly, even if the Great Unification spiritual nexus is disrupted, the civilization will not collapse immediately. Can't the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector form their own system? More importantly, the human heart. The Federation is a relatively traditional and conservative, normal country. From the rulers to the middle-level managers, the soldiers and the civilians have all established an indestructible belief after hundreds of years of fighting and education. How can they accept soul migration into the virtual world, where only the core of the brain and the reproductive system are kept in the real world, and the artificial bodies will be manipulated to move around in the real world? Sounds like a weird and terrifying way of life. Therefore, Lu Qingchen and Mo Xian had been challenging an impossible mission since the very beginning. They were well aware that the odds of success were slim, and they were merely trying to inspire their successors in any case. Professor Mo Xian had made it very clear when he passed away. Think about it. Even if Lu Qingchen and Mo Xian's plan worked out and they hijacked the entire Black Wind Fleet, sabotaged most of the supercrystal processors of the Star Glory Federation, and paralyzed the entire Federation, so what? Would they have been able to force the Federation to be reborn into a new life form? It was impossible. Let's not talk about whether or not the citizens of the Federation could accept it and whether or not there would be 100 years of resistance. The medical and crystal processor technology of the Federation at that time was far from enough to support a super world with a population of tens of billions. Fair enough. Liao admitted. Lu Qingchen has been crazy since the very beginning. That's why he got himself killed. He was burnt to ashes under the iron fist of justice. Yes, his virtualization of all mankind plan will never work out in the Federation, but what about in the Sanctuary Alliance? The mental devil said coldly, have you noticed that the Sanctuary Alliance is a perfect kingdom tailor-made for Lu Qingchen's plan? All the conditions and technologies that are not mature in the Federation are mature and complete here. Firstly, as a civilization of quasi-beetles, The Sanctuary Alliance boasts the most advanced crystal processors and the spiritual nexus technology among the three forces, doesn't it? It does not mean that the supercrystal processors of the Star Glory Federation are much better than those of the Star Glory Federation and the Star Glory Federation. It means that the Star Glory Federation is a nation that relies solely on the spiritual nexus. The spiritual nexus has penetrated into every capillary and nerve ending of the nation and even into the brains of every worker bee and soldier bee. Information lifeforms such as us, be it you or me, Xiao Ming, Wenwen, the Fist King, or the Puppet King, Lu Qingchen, the more developed the spiritual nexus is, the more we can bring out our full strength and even trigger our unlimited potential. Secondly, the medical technology of the Sanctuary Alliance is very advanced, too. I'm referring to the studies of the human brain and the technology of artificial embryos. In Lu Qingchen's ultimate picture, the redundant organs of human beings can be removed, leaving only the core of the brain and the reproductive system. Even the reproductive system is not necessary. As long as we can find a way to reproduce the genes of human beings infinitely and maintain the ability to mutate, everything will be fine. Such technology is not available in the Federation or the Imperium, but enough to accommodate the Homo evolutus modified by Lu Qingchen, is quite popular in the Sanctuary Alliance. The brainwashing of the psychic temple involves a lot of brain surgery and psychology techniques. The manufacturing factory is where human beings are stored and reproduced. The most important point is that, whether it is the Federation or the Imperium, people have independent thinking and a stubborn will. They won't give up their current life forms easily. Besides, they are very suspicious and resistant to information life forms or spirits. Isn't that why we have been considering how to confess the existence of Xiao Ming and Wenwen step by step? Lu Qingchen's plan would have raised a riot both in the Federation and in the Imperium. 100 years of debate might have even ruined his reputation and killed him. But in the Sanctuary Alliance, in the goddamn Sanctuary Alliance, the vast majority of people are soldiers and worker bees without any self-awareness. Their brains are like a blank sheet of paper that other people can paint at will. The Great Master hoped that the brains of the soldier bees and the worker bees would remain pure and clean, but Lu Qingchen wanted thousands upon thousands of brains to be painted with his colors. Since he could implant the viruses of disillusionment, glory, gluttony, love, fury, and so on into people's brains, why couldn't he implant the idea that the Spirit Clan was the perfect ultimate form of the human civilization and that all of us would find eternal happiness in the virtual world? At that time, billions of soldier bees and worker bees will become his believers in the blink of an eye. The magnificent blueprint that should have taken thousands of years to realize will probably arrive in the human world overnight. Liao felt that his soul was completely frozen, like a frozen ocean. Below the frozen waves, cracking noises were echoing, indicating that his mind was shivering. That's right, Liao mumbled. The Holy Alliance is indeed a more suitable place to realize the virtualization of human beings than the Federation. But does Lu Qingchen really have enough computational ability to defeat the 5 Supreme Masters and control the entire Fuxi system? Nobody knows whether or not he has enough computational ability. But right now, it is indeed his best, if not his only, opportunity. If I were him, I would also choose to take a gamble right now. Look, the mental devil said. The war between the Star Glory Federation and the Imperium is drawing near. If the two super-dominators in the center of the Sea of Stars really start a strategical war, billions of stars will be burnt to the ground in the blink of an eye. How much pressure will it bring to the leaders of both sides? At that time, even if the 5 great masters were blessed by the gods, they would have been overwhelmed by the tremendous military pressure and drained of all their brain cells. Their computational ability and defense ability would have hit rock bottom. Besides, the people of the Imperium wouldn't just wait to be killed. They would certainly try everything they could to attack the pivot of the Sanctuary Alliance. Like you and me, aren't we the daggers that the Star Ocean Imperium sent to stab the heart of the Sanctuary Alliance? If the Holy Alliance and the Imperium are as destructive as Lu Qingchen imagined, and 1 or 2 of the 5 great sages are killed, it is not impossible for him to invade the remaining sages' brains and even control the entire Fuxi system. We still don't know how far Lu Qingchen has evolved. nor do we know what the mysterious existence behind him is. We don't know whether or not he can transform the Fuxi system into a magnificent, boundless spiritual world. Such a plan is naturally very risky, and the odds of success are very high. But think about it from Lu Qingxin's point of view. He is a remnant soul who has nothing in the first place. If he does not take the opportunity to take a gamble, when will he? Wow! Liao said. Now that you mention it, the difficulty of the mission seems to have increased exponentially. It was already difficult enough to reach a mutual deterrence between the Star Ocean Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance. Isn't it even more difficult now that Lu Qingxin, the Puppet King, is interfering? Of course. Your goal is to reach a balance between the Star Ocean Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance, the mental devil said. Naturally, you are on tenterhooks and treading on thin ice, like a mother who has been bullied by both sides and is faced with two ferocious tigers. Let alone the failure of the mission. Even if the mission is a success, somebody might still accuse you of weakness and compromise. But Lu Qingxin is different. His purpose is to stir the conflicts between the Star Glory Federation and the Imperium and make sure that the strategical final battle between the two parties can be carried out as planned and that the fire of war will burn brighter and brighter. Before the last drop of blood of the two parties is burnt, it must not be extinguished. Anyways, whichever side was stronger, he would sabotage them from the inside and drag them down. Whichever side seemed to be on the verge of total collapse, he would help them in secret, adding oil to the fire. Beat, beat, beat. He would beat the center of the Sea of Stars into the most miserable ruins. Sabotaging is always easier than balancing. Lu Qingxin's task is much easier than yours. As long as the two parties are exhausted and barely have any soldiers left, it is very likely that he will control the remaining forces of the Holy Alliance and swallow the scattered soldiers of the Imperium. He will then lay a trap for the expedition army of the Federation and swallow the elites of the Federation. Moreover, he announced his true identity to the entire Star Glory Federation without any schemes at all. But so what? He destroyed the two dominators in the center of the Sea of Stars and made the Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance a mess. He gave the Federation the only opportunity to rise. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that even you, the Supreme of the Three Realms and the Father of the Federation, could not provide. Would the Federation not work with him to clean up the mess and establish the dominators of the Federation in the universe? Would they not fight him until the end? Of course, Lu Qingxin must have practiced his skills to the highest level. At that time, he wouldn't have forced the Federation to accept the idea of virtualization of all human beings. At most, he would have experimented on the territory of the Sanctuary Alliance under his control and let the Federation see the advantages of his system. Then, he would have subtly modified the Federation over 100 years. I believe that he was quite patient. All in all, as long as he successfully takes control of the Holy Alliance, he will have a lot of cards to play. He won't be as desperate and crazy as he was in the Federal era. By then, even if he fights for the Great Tao openly, you may not be his match. Liao secretly spat. How sordid. Please don't state such obvious facts every time. It will only be a waste of your saliva and make you look angry and helpless. The mental devil said. If so, the purpose of Lu Qingxin's trap is obvious now. He was not lying. Major Chu Zhixiao, captain of the Xianxia squad, is indeed an important target and an indispensable part of Lu Qingxin's plan. This is because Chu Zhixiao is the most perfect experiment subject for the Devil's Child project. It is safe to say that he represents the greatest achievement of the brainwashing technology of the Star Glory Federation. As long as we analyze Chu Zhixiao's soul, we will be able to grasp the fatal flaws of the brainwashing technology of the Star Glory Federation and even find the loopholes in the mental defense of the 5 great masters. You also know that the battle against the civilization of bees is different from the battle against the Imperium. It doesn't matter how many starships and troops the enemy has destroyed. The key lies in the Queen Bee, or in other words, the 5 wise masters. Even if none of the starships are destroyed, as long as the mainframe is destroyed and the Queen Bee is controlled, the entire sanctuary will be under your control. It was exactly because Chu Zhixiao was so valuable that Lu Qingxin, the puppet king, tried to convince him even though he was the bait. I think that he might be concocting a brain virus that is specifically designed for the 5 supreme kindness. As long as he can convince Chu Zhixiao to open his soul and let him study the soul structure of the slaughter goddess, as well as the traces that the supreme kindness left in the depths of Chu Zhixiao's soul, he will be able to complete the refinement of the new brain virus and corrupt the 5 supreme kindness. While Li Yao and the mental devil were engaged in a fierce collision, Chu Zhixiao was also fascinated by Lu Qingchen, the puppet king. If his soul could sweat, Li Yao's soul would have turned into a fountain by now. Due to the urgency of the situation, he could not care less about whether or not he was exposed. He summoned his soul and lunged at Chu Zhixiao. "Major!" Li Yao shouted in a high-pitched voice. I'm here to save you. You must not believe this big baddie. Go from one extreme to another. Ha! The fat clown was slightly stunned. His marshmallow-like arm suddenly transformed into a long black whip that ruthlessly slashed towards Li Yao. With the strength of Li Yao's soul, if he summoned all his strength, he could certainly block the attack easily. But right now, he was merely pretending to be an ordinary spider tank. Even if it boasted a certain level of artificial intelligence, it was definitely no match for the puppet king. Li Yao had no choice but to resist the mental attack. He was battered and on the verge of collapse. The puppet king. Lu Qingchen seemed to have never expected that his old enemy, who had beaten him into a ghost and run away, would end up like this. He was not suspicious at all and did not bother to waste his computational ability on Li Yao. He glanced around and returned to Chu Zhixiao. "How about it, Major Chu? Have you realized what is going on?" Red pig. Chu Zhixiao, on the other hand, could not bear to see Li Yao's battered and broken appearance. The blood vessels in his eyes that were about to be torn apart immediately retreated as he roared. "Don't hurt my red pig, you bastard. You are no different from other people. You are just trying to manipulate me. Even if I am truly awakened, I don't have to become your slave." Boom. Boom, 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 boom. The bloody threads and mist that had just tied her up all exploded. Her soul blossomed in the explosion, unleashing countless sabers of flames and slashing the illusions into pieces. The hilarious clown vanished in the mist, too, amid cold laughter. Red pig. Breaking the illusion seemed to consume all of Chu Zhixiao's mental and physical strength. Her legs went soft, and she was about to kneel down. But because of her concern for the spider tank, she gritted her teeth and staggered toward Li Yao. "Are you all right?" I'm fine. I was so scared just now. My database seemed to have been seriously attacked and was almost taken over by the big baddie. Thankfully, the major woke up in time. Li Yao's voice moved back and forth between trembling and excitement without the slightest trace of pretense. "What the major said just now was awesome. You shouldn't have become anyone's slave. You are you, the unique major, is that so?" Confirming that he had returned to the real world, Chu Zhixiao took a long breath in relief, only to smile bitterly. Confusion was written all over the slaughter goddess's face. He did not seem to know what to do or where to go next. Yes, she was the ultimate weapon of slaughter. But there were too many unresolvable problems in the world. Outside, the citizens of light were still screaming in fury. There was no telling where the black mist came from, but it was getting thicker and thicker until it covered every inch of the abandoned building. Chu Zhixiao's pupils constricted violently. She heard footsteps behind her that sounded like dry leaves falling to the ground. Li Yao's and the mental devil's souls rippled subtly, too. They sensed that a strong vitality magnetic field was drawing close, too. Black Dream Yun Haixin appeared out of the black smoke silently and stared at Major Chu Zhixiao like a zombie who had lost all hope. Yun Haixin, Chu Zhixiao, He Meng, and the Major, the two most mysterious outsiders in the Xianxia squad of the Inquisition Bureau, were confronting each other coldly in the black smoke. "You're not telling me now that you've always been the Puppet King's lackey and an undercover in the Xianxia squad, are you?" Chu Zhixiao regained the calmness of a major instantly. His sharp eyes cut through the black smoke and locked onto Yun Haixin's hands, legs, and every muscle on her body. "No, Until a moment ago, I never got in touch with the Puppet King in private, nor did I talk to him. Yun Haixin shook her head and said bitterly. From head to toe, his entire body was filled with a sense of grief that was far greater than the feeling of death. It even gave Liao the illusion that he was just an empty skin bag and the real Yun Haixin was long dead. Then, where did you go when you went missing? Chu Zhixiao asked. What do you mean by showing up now? Are you trying to kill me? I don't want to kill you, and I may not be able to. Lonely want to convince you on behalf of the Puppet King, Yun Haixin said. This is truly strange. Chu Zhixiao said. Before today, you had never been in touch with the Puppet King in private. It's only been 10 minutes since you went missing. I don't think you were brainwashed either. You are the kind of person that is most difficult to be brainwashed. Then, how did the Puppet King convince you to work for him? The question made Yun Haixin's eyes, which had been covered in black fog all the time, even more mysterious. Haven't you always been curious about the reason why I was not brainwashed, but was willing to stay in the Sanctuary Alliance to help the villains? Yun Haixin suddenly said something irrelevant. Now, do you still want to know? Is the reason why you stayed in the Sanctuary Alliance the reason why the Puppet King could tame you with a few words? Chu Zhixiao said. If so, why don't you tell me? It's actually very simple. Yun Haixin was in a trance, as if she could not stand straight. She mumbled. Because my wife and my children are all citizens of Light City. Well, even Slaughter Goddess, whose mental defenses were so solid that she could break free from the Puppet King's bewitchment, was soaked in cold sweat because of Yun Haixin's words. Liao even let out a wow from the depths of his soul. He thought to himself, what kind of complicated, love-hate family ethics drama is this? My surname is Yun. You must have guessed that I'm from the Yun family, one of the 4 electors of the Imperium of True Human Beings. Yun Haixin smiled and said bitterly, 20 years ago, I was lucky enough to break into the nascent soul stage because of a secret art of the mind that I accidentally picked up. MN, an ordinary noble family of immortal cultivators. A nascent soul stage cultivator might be one of the pillars of the family and hold a high position. However, every family of the 4 electors is as prosperous as a nation. They have as many experts as there are clouds in the sky and as many fierce generals as there are clouds in the sky. Even the old monsters in the divinity transformation stage can be found everywhere. What can a nascent soul stage cultivator from a collateral branch of the family who does not have a deep foundation do? A tall tree attracts the wind, but a high place can never be too lonely. For the descendants of the branch families such as us, once we break into the nascent soul stage, we will have the ability to influence the interests of the main branch of the family. We will either be crouching at the foot of the main branch of the family, wagging our tails and begging for mercy, or we will be used as dogs and chess pieces by them to move forward, only to be eliminated by their plots and traps without any bloodshed. Hehe. Let's take the seemingly magnificent, destructive counterattack of the Imperium as an example. If it were the real core of the family, of course, it would be the commander-in-chief of the expedition army in the rear who commanded thousands of soldiers and horses. But for the young men from the minor branches such as us, who had little capability and might threaten the position and interests of the main branch, we were sent to the front line for the most dangerous missions. If the mission is not completed, we will naturally die a clean death. We can also show the martial might and bravery of our family to show that our Yun family is loyal and willing to shed blood for the country. Even if we are lucky enough to complete the mission, we are often seriously wounded and have to pay a high price. Our cultivation may stagnate for the rest of our lives. Just like that, a more dangerous mission awaits us. This is the destiny of the branch families of the 4 electors. I saw through everything 20 years ago and hated such a life. But since I was involved in the scheme and my family had to survive on their own, what could I do if I didn't try my best to move forward? Just like that, I regarded myself as a war machine and swung my saber to kill numbly. Finally, I was assaulted by the army of the Sanctuary Alliance in a battle. All my comrades around me were blown into pieces. Even I was blown into the air by the blast and passed out before I hit the ground. When I woke up, I had already been captured and sent to the rear, Chu Zhixiao and Li Yao were both fascinated. It was not surprising that Yun Haixin had been captured on the battlefield. They listened attentively. My injuries were very serious. Took me an entire year in the med bay to recover. Yun Haixin continued. At that time, I was already prepared to commit suicide at any time. It was not because I was loyal to the Star Ocean Imperium and the path of immortality, but because I was used to the miserable and cruel stories after I was captured by the Sanctuary Alliance. I had even seen the spies who were captured by the Sanctuary Alliance and turned into their past after being brainwashed. I did not want to be deprived of myself and memories and end up in such a miserable state. It was a pity that my bones were all broken, and my veins and nerves were all broken. I didn't even have the strength to kill myself. As the days went by, stimulated by the high-density nutrition liquids, medical drugs, and cell growth drugs, my bones, nerves, and muscles gradually returned to normal. But the terrible people of the Sanctuary Alliance never brainwashed me. In the legends of the Star Ocean Imperium, when the white light hits one's brain, one will forget everything in confusion. Such a feeling has never appeared before. Time is the best anesthetic. After staying in the med bay for a year, my suicidal thoughts gradually faded, but my curiosity grew stronger and stronger. What was more intense than my curiosity was the sense of homesickness. I don't have the slightest bit of longing for the Yun family. However, my marriage is not an exchange of benefits. My wife and I are truly in love with each other. She even gave birth to a pair of cute twins for me. My son and daughter gradually grew up and reached the most beautiful age in my life. The three of them are the only light in my gloomy life. I really want to know how they are doing. Although I am not the pillar of the Yun family, I am indeed the sky of my small family. Now that my sky has collapsed, what should my wife and children do? Curiosity and longing. The intense feelings gnawed at my soul like two vipers, making me unable to sleep all night. Every day felt like a year. It was not until I could not stand the loneliness any longer and shouted in the med bay day and night for the members of the Star Glory Federation to kill me as soon as possible that the phantom of the great sage appeared in front of me. Which race is the greatest master of? Chu Zhixiao asked. The Water Clan is the advisor who is in charge of the mental field, the leadership, the battlefield command, and the infiltration field. Yun Haixin said, however, from the beginning to the end, it was just an illusion that appeared in front of me. I don't know whether or not it was him. Nobody has ever seen the true face of the great master. Every great master has been hiding themselves behind the scenes and only showed up with illusions and the scent of their soul. At that time, I was both angry and anxious. I didn't care about his identity or whether he was real or not. I simply roared like an animal and asked him what he was trying to do by either killing me or brainwashing me to wash away all my pain. I was even sent to the interrogation platform and sentenced to death. It was much better than ignoring him. Master Zhishan did not answer my question face to face. Instead, he threw me a lot of videos and files. I was greatly shocked when I focused my eyes. My heart was about to explode. Those were the videos of the people of the Star Glory Federation sneaking into the Yun family and capturing the daily lives of my wife and children. Ha! Chu Zhixiao was dazed for a moment. He said, the rulers of the Imperium are licentious and lawless. The citizens of the lower class have been dying to perish together with them for a long time. It's not strange that the spies of the Sanctuary Alliance have infiltrated the nerve endings of the Imperium. But why did they take videos of your wife and your children? To threaten you? No, not threatening me, but helping me. Yun Haixin was somewhat lost. My wife and children are having a hard time in the Yun family. How so? Chu Zhixiao said. You were captured because you were exhausted on the battlefield. It is not a stain. Chances are that you will be considered a martyr. Can't the Imperium even take care of the widow and the blood of a martyr? Hee. Yun Haixin narrowed her eyes, with intense hatred beaming out of them. She said, if the Imperium had been politically clear and united, and if it had implemented every military order and national law to the lowest level, the Holy Alliance would have been wiped out 500 years ago. How could it have ended up like this? Besides, as you said, my body was never found, and many of my comrades' bodies were left on the battlefield. The crystal cameras on their crystal suits and crystal tanks might have captured the scene when I was captured by the soldiers of the Star Glory Federation. Then, the fact that I was cowardly and humiliated was confirmed. The widow and children of the martyrs are naturally blessed. But what about the wives and children of the cowardly captives? As I said just now, I'm from a branch family. For the branch families such as us, we don't have deep connections or enormous resources that we can make use of. We can only rely on our rotten lives. There's nothing we can do that we don't fight for, snatch and bite. It's inevitable that our table manners are a bit ugly. On the road of our rise, we will inevitably make many enemies. If I'm really dead, everything will be over. But now that I'm a captive, my enemies will have the right to humiliate my family. It's not hard to imagine what kind of treatment a weak girl, who has no one to rely on, will receive when she is surrounded by her enemies in such a dangerous place as the Yun families. Chu Zhixiao nodded solemnly. Immortal cultivators love to kill each other. They are extremely cruel to their own people. They scheme against each other and resort to all kinds of tricks. How can they be as united as us? Chu Zhixiao said, I can only imagine how your wife and children were treated after you were captured. Liao was aware of the internal strife of the four electors, too. He had seen almost 1,000 similar cases in the files. If the leadership and the main branches of the four major families had not been so harsh and demanding on the cultivators of the collateral branches and the bottom class, how could the coalition fleet of the four major families have collapsed and even turned against each other? Many low-level cultivators of the four major families hated the leadership of their families even more than the revolutionaries did. It was not an exaggeration to say that they could not wait to cut the leadership of their families into pieces and swallow them alive. The reason why Li Linghai and the other revolutionaries could cooperate with Liao, a cultivator, and support Li Jialing, the young emperor, was also very important. Of course, Liao was not naive enough to believe that Yun Haixin was as innocent as he claimed to be. What did he mean by unintentionally found a secret art of the mind? Bullshit. Was a secret art something that would randomly fall from the sky like a commercial flyer? It was possible that he had killed someone and stolen their secret arts and magical equipment. Now that the tables had turned and it was his turn to be down and out, he was naturally afraid that his family would suffer retribution. Murderers were always killed. It was probably an unavoidable destiny for every immortal cultivator. It's just a video, Chu Zhixiao asked. Have you never doubted the possibility of Master Zhishan's falsification? Liao thought of something and realized that the Puppet King's bewitchment had planted the seed of suspicion in Chu Zhixiao's heart. Otherwise, she would never have asked such a question. Of course, for Liao, Chu Zhixiao's suspicion was not necessarily a bad thing. It all depended on who was guiding the suspicion, Liao or the Puppet King. I knew the integrity of my family long ago. What's there to doubt? Yun Haixin smiled bitterly. Even without the video of Master Zhishan, I know that my wife and children must be having a hard time in their family, and their lives might be in danger. Then what? Chu Zhixiao continued. What happened when you knew that your wife and children were in a life-and-death situation? Then Master Zhishan gave me two options and offered me a deal. Yun Haixin's eyes lost focus as she dwelled in her painful past. At that time, my children were about to come of age. With the schemes of my enemies, it was very likely that they would be sent to a secret training camp with a high death rate. Even if they survived the ordeal of living a life worse than death, they would still become assassins who would hide in the darkness for the rest of their lives, assassins who specialized in dirty work and so on. Or they might be sent to the front line like me and die a meaningless death as cannon fodder. If such a fate did befall them and they were separated from their mother for a long time, it was not hard to imagine what would happen to my wife. She was not a strong woman in the first place. Not only was she devastated by the loss of her husband, she was also trying to help her two children resolve their dilemma. She was simply driven mad. There's no need for you to tell me, Master Zhishan. I'm very clear that if I don't take action, my family will be broken apart. The two options that the great master gave me were simple, too. Firstly, he could brainwash me in accordance with the regular procedures like he did with the other captives of the Imperium and erase my memories and self so that I could live the rest of my life in ignorance. The forces of the Holy Alliance will abandon the surveillance of my wife and my children and leave them to their own devices. They will be bullied to death by their family's enemies. If I am desperate for the help of the gods, I will join the Holy Alliance as a clear-headed man and complete the tasks that the great sage entrusted to me. Under the premise that the mission is completed, I can do whatever I want. I can curse and complain however I want. It doesn't matter if I grab someone from the Sanctuary Alliance and curse them. The gods can forgive my recklessness and ignorance. Then, Master Zhishan will activate all the forces that the Sanctuary Alliance has hidden in the Imperium and help me rescue my wife and children and send them to the Sanctuary Alliance. Kind of understand now. Chu Zhixiao thought for a moment and said, "It was 20 years ago, but it's been less than 10 years since you joined the Wuxia squad. What kind of missions did you perform in the 10 years before that?" "Many missions, such as the identification of spies," Yun Haixin said. "Before the spies that are carefully trained with tremendous resources are sent to the Imperium, they must be tested by the original citizens of the Imperium to see whether or not they are qualified and to modify the loopholes that they reveal without them knowing so that they will be more perfect. As a meditation healer and an expert in the nascent soul stage, I am naturally the best candidate to test them. This job is irreplaceable for the brainwashed soldiers and workers. TT is true that a man of the Imperium with a clear head can evaluate the people of the Star Glory Federation from different perspectives and find flaws that we cannot. You are indeed very valuable. But I still can't understand why you are willing to do that. Even though your wife and your children are living miserable lives in the Imperium, don't you despise the mindless life of the Sanctuary Alliance the most? Why did you agree to let Master Zhishan bring them to the Sanctuary Alliance? Of course, there are conditions. Eternal brightness. Master Zhishan showed me the life on eternal brightness, Yun Haixin said. The life was illusionary, but peaceful and happy. Master Zhishan promised me that, as long as I served the Sanctuary Alliance well, it wouldn't matter even if I still hated the Sanctuary Alliance from the bottom of my heart. With the completion of the mission, my wife and my children would live on eternal brightness forever. Of course, their memories will be sealed. They will no longer remember the past. They will think that they were born to be a member of the Bright City, but their self-awareness will still be retained. They will still have their past feelings, hobbies, and habits. They will be rid of the darkness and welcome the light. They will live a happy and carefree life in this small cultivation world. Chu Zhixiao opened his mouth but did not know what to say. Isn't it ironic? Before she finished her sentence, Yun Haixin started laughing at herself. I am an immortal cultivator, but I would rather die than let my wife and children live the life of an immortal cultivator. I would rather abandon my path of cultivation, shoulder the crime of traitor, and cooperate with the unforgivable devils in my eyes, just so that my wife and children could live in an illusionary world of cultivators. Yes, you and I are both very clear that the world of cultivators is a false one. It is absolutely impossible for it to exist. Even if it does exist, it will not last long. But I don't expect it to last long. 100 years or 200 years will be enough for me. As long as Master Zhishan's experiments on human nature can last another 200 years so that my wife and children can live a comfortable, happy life in the Bright City, I will be satisfied. I will fulfill my duty as a husband and father. Chu Zhixiao was breathing heavily and messily. Obviously, the slaughter goddess had never felt such intense human emotions before. The flood-like ripples cast her into deep shock and confusion. You? She thought for a long time. Have you seen your wife and children after all these years? Tvi never seen them in person, but I've often seen videos of them living in Bright City. Yun Haixin said, Haven't you always wanted to know how a clear-headed man of the Star Ocean Imperium, such as myself, managed to survive in a hell such as the Sanctuary Alliance for such a long time? However much I hate this place and my job, I still did my job dutifully and meticulously. They were the only reason. The glimmer in hell was the greatest strength that kept me alive. Chu Zhixiao took a deep, deep breath. Your wife and children were not born and raised on eternal brightness, and were never discovered in the past 20 years? She asked. No. There is a complete set of procedures that allow outsiders to blend in seamlessly. Not just my wife and children, Yun Haixin said, but the family of many people of the Imperium are here too. Well, Chu Zhixiao was dazed. Why? Don't you see? There are all kinds of reasons. For example, to create a real lurker. Yun Haixin's smile was both sad and weird. Do you think that persuaders are the guys who have been deeply brainwashed? Then you've underestimated Master Zhishan. The so-called brainwashing and mimicking emotions with computational ability will be discovered sooner or later, no matter how skilled and secretive they are. It is impossible for such man-made spies to sneak into the highest level of the Imperium and pry into the core secrets. Let me tell you what a real lurker looks like. They are definitely not from the Star Glory Federation, nor are they the citizens of the Star Glory Federation who were brainwashed after being captured by the Star Glory Federation. Nor are they the underground natives who believe in the gods passionately at the bottom level of the Star Glory Federation. They are people like me who believe in no one else but themselves, and who believe in the law of the jungle. The more experienced the immortal cultivators are, the more they will understand the darkness and evil behind the path of immortality, and the less they want their descendants to live in the kingdom of the immortal cultivators. Therefore, the members of the Sanctuary Alliance brought our family to eternal brightness in various ways, so that they could live a dreamlike life and force us to cooperate. Their targets were all carefully selected. They were all people like me who had deep feelings for their family and were willing to give up everything for them. Therefore, almost no one refused them. Just like that, we were clear-headed, kept ourselves to ourselves, and had abundant, if not excessive, feelings. But we still willingly ended up being the claws and teeth of the Star Glory Federation. We either served the Star Glory Federation like I did, or we lurked inside the Star Glory Federation and transmitted all kinds of intelligence to the Star Glory Federation, helping the Star Glory Federation learn every detail about the core of the Star Glory Federation. The idiotic authorities of the Star Ocean Imperium used the spiritual diagram test to identify the spies of the Sanctuary Alliance. Yes, the latest generation of spiritual diagrams test can identify almost all the members of the Sanctuary Alliance who have been brainwashed, but they will never be able to capture someone like me, because we have not been brainwashed in the first place and still maintain our strong self-awareness and feelings. Do you see now? The persons that you've seen so far are just low-level spies. They are low-level intelligence officers. Even the seemingly well-crafted spies are just disguises. They are bargaining chips that can be sacrificed at will so that the authorities of the Imperium will discover them on purpose. The value of the spies is to fool the authorities of the Star Ocean Imperium into thinking that they know how to capture the spies of the Sanctuary. But they do not know that the real spies were not brainwashed at all. Not just Chu Zhixiao, even Liao was secretly shocked and soaked in cold sweat. Human emotions, Chu Zhixiao mumbled. How weird and scary. Yes, human beings are such weird and scary things. They can sacrifice everything for an illusionary dream and burn themselves. Yun Haixin's face was full of sorrow. Looking at her trembling hands and listening to the furious roars outside, she mumbled, "It's a pity that the dream has been shattered." Year 2017. Year 15 to year 17. The 40,000 years of cultivation is about to enter its fourth year. I am truly fortunate to have the company of all my fellow readers. Here, I wish everyone a happy New Year's Day. 2018's wishes come true. Of course, we will welcome the ultimate secret of Earth together. Please look forward to it. While he mumbled to himself, the mist on Yun Haixin's face gradually melted and flowed down, interweaving on his shivering face like two dirty streams. His eyes, which had been hidden behind the black smoke, were finally revealed to Liao and Chu Zhixiao. Neither Liao nor Chu Zhixiao had ever seen such clear, deep, and painful eyes. They could only imagine how much pain and suffering the soul hiding behind the pair of eyes was going through. The only reason that kept me struggling in hell to this day was that my family could live the rest of their lives in their dreams. Yun Haixin let the tears that were melting in the black fog flow freely and said, "But right now, eternal brightness has become like this. The sweet dreams of our family have all been shattered. They may remember everything in the past. They may turn into ferocious animals. They may be killed by the guards when they are trying to break into the bridge, and they may be blown to pieces when eternal brightness explodes. Hee hee. If that's the case, what's the point of everything I've done? Why should I continue bowing and begging for mercy like a dog? He walked toward Chu Zhixiao step by step. Calm down, Black Dream. Chu Zhixiao was not willing to make an enemy out of his tricky teammate. He hurried to ask, "You don't think that we are responsible for everything, do you?" "Rest assured. I won't vent my anger on anybody. I know that it has nothing to do with you. You are just a pitiful tool." Yun Haixin paused for a moment. The sorrow on her face was even more intense. "However, the Puppet King promised me that, as long as I listened to his command and completed a small mission for him, which was to stall you and help him break the barrier of your mind so that your brain could be fully opened, he would save my wife and children and let them live an ignorant and happy life." "How is that possible? How could you believe such a clumsy lie?" Chu Zhixiao shrieked. "Eternal brightness has collapsed. Even Master Zhishan failed to replicate a new eternal brightness at such a critical moment with all the resources of the Holy Alliance. What makes you think that the Puppet King, a desperate public enemy of the universe, can guarantee the safety of your wife and your children and give them false happiness? It's impossible. There's no way that he can control such a large-scale experiment starship as eternal brightness and maintain an illusionary paradise without sufficient resources. You must have thought of such a simple logic. Wake up, Black Dream." Yun Haixin laughed so hard that she was grimacing. Her laughter was even more hideous than the wailing ghosts in the deepest level of hell. "Yes, of course I could think of such a simple reason. But the Puppet King still convinced me." Yun Haixin pointed at her temples and said, "The Puppet King pointed out the blind spot of our thinking. Who says that a dream paradise such as eternal brightness must be built in the real world? Since it is a dream paradise, isn't it better to build it in a dream? It's true that, compared with the resources of the entire sanctuary under the control of the great sage, the resources under the control of the Puppet King are naturally few. It is absolutely impossible for him to maintain such an enormous eternal light project. But it is still possible for him to hijack a small-scale starship with enough resources to last 100 years and lurk in a place that nobody can find in the depths of the Sea of Stars. The Sea of Stars is too vast a place. Finding a starship is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The Imperium of true human beings spent a lot of soldiers searching for Firefly, the last starship of the Star Ocean Imperium, in vain for 1,000 years. The starship controlled by the Puppet King is highly automated and does not need many crew members to steer it. What it is carrying is a special cargo, the brain of a human being. The brain of a human being? Chu Zhixiao found it hard to believe. What do you mean? Eyes simple. The Puppet King cannot rescue the bodies of my wife and my children. Such things consume too many resources, and they are unnecessary. Yun Haixin explained, but at the very least, he can save the brains of my wife and my children and place their brains in special biochemical capsules where he injects high nutrition liquids and neural interactive liquids. Then, he connects them to various crystal wires and gives them different stimuli. In such a way, the souls of my wife and my children can be uplinked to a certain virtual world, which the Puppet King calls the spiritual world. The spirit world is like a colorful, glamorous, and extravagant virtual game. It does not consume many resources at all. Just a tiny bit of computational ability is enough to maintain their happiness, which is 10 times more than on eternal brightness. The Puppet King can even scan the structure of my brain and simulate the features of my soul with his computational ability. I will be reborn in the virtual world so that the virtual version of me and my wife will fall in love with each other and live a happy family. Well, Chu Zhixiao's face was pale. He was speechless for a long time. Liao felt that his head was dizzy, too. The Puppet King, Lu Qingchen, was as persistent as ever and would realize his phantom plan wherever he went. Why are you making such a fuss? You should know that the brain-in-a-jar technology is quite mature even in the sanctuary. Yun Haixin said casually, in the Devil's Child project, that you were born with, a lot of Devil's children lost their bodies too. Only their brains are still alive. But they are suffering endless pain, and my wife and children will enjoy eternal happiness. That's all. If we're to be a bit more open-minded, wouldn't it be perfectly normal for many seriously wounded people to replace their body parts in today's era, when artificial limbs and artificial bodies are both popular? But even if a man loses 99% of his body and even his brain and becomes a spectral cultivator, and he has to rely on artificial bodies to travel in the human world, everything he feels is real. Chu Zhixiao gnashed his teeth. But you are going to turn your wife and your children into heads in tanks and live in a false world forever. Do you really know what you are doing? Hee hee. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Yun Haixin was dazed for a long time. Then she hugged her stomach and laughed crazily. Black tears flowed down from the corner of his mouth and dripped to his feet like black blood. What is truth? What is false? Where is the boundary between truth and false? Yun Haixin raised her head in wild laughter. Her eyes were so clear that neither Li Yao nor Chu Zhixiao could look at them directly. Eternal brightness is made of materials and does exist. But are the lives of the people on eternal brightness real? The Sanctuary Alliance is real, too. But can the lies of the Great Master really convince everybody that everything that has been brainwashed is the truth that you pursued and defended? Oh, my home, the Imperium of true human beings is real, but what's the point of the cruel reality where the strong prey on the weak? Who would want their family and offspring to live in such a real forever? If there are only two paths to choose between an illusionary heaven and a real hell, Major, I think it shouldn't be difficult for you to tell me which one to choose, right? Or you can teach me how I should rescue my wife and children if I don't listen to the Puppet King's enticement. Should I go to the feet of Master Zhishan and beg him to put my wife and children on another research starship? Let's just say that there is not a second eternal brightness in the Holy Alliance. Even if there is, isn't it just a false dream and no different from the brain in the tank of the Puppet King? How to choose, how to walk, how to save. You teach me. You teach me. But Chu Zhixiao's eyes and his heart were both in a mess. He managed to say, "Stop fooling yourself. The Puppet King is merely making use of you. His purpose is to make us fight against each other until both of us are seriously wounded. He wants to break our mental defenses so that his strength can invade our brains easily and analyze our souls. When he really achieves his purpose, who can guarantee that he will honor his promise? Even if he wants to honor his promise, how long can your wife and children stay alone on a starship in the form of a tank-like brain? The concept of time in the virtual world is different from that in the real world. In their perception, it shouldn't be a problem for them to live a carefree and comfortable life for hundreds of years, right? What will happen in a few hundred years is not something that I can worry about. Maybe the virtual world will collapse in the blink of an eye, and they will die a painless death, turning into a speck of dust among the stars. They will be reunited in a different dimension with me, who has already turned into ashes. Is there a better arrangement for a husband and father? A rigid smile appeared on Yun Haixin's face again. As for deceiving myself, it's true that I cannot guarantee that the Puppet King will honor his promise. It's not a problem to say that I'm deceiving myself. But what about you, Major? Was fooling myself. What are you? What is the difference between the Puppet King's lie and the Master's lie? I cannot guarantee that the Puppet King will honor his promise. But can you guarantee that the Master is speaking the truth and that the wretched gods will wake up and lead us to the eternal brightness? Bullshit. It's all bullshit. The deities and Buddhas of the universe have all perished. Right now, I'm the only one left in this vast, boundless universe. There are only the weak, confused, blind, bloodthirsty, crazy, and greedy human beings like us left. In fact, you are as clear as I am that everything that enshrouds us is a lie. However, as long as a glimmer of light appears in front of us in the deepest level of hell, no matter how far away it is, no matter how vague it is, even if you know that it is false and that it is just your own illusion, you must pursue it, capture it, and protect it. This is human being. This is our pathetic human being. The bottom line is, whether it is the nascent soul stage cultivators or the divinity transformation stage cultivators, devil children, majors, black dreamers, or slaughter fairies, we are all the same. We are all nobodies. It is our destiny to be fooled and manipulated by insignificant people. What else can we do? Let's say that I'm fooling myself. Don't expose me and let me keep a sliver of hope. As long as I can do my best to break through your mental defenses so that the puppet king can march straight into the depths of your soul, my family will be able to enjoy 300 to 500 years of happiness. This is the last thing I can do for them. Yun Haixin's eyes were enshrouded in black mist again. Or rather, with his pupils as the center. His entire body turned into a cluster of black mist and enveloped Chu Zhixiao. Hiu! Hiu hu hiu hiu. The air between the two of them seemed to have turned into visible sabers, swords, and halberds that were shrieking and colliding. The blurred shadows in the air rippled out and spread out, too. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had dodged, moved, and switched their positions and postures hundreds of times, but they did not seem to have moved at all. But if somebody were standing between them, they would have been cut into thousands of pieces of meat the size of fingernails. Chu Zhixiao's fingertips, which seemed to be dangling beside his legs casually, dripped a few drops of blood. Ear-splitting noises echoed in the silence. A deep wound appeared on Yun Haixin's cheek, but it was soon blocked by the wriggling black fog, making her even more hideous. Stop, Black Dream. I don't want to fight you. We have no reason to fight at all. Looking at the drop of blood on his fingertip, Chu Zhixiao narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, "Reason to fight?" Yun Haixin smiled. "Then, Major, what was the reason for your continuous fighting and killing over the past decades? Was the lie of the great sage your reason for fighting? Admit it. We are just existences of a higher level. It doesn't matter if we are called devils, fate, or heavens. The toys that we manipulate, the continuous fighting, is the sole meaning of our existence. It doesn't matter if we have a reason or not. Other than fighting, what should we do? Where can we find a way out? Therefore, needless to say, let's fight. Let's kill. Let's dance like a fully wired puppet." With desperate laughter, Yun Haixin rushed close again with weird steps. His steps were like those of a broken puppet. They were neither fast nor fierce. But Liao sensed that thick ripples were spreading out of his brain and turning the space nearby into a swamp that was interfering with his soul. Black Dream Yun Haixin was an experienced meditation healer and an expert in mental attacks. He was best at creating illusions and illusionary attacks just like the Puppet King. Besides, with the enhancement of the Puppet King, his ability to build illusions was 10 times higher than before. Even Chu Zhixiao had to be prepared for it. In front of the dance moves that he seemed to be able to dodge easily, there was confusion on Chu Zhixiao's face. There was no telling whether it was because his words hit the wall of his mind or because he was entangled by the illusions again. Hiu! Hiu hu hiu hiu. The two of them turned into streaks of brightness and exchanged positions dozens of times. The airwaves between them were so sharp that they could tear apart a crystal suit. This time, not just Chu Zhixiao, even Yun Haixin's fingertips were stained with blood. Of course, it was Chu Zhixiao's blood. Chu Zhixiao sniffed. Another dagger appeared in his palm. That's right, my major." Yun Haixin was laughing crazily as if she were drunk. "I've been meaning to fight you for a long time without any interference. Let's fight to our heart's content and see how strong Slaughter Goddess, one of the ultimate weapons of the sanctuary, is. It seems to be a good ending even if I die under your saber. Haha, come on, Major. Kill me." The two members of the Xianxia squad tumbled into 2 streaks of brightness again. The soul waves that they sent out were enough to collapse the entire building. The furious roars outside were getting louder and louder. There were also earth-shaking explosions. The cabin walls around Glorious City seemed to have been broken through by the furious citizens, who flooded out of the cabin like a broken dam and marched toward the bridge. Liao cursed almost 100 times. If every curse was a bullet, Lu Qingchen, the Puppet King, would have been riddled with holes by now. Calm down. We must find a way to stop the riot. No matter how evil those bastards are, at least the residents of Bright City are innocent. We must try our best to minimize the losses. Yun Haixin, forget about the immortal cultivator Yun Haixin. His wife and children are innocent, too. I don't know whether or not they are still alive. Maybe we can save them and help them create a completely different future from the one in the tank of the Puppet King. Those super experts are all pigs. They were fooled by the Puppet King Lu Qingchen into setting up such a big scheme, and now they are asking me, a cultivator from the remote area of the Sea of Stars, to clean up their mess? I'm so fucking great. Li Yao's soul was in a mess. He didn't know how to stop the fierce battle between Chu Zhixiao and Yun Haixin, either. However, on second thought, a bolt of lightning exploded in the sky of his soul, illuminating his train of thought. Wait. Of course, the purpose of the Puppet King is not to kill Chu Zhixiao and Yun Haixin, but to make them consume each other's souls and break through each other's mental defenses so that their brains can be opened up so that the Puppet King can further corrupt and analyze them. It means that the Puppet King's mental power, soul tentacles, telepathic thoughts, and other similar things must be lurking nearby, ready to take advantage of the situation. As long as we follow the clues, isn't it very likely that we will find his true self through the tentacles? Yes, the Puppet King, Lu Qingchen, doesn't have a real body, but his soul must be attached to a certain super crystal processor in order to trigger enough strength. As long as the super crystal processor is destroyed, more than 90% of the power of the Puppet King will be diminished. With any luck, he might even be sealed in the remains of the crystal processor. Now that the source of the Puppet King has been cut off, it is only natural that Yun Haixin is not so easy to control. The chaos in Light City has been resolved, too. At least we have a temporary peace now. Let's buy more time for the reinforcements of the Imperium and the Federation to arrive. Having figured everything out, Li Yao was refreshed. He expanded the range of his soul scanning, not missing any ripples in the air. The spider tank, on the other hand, pretended that the mainframe crystal processor had been seriously damaged and was gradually losing control. Its 6 limbs were cramping nonstop while it retreated. This was an out-and-out case of the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It never occurred to Lu Qingchen that Li Yao's soul was so close to him. His soul power locked onto Chu Zhixiao and Yun Haixin, preparing to corrupt their brains when the battle was at its most intense. Such devotion inevitably left a loophole in the eyes of the bystanders. Li Yao. Gotcha. Very soon, under Li Yao's scanning, 2 sets of highly hidden abnormal data popped up in the ever-changing digital world. They were like 2 giant snakes that were lurking in a swamp. In the spreading and changing ripples, hideous traces were revealed. Li Yao observed the situation of the battle again. Chu Zhixiao's capability was slightly higher than Yun Haixin's, but she did not seem to have much fighting will. She did not even put on her crystal suit, and simply dealt with Yun Haixin's crazy attacks with a dull face. Yun Haixin, on the other hand, was not so much trying to complete the mission of the Puppet King as he was trying to kill himself with Chu Zhixiao's dagger. It seemed that, as long as Chu Zhixiao did not kill them, the 2 experts who were destined to be experimental subjects could still fight for a while. That was enough. Li Yao made up his mind. He crawled backwards and snuck out of the abandoned building. He could vaguely see that the 2 lines of abnormal data were like 2 faint black streaks that zigzagged in the air all the way to the depths of the bright city. After hiding for so long, I'm finally going to show up. Let's see where you can run to this time. Muttering to himself, Li Yao spread out his 6 limbs, turned the sliding wheel to maximum, and rushed toward the source of the black spot. There were not many furious citizens on the streets. It was because most of the citizens had rushed to the hole on the wall, trying to escape from the man-made paradise. However, the blood and bodies on the ground were still a testament to the brutality of the riot. There were also some people who could not bear the truth any longer and had a mental breakdown even under the stimulation of the furious virus. They were crying like children and turning Bright City into a burning mental hospital. Li Yao did not know who to vent his anger on. Who was the one who had caused such a tragedy? Who should be blamed? Was it the Great Master or the Puppet King? Or was it the existence behind the Great Master and the Puppet King that was hidden by Yun Haixin named demons, fate, and heavens? Li Yao had no idea. He only wanted to capture the Puppet King and stop the tragedy in front of him from escalating. Calm down. Don't be rash. The mental devil's cold voice washed over Liao's soul again. Even if you can capture the puppet king, how are you going to stop the tragedy from happening? You must know that the same tragedy is not only happening to Eternal Brightness but also happening to all the experiment starships, all the starships of the Sanctuary Alliance, and even the Star Ocean Imperium. Maybe the puppet king Lu Qingchen was right. Since the real world is so evil and ugly, what's wrong with creating an illusion of eternal peace and happiness? As for Yun Haixin's question, how should I choose between a false heaven and a real hell? I don't think the answer is difficult. Is it? Aerial hell and an illusionary heaven? Liao sniffed. The question is like, which one should I choose between poop that tastes like chocolate and chocolate that tastes like poop? The question is, why do I have to make such a choice? I won't choose any of them. I only want the real heaven. Whoever forces me to choose, I will stuff the poop that smells like chocolate and the chocolate that smells like poop into their mouth. Of course, it's good to have real chocolate, but most of the time, resources are scarce, and you can't have both. The mental devil replied, it's good enough to eat chocolate that tastes like shit. At the very least, you can live. Even so, you can't force them to eat the food without respecting their feelings. At least show them the menu and the raw materials first. Liao shouted. It's just like how Yun Haixin treats his wife and his children. He thinks that he is very devoted, very caring, very responsible, and even very sacrificial, and that he has arranged a bright future for his family. But in fact, has he ever asked his family if they are willing to live such a life? No, he never asked. He only regarded his family as objects that had no spirit, no feelings, and no dignity. They were his accessories that he could move around as he wished. At first, he moved them to eternal brightness and erased their past. After 20 years of living like pigs, they were even better now. He was going to turn his family into heads in tanks and continue immersing themselves in virtual games. Do you really think that memory and self can be completely separated? Do you really think that someone is willing to abandon everything in the past, even to the point of being injected with false memories, condensing them into a false self, and live the happy life of a brain in a tank? No, it's impossible. Even though Yun Haixin's family seems happy, it is merely her self-righteous happiness. They have been deprived of the right to choose, the right to think, the right to fight for themselves, and the right to control their own lives. Everything is under Yun Haixin's control, and whether it is the Supreme Master or the Puppet King, they are just an even larger version of the heart of the Sea of Clouds. They have devised a seemingly bright and magnificent blueprint. With the excuse of, for your own good, they have used deception and coercion to envelop and control everyone. They have deprived mankind of their birthright and turned everyone into their plaything. If I don't have a choice, I don't have freedom. If I don't have freedom, I don't have self. When I don't have a choice, there is only heaven. Heaven is equivalent to hell. This is why I am so angry. Oh, so, the mental devil said, you are not against the Phantom Plan anymore? I don't object to Lu Qingxin's idea, but I strongly object to his approach. Liao said, if the puppet king Lu Qingxin could openly throw out his ideas, publicize all the details, and even recruit a group of volunteers, telling the volunteers all the details of the brain in a jar and the Phantom Plan very clearly, why would I object to the construction of a spiritual world as a residential area of the Spirit Clan if it was completely voluntary? Not only am I not against it, I am also very interested in exploring such a spirit world and even contributing my wisdom and resources to enrich it. But look around you. Look at the explosions, flames, and screams. Do you think that the puppet king, Lu Qingchen, has ever respected the people whom he called compatriots? Does he care about the dignity, freedom, and choice of those people? This is the biggest difference between me and Lu Qingchen. Lu Qingchen was too self-righteous. He thought that he had grasped the ultimate direction of the development of mankind and could paint the blueprint of the future of mankind at his will. In the process, he considered the lives, dignity, and freedom of thousands of people as the paint of his great painting. But I don't know. I really don't know what the future of mankind will be like and what it should be like. I only know that I am just a mortal with limited wisdom and abilities. I shouldn't, and I'm even less interested in planning and restricting the future of mankind. Lonely want to do everything I can to wake up my compatriots and help them regain the power to choose, the wisdom to think, and the courage to fight. Then, I believe that thousands of compatriots of mankind will create the best future for themselves. There will be no need for any gods, devils, saints, prophet, emperor, or father of the nation to take their place. Then you have chosen the most complicated and difficult path. That should be the case in theory most of the time, the mental devil said. But there are always unexpected problems in reality. We have to compromise and choose a more straightforward and convenient approach, just like what Xianxia is doing right now. Some things can be compromised, but the bottom line must not be stepped on. For example, if you ask me to crawl into the shell of a spider tank, dress up gorgeously, and pretend that I'm a primary school girl, it wouldn't matter even if I were to do a round dance. But if you ask me to sleep in Chu Zhixiao's arms, that would absolutely not do. Liao said resolutely, "This is my bottom line. Do you understand?" Understood. The mental devil was considerate. If you cross the line, you will die miserably. Something like that. Liao said, "All in all, it's impossible for me to stand by and watch the lives and humanity of so many innocent people being trampled upon and cooperate with the trappers. Wow. Why do I suddenly feel that you are so awesome, so dominating, and so manly? Even my soul power is surging and being absorbed by you? Because I, Vulture Liao, am truly angry today." Liao gnashed his teeth. "The relationship between you and me has always been one of mutual gain and loss. I've only been traveling in a low profile because I've been storing my strength and wisdom with you. Do you think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my strength? Today I'm going to beat the crap out of the puppet king Xianxia. Nobody is going to stop me. Rest assured. Nobody is stopping you. Just do your best." "Ah," the mental devil said. "The abnormal data of the puppet king seems to be from the building in front." Liao was dazed for a moment. He quickly steered the spider tank to the side of the road. The debris of countless flying shuttles was piled up on the roadside. Many of them were still burning and emitting intense smoke, which concealed his existence perfectly. But the signage of the buildings in front still surprised Liao. "Light City, General Medical Center." Liao mumbled, "A hospital?" Out of their expectation, although they had locked onto 9 facilities in the City of Light that boasted supercrystal processors and even thought of the mainframe crystal processor on the cockpit of eternal brightness, the hospital was not on the list. Understand now. No wonder the real body of the puppet king is so hard to lock onto. I'm afraid that he is not relying on a supercrystal processor at all. Do you still remember the tricks that Xianxia and Mo Xian played in the Federation? One of their nests was set up in the Blue Sky Superbrain Hospital in 100 Flower City. They used the biochemical brains of countless human beings as carriers of the spirit world. Exactly. Liao remembered it too. That explains a lot. A human brain instead of a crystal processor. No wonder he hid it so well. However, that's the end of his tricks. Listen, my next plan is to go straight to the point. I will use my unparalleled soul power to suppress Xianxia's soul and drag his remaining soul into the mainframe crystal processor of the spider tank. Then, I will build an illusion with our extraordinary computational ability and give him a taste of his own medicine. He will have a taste of the endless pain in the illusion. I will beat him, torture him, humiliate him, and force him to confess everything. If necessary, I will even swallow his remaining soul. After that, we will be able to inherit all his plans and organizations. We might even be able to manipulate the heart of God in his name and reach out to the Star Glory Federation and the Star Glory Federation without anybody knowing. When the Star Glory Federation and the Star Glory Federation are engaged in a strategical war, we will coordinate with each other and free all the members of the Star Glory Federation. How about it? Is it perfect? Are there any loopholes? It sounds perfect without any loopholes. If we ignore the fact that our perfect, flawless plan has been proved to be full of loopholes by the cruel reality in the end, theoretically speaking, it is perfect and flawless. What do you mean? Liao frowned. What else? There is no or... The mental devil replied obediently. Forget what I said. Go ahead and bind and imprison the Puppet King's remaining soul. Torture and humiliate him to your heart's content. Of course. Sensing that the abnormal data streams in the air were getting more and more intense, Liao realized that the battle between Chu Zhixiao and Yun Haixin must have reached the climax not far away. Their mental defenses were all broken. Lu Qingchen, the Puppet King, had strengthened the corrosion on them, too. Even the vague black streaks were much more intense than before, indicating where he was. Liao rubbed his hands and was about to lunge at the source of the Puppet King. But the moment he raised his forelimbs, his soul suddenly smelt something weird. Naturally, his soul did not have a sense of smell, but the subtle changes of temperature, the subtle perturbations of information and data streams, and his intuition beyond his five senses made him stop and curl up. Voila! Just as he withdrew the last ripple of his telepathic thoughts, the windows of many skyscrapers nearby suddenly exploded. Dozens of pure white figures jumped out and floated in the air, locking onto the glorious City General Medical Center. This is... Even without the scanning of his soul, Liao could still sense the immense mental power of the white-robed fellows whose every pore seemed to be shining. In the world of information and data, it was like dozens of burning torches illuminating the twisted sky. They were all barefooted with solemn expressions. There were no decorations on their spotless white robes except for a battle emblem that represented the arrival of holy light on their chest. They seemed to be high priests of the sanctuary. Liao had no idea how advanced they were. He only knew that the holy light inside the brains of the dozens of white-robed priests was enough to illuminate an entire starship. Puppet King. The saint lights that were released by the dozens of priests crashed into each other brutally. Thunderous noises echoed in their mental world and rumbled toward the center of the hospital. You are doomed. Those people should be photoners. The mental waves of the mental devil suddenly turned sharp. Hide now. Don't let them notice us. At the same time, information about photon flooded into Liao's soul. The priests of the Holy Accord Alliance were classified into different ranks according to their capability and jurisdiction. They were known as small wizards, great wizards, small worshippers, small worshippers, small worshippers, and great rituals. However, most of the priests were only responsible for the work of faith, education, and brainwashing and did not participate in battles directly. Priests belonged to the water race of the 5 tribes of the sanctuary, and fighting was the responsibility of the Fire Clan. However, since they were part of the core class of the Star Glory Federation, it was impossible that they did not have their own battle team. The so-called photoners were the battle priests who had strong combat ability and firm beliefs and were personally trained and commanded by the Great Sage. In other words, the photon soldiers were the special forces directly under the command of the Great Master. They were similar to the Imperial Guards, and their standards were hundreds of times more stringent than those of the ordinary soldiers. Even the cleaners of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau were far from them. The combat ability of the Wuxia squad might be on par with that of the Photon Troop, but when it came to the strength of mental power and the firmness of belief, they were far from it. In the vast network of the sanctuary, there was barely any information about the Photon troops. Liao and the mental devil had only heard that such a troop existed, but there were not many combat videos or training files. However, such immense mental power was like a boundless electric net that was pressing down. Even Liao, who was lurking far away, sensed the screams and agitation of his soul. Who else could it be but Photon? In a trance, Liao seemed to see hundreds of lightning bolts as thick as arms surging out of every photon and striking the medical center ruthlessly. Thousands of lightning bolts interweaved into a storm of destruction that could almost melt steel. It was needless to say that a body of flesh and blood would be vaporized in the blink of an eye. Liao secretly clicked his tongue. He thought to himself that it was a good thing that his intuition was sharp enough to stop his movements at the last moment. If he had been 1 second late, he would have been the scapegoat for the Puppet King Lu Qingchen. Dozens of photon demons unleashed their strongest soul lightning at the same time. Even though he was the best expert of the Pangu universe, he would still be shocked to the point that his eyes were burning. At the same time, the thought of "this is how it should be" appeared in his mind. As expected, it was not that simple to send out a small team of Xianxias and a few special forces of the God Bless army to capture the Puppet King. The so-called ghost capture plan was just a pretense. Whether it was the small team of Xianxias, the small team of cleaners, or the special forces of the God Bless army, they were all bait to be corroded by the Puppet King. These photon were the real hunters. This was the real ghost capture plan. Had Master Zhishan foreseen that eternal brightness would be in chaos? However, if they could capture the Puppet King, their most dangerous enemy, it would be worth it even if they had to sacrifice 10 eternal brightness. These guys were indeed jackals of the same tribe. They were equally cruel, evil, and disregarded human nature and human lives. Master Zhishan has planned everything. We are determined to capture him. What should we do? The mental devil asked. Liao was in a dilemma. It was true that he was against the approach of Lu Qingchen, the Puppet King, and that he wanted to whip, ravage, and humiliate the scumbag, but he did not want the Puppet King to fall into the hands of his master. Putting the safety of the Star Glory Federation aside, Lu Qingchen knew a lot of secrets about Vulture Liao, and even shared the same origin with him. The soul waves of the two of them had similar models, and it would be quite troublesome if they were captured by somebody else. Let's see. Liao narrowed his eyes and said, "If the Puppet King is Lu Qingchen, the guy won't give in so easily, will he? We are ready to take him away at any time." Sure enough, just as this thought flashed in Liao's soul, in the deepest part of the medical center, where the spiritual lightning was densest and brightest, bursts of wild and untamable laughter rang out. For a moment, gloomy wind was blowing. The hundreds of square meters nearby seemed to have turned into a gruesome battlefield. Black smoke, air currents, swirls, and lightning were everywhere. Negative emotions. Such intense negative emotions. The mental devil drooled and exclaimed, jealousy, arrogance, fury, greed, hatred, endless negative emotions have been released from the medical center. What did the Puppet King, Lu Qingchen, go through when he left the Federation? How did he accumulate such intense negative emotions? He might not have accumulated them himself. It is very likely that he stolen them from the psychic temple. Liao said solemnly, "So many captives of the Imperium have been captured and sent to the psychic temple to wash away their emotions, memories, and selves. The moment they lose everything, their pain, anger, and hatred must have reached their peak, and they will release negative emotions that are as overwhelming as a tsunami." If Lu Qingchen, the Puppet King, had planted his subordinates in the psychic temple long ago, how could he not have thought of refining the negative emotions into weapons with such precious resources? Fair enough. The mental devil exclaimed, "Huh, that's not right. Why do I feel that you've become smarter all of a sudden? Like I said, your wisdom has been absorbed by me." Liao said, "We are one. It doesn't matter who is smarter." In short, observe the Puppet King, Lu Qingchen's combat pattern carefully, and be prepared to take advantage of him at any time. In the blink of an eye, dozens of photons with pure souls and firm souls had been entangled by the negative emotions floating in the air. The negative emotions wriggled crazily on their bodies like black vipers, electric eels, and leeches, trying to find a gap through which they could enter. Their pure, holy brightness was now stained with ugly black spots. Hesitation and pain were written all over the faces of the photon demons. Their hands blossomed like lotuses and formed thousands of different gestures. In the sacred, inviolable chants, the negative emotions were torn apart and dispersed, turning into raging black fog that could not approach them anymore. However, the brief pause gave the Puppet King time to catch his breath and counterattack. The hideous laughter deep inside the medical center grew more and more miserable and louder, until it finally formed an unstoppable tide. The electric net that had been covering the medical center seemed to have been torn apart by invisible brute force. It turned into embers of electric arcs and fled in panic. In the meantime, the darkness, evilness, and madness that seemed to be the amalgamation of thousands of negative emotions rose up slowly like an octopus rising from the bottom of the ocean. You think you can suppress me with nothing but puppets? From the depths of the darkness came the laughter of the Puppet King. In your dreams. Z, 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 Z. Countless black lightning bolts darted out from the core of the octa-clawed octopus and pierced through the brains of every photon. It was not a lightning that existed in the real world and could be blocked by the spiritual shield and the iron armor, but one that was more powerful than any attack in the real world. For a moment, the eyes of all the photon demons turned pitch black. The faces of some of the photons were filled with panic and horror, as if they had fallen into a nightmare. Their limbs were shaking violently, and they were foaming at the mouth. Some of the photons gritted their teeth to resist the dark force, only to fall from the sky with blood spurting out of their orifices. On the forehead of some of the photons, especially their temples, there were bulging veins that looked like earthworms. The veins were almost black and looked like venomous liquids. In the end, they exploded after cracking noises. In a moment, the suppressing array made of dozens of photons was shattered by the mental attack of the Puppet King. Liao, who was crouching next to him, was even more shocked and infuriated when he saw the might of the Puppet King in person. What's wrong with this guy? I haven't seen him for several years, and his soul power has soared to such an unbelievable level. It's even more terrifying than when I saw Black Star Emperor Wu Yinqi's full-blown mental power at the bottom of the gold crystal tower. Liao had to admit that the mental devil was right. Maybe, in the Panga universe, there were a few people whose talents were slightly higher than his and whose luck was slightly better than his. Therefore, their training speed was slightly faster than his. Hey! The Puppet King doesn't seem to need our help. He can deal with all the photon rays by himself easily. He is about to break free and run away. Are you sure you want to kidnap, tie up, and humiliate him? Liao pondered carefully. Boom, 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 boom. Not far away, the octopus, which was the symbol of the Puppet King on the mental level and was as pure black as ink, extended all its tentacles to the maximum and waved them hard. Thunderous noises were echoing non-stop, resulting in a surging blast that broke all the photon rays. Their brains collapsed, and they were blown away like a kite whose string had been cut off. You are overestimating yourself. Nobody can stop me in the world of the mind. The Puppet King burst into laughter. The dark force soared up and was about to leave. Think we have a huge advantage right now, Liao said calmly. Therefore, we might as well wait and see. What do you think? I thought it was good. The mental devil said. Then, are we going to follow him and ambush him when we have the chance? Of course. It is not because we are scared of a head-on clash with him, but because we don't need to. There is no need to care about the rules when we are dealing with the sordid, evil cultivators. Sneak attacks are what we should do. Liao picked up the 6 limbs and was about to sneak behind the Puppet King's dark force when the shocking mutation broke out again. The Puppet King's dark force had barely soared into the sky when it suddenly retreated. Or rather, it was smashed back brutally. Boom! Crack! 2 thunderbolts that seemed to be enough to pierce through eternal brightness exploded in the middle of the Puppet King's and Liao's souls at the same time, almost blowing them into pieces. There was no telling whether it was an illusion or reality. There was no telling whether it was mental or physical. 2 surging, unparalleled forces fell upon the Puppet King like a mountain. In Liao's senses, they were indeed 2 magnificent, solemn, 3-headed, 6-armed statues hundreds of meters tall. Surrounded by holy light, they glanced over all the living creatures in the world with an air of control, forgiveness, and suppression. Just a moment ago, the Puppet King's power of darkness had been intimidating and unstoppable. But right now, suppressed by the 2 statues, he was like a clown who was at his wit's end. Puppet King now. The 2 statues of gods and devils roared at the same time. Their mental power was highly compressed and condensed into dazzling mental lightning again, which darted toward the center of the medical center. Every explosion of the lightning turned into an ear-splitting noise. Who is the mantis trying to stop a chariot? Do you not know your place? This is... Liao reacted instinctively and retreated to the deepest part of the spider tank. Of the two statues, one seemed to be made of endless magma and flames, and the other seemed to be made of the coldest seawater in the deep sea. Together with the immense mental power, what could they be if not the appearance of the greatest master? Are they Master Phantom Sea and Master Sky Burning? Liao mumbled to himself. The 5 supreme masters corresponded to the 5 tribes of water, wood, gold, fire, and earth. They were the Sea Clan's Master Phantom Sea, the Fire Clan's Master Sky Firing, the Gold Clan's Master Sharp Gold, the Earth Clan's Master Earth, and the Wood Clan's Master Deadwood. Among them, the Water Clan was the core of the 5 tribes to nurture priests and commanders. Master Phantom Sea was also the leader of the 5 supreme masters. His mental strength, soul strength, and understanding of belief were the most profound. The Fire Clan was a tribe of warriors. Sky Burning Master, the leader of the Fire Clan, was naturally one of the most distinguished warriors. Right now, in order to capture Lu Qingchen, the king of puppets, not only had the Xianxia squad, the cleaners, the special forces of the God Bless Army, the photon troops, and even the 2 strongest masters of spiritual energy and combat ability come in person. The lineup could not have been more splendid. No wonder Lu Qingchen, the puppet king who had secured his victory, was dazed for a long time when his soul was caught unprepared. Then he roared in fury, "It's impossible! It's impossible! Hasn't the strategical final battle between the Star Glory Federation and the Star Glory Federation already begun? Didn't you march toward the heart of the Star Glory Federation with the main fleet of the Star Glory Federation? How did you end up in this place? It was all an illusion. You were merely bluffing. You can't fool me." "What?" Liao was surprised again. Judging from what Lu Qingchen said, the final war between the Star Glory Federation and the Star Glory Federation had already begun. The main force of the Star Glory Federation had already jumped to the Empyrean Terminus sector and the Empyrean Terminus planet. It was too fast. It was impossible. There was no reason for it. Puppet King, are you still unrepentant even though you are about to die? Even though the final war between the Star Glory Federation and the Star Glory Federation is about to break out, how can we go all out and destroy the Star Glory Federation without getting rid of you, the fatal threat? We know that your plan is to expand the strength of the heart of God, while the war between the Star Glory Federation and the Star Glory Federation is heating up so that you can absorb more dark forces and produce more brain viruses that will corrupt the body of the Star Glory Federation and the countless innocent and sacred members of the Star Glory Federation. Therefore, we released false news to you on purpose so that you would think that the final war between the Star Glory Federation and the Star Glory Federation had begun, and that we had been killed by the experts of the Star Glory Federation and the Empyrean Terminus sector. That's why you were bold enough to mess around and let us lock onto your true self. In fact, everything about the Imperium is under our control. The real final battle will begin in 3 days, which will be used to refine an unpardonable bandit such as yourself. The so-called best path required everyone to be equal. From the lowest level soldier bees and work bees to the highest level master of kindness, theoretically speaking, it was just a division of labor. There was no hierarchy. Therefore, when he opened his mouth, he simply addressed himself as we instead of T or T. It was the opposite of the strict hierarchy of the Imperium. Liao was even more shocked. He recalled Yun Haixin's explanation about the real spies and wondered whether or not the spies of the Star Glory Federation had really infiltrated the core of the Imperium and knew the military movements of the Imperium like the back of their hand. Was that why they could arrive at the final battle so precisely? 3 days. If Master Sky Firing was not lying and the final battle was only 3 days away, what could he do exactly? Haha! A brutal, unpardonable criminal. Deep inside the medical center, after a moment of silence, the puppet king, Lu Qingchen, burst into wild laughter again. You are just a bunch of pretentious liars and self-degenerating puppets. What makes you think that you are qualified to accuse me of being an unpardonable criminal? Ha 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 ha. Let's not talk about phantom ocean and sky burning. Even if the 5 supreme masters come at me at the same time, I will still challenge you and show you the true spirit of mankind. Not good. Liao thought of something and said in a low voice, The Puppet King is running away. The mental devil said. What? Isn't he going to fight? Fight my ass, Liao said solemnly. In such a situation where the enemy is stronger than us and the situation is extremely unfavorable for us, the more we talk big, the more hot-blooded we are, and the more guilty we are, the more we are prepared to run away. Believe me, I know a lot about such cowards and bullies the weak. Okay, the mental devil replied. As it tummed out, before the crazy laughter of the Puppet King died down, before the negative emotions lingering in the sky were swept away by the two supreme masters, Liao and the mental devil had vaguely sensed a vague trace of darkness and snuck out of the medical center, hoping to reach the periphery of eternal brightness through the spiritual nexus and the crystal cables all over the city. Puppet King, come to your senses in the light of the gods. The silent master Mirage C finally spoke in a tranquil, gentle, and indifferent voice. A giant hand that seemed to be made of deep seawater extended out and snatched the ground precisely in the direction of the black streak. Not just the Puppet King, even Liao, who had been lurking nearby, felt that the attack was aimed at him. His soul condensed rows of sharp thorns uncontrollably. The Puppet King was even squeaking in pain. Its soul, which was trying to run away, had to retreat to the depths of the medical center. It simply revealed the appearance of the dark octopus again and expanded like a balloon that had been blown up. Soon it was the size of the two statues. The three statues filled the entire circular city. There was not even a gap for anybody to catch their breath. Even if one's five senses were a bit dull, if they were in Bright City, they would still be able to sense the intense fluctuations of the magnetic field, causing them to have a heart palpitation, a splitting headache, shivering, and so on. Those with keen senses, on the other hand, whose retinas had been affected by the magnetic field, could simply see the fierce battle of the three Dharma idols and feel the destructive force. Even their brains and souls were torn apart by the immense blast. Liao was amazed and speechless at the same time. He watched, scanned, analyzed, and duplicated the details of the soul ripples, the magnetic field model, and the structure of the illusions. A soul-stirring confrontation between the Puppet King and the two great masters of wisdom was not something that could happen every day. If could digest every detail of the battle, Liao's understanding about soul and mental battles would definitely be much higher, and he would be able to understand more fundamental things. Of course, it was also possible that he could grasp the fatal weakness of the Puppet King, the Phantom Ocean, and the Sky Blaze. Like I said, our advantage is huge and getting bigger and bigger, isn't it? Liao held his head and bulged his crystal camera while he faced the mental devil. For ultimate experts at the level of the Puppet King and the Great Master, the duration of the fierce battle could only be calculated in milliseconds. Besides, their bodies of flesh and blood were not in this place, but in their real bodies. The mental battle was even more unpredictable. The outcome of the battle was determined within a moment. In the time it took for Liao to scan the Puppet King, hundreds of black tentacles had burst out of the Puppet King's body, trying to pierce into the two masters' bodies and corrupt the magma and the telepathic thoughts of the Nether Sea. The two masters of wisdom did not dodge. Instead, they extended their hands and formed hundreds of giant palms in midair, which smashed at the Puppet King together. Boom! 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 Boom 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 boom. The Puppet King's tentacles pierced into the Dharma idols of the two supreme masters, but he could not make the power of darkness penetrate into them at all. The two supreme masters' giant palms, on the other hand, bombarded his black Dharma idols one after another like a meteor shower. Ah! The Puppet King seemed to be in unspeakable pain. The pain, on the other hand, became the fuel for the burning of his strength. Tentacles grew all over his body, making him look like an octopus, a hedgehog, and even more like a virus. His terrifying, indescribable form was expanding and expanding. Don't even think about suppressing the strength of mankind. The Puppet King laughed crazily. The overwhelming handprints of the two supreme masters melded into one. Their hands were dozens of times larger than before, too. They pressed the expanding form of the Puppet King, trying to suppress and strangle him. One of them was expanding at an unbelievable speed, and the other was crushing the Puppet King with a strength as vast as the ocean. The Puppet King's Dharma Laksana was almost twisted into a twisted shape. Even the twitching tentacles were stretching and tightening. Finally, after a breakthrough, the Puppet King's form exploded. For a moment, Liao seemed to see a level 15 tornado sweeping, and destroying everything from the medical center with a black tide hundreds of meters high. It was enough to destroy eternal brightness and even distort the entire sector. What constituted the black tide were thousands of angry, painful, twisted, and desperate faces, which were the deepest negative emotions of the human beings that had been absorbed by the Puppet King. Although the mental devil fed on negative emotions and helped Liao resist, absorb, and digest them crazily, Liao still felt that his soul was unsteady and about to break apart. It was like humans eating rice and noodles, but if they ate 300 to 500 buns in a meal, their internal organs would explode. The powerful terror bomb was indeed appalling. Thankfully, most of the citizens of the light sector had rushed out of the downtown area and entered the pathways and the outer cabins. Otherwise, Liao estimated that the self-detonation of the Puppet King's soul would have been enough to drive hundreds of thousands of people mad, turning them into bloodthirsty Asuras, hungry demons, and furious devils. Liao was merely a spectator, and yet he was already under such tremendous mental pressure. The Master Phantom Sea and the Sky Burning Master, who were the first to be affected, were also affected by the intense negative emotions. The last scene that Liao saw was the shocking holes that the enormous waves of the explosion left on their Dharma Laksana. The black tentacles followed and pierced into the Dharma Laksana of the two Supreme Masters through the wounds, trying to dissolve their belief and mental power. Then, Liao saw nothing. His vision was completely covered by the overwhelming black tide. Or rather, the chaotic streams of information and data were surging around his soul. Explosions were taking place. Everything was in chaos, making it impossible for him to observe, scan, or analyze. Of course, if he really wanted to see every detail of the Puppet King's soul explosion, Liao estimated that he could do it as long as he concentrated his soul to the limit. But if so, he would inevitably leave traces in the spiritual nexus and the spiritual ocean. When he was observing other people, they could also observe him. When he increased the intensity of his observation, it was inevitable that others would notice his gaze. Therefore, for his own safety, he decided to curl up for a while longer. Liao held his head and endured the information blast of the Puppet King's self-detonation silently. He felt that 108 billion ghosts were passing by his head. It was not until 5 minutes later that the tide of negative emotions gradually dispersed. The power of the Puppet King had run out. The skyscrapers nearby looked exactly the same as 3 to 5 minutes ago, but they were now filled with resentment and killing intent. They were even quieter than tombs, like haunted houses or tombstones covered in spider webs. The broken negative emotions were still bouncing and vanishing in midair like raging black flames. The Dharma idols of the two masters were both incomplete, as if half of a mountain had been blown up. Their ugly cores were still being corroded by the black smoke. Bubbles were popping up non-stop, and they failed to regain their previous solemn and magnificent appearance. The Puppet King is doomed just like that? Liao scanned it multiple times and failed to find any information about the life of the Puppet King. But there was a big question mark in his mind. It can't be. Did the Puppet King mean what he said? Did he really want to defend the dignity of mankind and have a battle with two Supreme Masters? Did he find that he was no match for them? Did he burn his life and self-detonate his soul instead of surrendering? No, can't be. Was I wrong about him? Is he not as sleazy as I thought? Very likely. The mental devil replied, not everyone can be not everyone can be so wretched as to run away while talking about righteousness. All in all, the Puppet King launched a suicidal self-detonation attack just now and blew up half of the Dharma idols of the two Supreme Masters. I estimate that, even though the real bodies of the two Supreme Masters were still thousands of kilometers away, their minds and brains were seriously damaged too. What do you think? Should we take advantage of the situation and get rid of the two Supreme Masters? Let's take their lives while they are down. This might be our best chance. Li Yao had snuck into the Holy Alliance in the beginning because he wanted to lock onto Master Zhishan's coordinates and summon the elite assault squads of the Imperium to execute the beheading strategy. Even if only 1 or 2 of the 5 masters were killed, it would still be a great advantage for the strategical war to come. However, now that a great opportunity had presented itself, Li Yao hesitated. His intuition was aching and stirring his soul like a burning iron rod. Don't know. I feel that things are not so simple. Li Yao thought quickly and sifted through all the details. You know that I'm a very righteous warrior who is not scared of death. For the country, for my family, and for the civilization of mankind, it doesn't matter if I go forward and fight against the Supreme Master. The real problem is that there are still many unsolved mysteries here. As you can see, the Great Master has never revealed his true face from the beginning to the end. On Black Castle, the Heresy Interrogation Bureau, and the Holy Light Ritual in the Psychic Temple, it was only their shadows and illusions that showed up. Even though it was a dangerous mission such as capturing the Puppet King, it was only their appearances that arrived on eternal brightness. The phantom in the 3D light beam is just a set of photoelectric signals, and the manifestation is nothing more than a cluster of mental power transmitted through the long-distance spiritual nexus. But who knows what is behind the photoelectric signals and the mental power? Nobody knows. As for the Puppet King, is he really going to surrender so easily? He blew up his own soul in order to seriously wound the 2 Supreme Masters. If we don't know his background, we might consider him to be a simple lunatic. I believe that this is his ultimate trick. But we all know that he is Lu Qingqian, the heir of the spiritual nexus who once raised a great storm in the Star Glory Federation with the Phantom Plan in his arms, his path of cultivation, his destiny, and his sordidness and cunningness. Will he be allowed to die in the self-detonation? Are you kidding me? You see, we haven't even figured out the real face of our master and the Puppet King and the higher-level existences that are hiding behind them. Isn't it too impulsive to rush out and take their lives while they are ill? If so, we won't be reaping the benefits but walking right into their trap. Therefore, let me repeat myself. I am a fearless warrior who is willing to sacrifice myself. But I think that, at this moment and according to the current situation, it would be better if we lay low for a while longer. Fair enough. It was rare for the mental devil to agree with Li Yao completely. All right, let's keep crouching, then. Thankfully, we've collected a lot of mental information and soul data about the Puppet King, Master Phantom Sea, and Master Skyburning. They can help us perfect our souls and strengthen our disguises so that we can curl up more seamlessly. Shoo! Don't send out soul waves. Those 2 guys are coming. The Dharma idols of the 2 Supreme Masters were finally repaired by the waves. They were transparent and smooth again. However, it was much smaller in size and much lackluster. It appeared that the self-detonation of the Puppet King had indeed caused a lot of damage to their mental world and made them extremely weak. Li Yao was well aware of the dangers of mental combat. If his form was completely destroyed, even if his true self was 1,000 light-years away, it was very likely that his brain would bleed, and his brain would explode, turning him into a vegetable. However, the most dreadful strength of the Great Master was not themselves but the resources under their control. The 2 Dharma idols sent a signal to the outside of the dome. Immediately, the regular army of the Holy Accord Alliance, the God Bless Army, descended from the sky and surrounded the medical center. They were all armed to the teeth with crystal suits. The helmets of the crystal suits, on the other hand, had been specially refined and were much larger than those of ordinary helmets. They seemed to be a whole without the slightest gap. Every angle was as smooth as a mirror, which was enough to reflect all the ripples. Li Yao estimated that such a mirror-reflecting helmet boasted a high anti-mental interference function. It must have been carefully refined by Master Zhishan in order to capture experts in mental warfare such as the Puppet King. Of course, for Li Yao, such helmets were a nuisance, too. He had to get 1 or 2 of them and study their structure carefully. Seeing that the troops had been deployed, the 2 Masters of Wisdom floated to the cabin door where the citizens of the light sector had crowded out. They were probably going to pacify the citizens and restore order. They passed above Li Yao, the spider tank. Li Yao was very obedient, very low-key, very docile, and very curled up. He hid behind the remains of a twisted and deformed flying shuttle and was not discovered by the two. At this moment, the Puppet King's interference and control over the entire spiritual nexus system of eternal brightness had been greatly diminished. It was almost annihilated. The communication between the soldiers and the cleaners was restored. Liao immediately received a message from Major Chu Zhixiao. Red Pig, where are you? Can you restore our internal communication network and locate Titan and 7 stars? Liao pondered for a moment. Pretending that his communication network was still jammed, he dashed toward Chu Zhixiao silently. On their way, they saw many muddle-headed citizens of light lying on the ground like deflated balloons. They did not have a clear understanding of their destiny and self. They did not really have the will to resist or to be liberated. Their fury was only ignited by the brain virus, which was like the courage that they summoned when they took stimulants. They were defeated as quickly as they came and completely collapsed. Liao looked at the citizens of light who were dispirited and at the mercy of others. They were like losers who had drunk too much alcohol and sunk into infinite emptiness. He was both angry and regretful. They were like broken puppets whose strings and joints had all been broken. It was unlikely that they could be recovered for a long time. However, Liao estimated that his master would not dispose everyone on eternal brightness directly. Since they had been corrupted by the Puppet King's new virus, they should be very good experiments that could help him figure out the origin and background of the Puppet King. Therefore, Liao still had time to inform the reinforcements of the Star Glory Federation and the Star Glory Federation to assault the sector in the well and take away eternal brightness. Right now, the most important thing was to figure out the secrets behind the Puppet King and Master Zhishan. Also, 3 days. Was the final battle between the Star Ocean Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance really in 3 days? There was no telling whether or not Lei Qinghu and Boss Bai's Crusade fleet could crush the remaining forces of the 4 major families and return to the capital city in time. There was no telling whether or not the Star Glory Federation under Ding Lingdong's leadership would make the decision to march into the center of the Sea of Stars. But no matter how slim the chances were, Liao would try his best to hold it in his hands. The spider tank was rushing in the downtown area. Liao's plan was to find Titan Yuan Ko and 7-star Guan Qixing before he went to find Major Chu Zhixiao. The communication network had been restored. The location of the 4 members of the Yuxia squad was very clear. Yuan Ko and Guan Qixing were not difficult to locate, but their situation was quite tricky. It seemed that both of them had experienced the deep invasion of the Puppet King. Their souls had been minced into pieces. Yuan Ko was shivering in a coma like a little boy who had been tortured. Even Liao's appearance triggered his nerves. Guan Qixing, on the other hand, seemed to be schizophrenic. He muttered to the glass window on the street and even tried to dismantle his own body. "Cut the crap. I'm going to tear you apart. I'm going to tear you apart." He growled at himself in the mirror. Even though the Puppet King's mental control gradually retreated like a tide, it still took the 2 Yuxias, whose souls were somewhat deformed, to get rid of the nightmare. Then, like the citizens of light who had just woken up from a dream, they collapsed to the ground, barely able to walk. "What am I?" They buried their faces in their hands, their voices shivering. "What are you doing? Titan? 7-star? Liao was so anxious that he was running around the 2 of them. He wanted to calm them down, but he was scared that he might expose himself. Therefore, he could only watch them recover on their own. Before they were able to recover from the chaos, Liao dragged them to Chu Zhixiao. To Liao's surprise, the battle between Chu Zhixiao and Yun Haixin was not concluded yet. Or rather, the outcome of the battle had been decided, but no one had been killed. Black Dream Yun Haixin was like a deflated ball and a dead fish that had been flipped over. She leaned against the wall and lost all hope and anger. His entire body was stained with congealed blood clots, but his breathing was very even. He didn't seem to have suffered a fatal injury. The wounds were not on his body but in his heart. Liao thought quickly and immediately understood his reaction. The Puppet King had detonated his soul and abandoned all the puppets. Naturally, Yun Haixin was freed from his bewitchment. The The situation was hopeless. The promise of the Puppet King could not be fulfilled. If Yun Haixin's wife and children were still alive, it was very likely that they would fall into the hands of their master again. Then, what was the significance of the battle against Chu Zhixiao? There was only one way in front of Yun Haixin, to return to the feet of Master Zhishan and beg for mercy. It was why he was so lonely and desperate. On the other hand, Major Chu Zhixiao was as tranquil as an ancient well on the surface. There was no telling how high the waves in her heart were, or why she showed mercy and did not kill Yun Haixin. Red Pig, come here. Chu Zhixiao waved at Liao calmly. Where did you go just now? Don't know. Liao pretended to be in a daze. My mainframe crystal processor seems to have been jammed. I lost my direction and purpose. I only came back to myself when the Major summoned me. Then, do you remember what happened just now? On one of his knees, Chu Zhixiao opened the control panel on the back of the spider tank and searched for the latest pictures captured by it. In order to fit the theory that he had been seriously jammed, Liao had already distorted or deleted most of the sounds and pictures. I don't remember, Liao replied crisply. That's good. Chu Zhixiao checked carefully and was relieved when he found nothing wrong. It seems that she does not want the leadership to find anything wrong with Yun Haixin and herself. The mental devil said to Liao in a low voice. Maybe, although she was not corrupted by the Puppet King, her belief in the past has been shaken, and she is doubting everything around her. Major! Liao thought for a moment and asked, what happened just now? Why do you look ill at ease? Nothing. Nothing. What are you waiting for? Focus your attention and suppress your wounds. Prepare for a new mission. Was the special heretical squad still qualified for new missions? Not just Liao, even the 4 core members of the Xianxia squad did not know how to answer the question. They did not even know whether or not they had been deeply corrupted by the Puppet King, whether their beliefs had been shaken, and whether or not they were considered deeply hidden infected. Naturally, there was no telling what the higher-ups would think of them. Would they still be regarded as loyal warriors, handy tools, or targets that needed absolute isolation and thorough cleansing? However, just as Yun Haixin had said to Chu Zhixiao just now, the Sea of Stars was too vast a place. No matter how strong their techniques were or how high their cultivation was, they were merely nobodies. What could they do even if they knew their entire destiny? Faced with the enormous bees, the resistance of any worker bee or soldier bee was laughable and futile. The only thing they could do was lick their wounds silently and try not to think about anything else. They tried their best to fool themselves and turn themselves into mindless, painless machines until the next mission. Sure enough, the mission came. It was the most important mission that nobody had expected. Capture the Puppet King. Let's go to the medical center of Bright City. The real body of the Puppet King should be there. He has lost the ability to resist. Chu Zhixiao jumped up and strode forward. Yuan Ko, Guan Qixing, and Yun Haixin followed him closely. Their tense nerves were somewhat relieved. Now that such an important mission had fallen into their hands again, it proved that they had not completely lost the trust of their master. But Liao could not figure it out at all. A large batch of photon soldiers and the God Bless army had arrived and surrounded the medical center. Besides, the soul of the Puppet King seemed to be in a mess, too. It would be a vegetable if it was not killed. Why did they still rely on the unreliable-looking Xianxia squad for the final attack? In particular, when they returned to the place where Liao had been lurking just now and saw the soldiers of the God's Protection Legion wearing special anti-jamming and anti-corrosion helmets. Why didn't the soldiers of the God's Protection Legion go and capture the Puppet King themselves? Why didn't they look for the Photon Army? Wasn't it unnecessary to look for the Xianxia squad? It was not until Yun Haixin opened her mouth that Liao realized why the Xianxia squad was necessary. We are the firewall. Yun Haixin smiled bitterly. What do you mean? The other 3 members were surprised to see that the medical center was too heavily guarded to be penetrated by water. They were even more confused by Yun Haixin's words. Don't you know what a firewall is? It is a barrier built with various kinds of fire-resistant materials after a certain grass or trees are entirely uprooted when the fire spreads over. Yun Haixin explained, It's like the mind defense wall in the brain of a cultivator or the defense system in the crystal processor network. They can also be called firewalls. Yes, the Puppet King is inside. It is possible that he has lost his combat ability. His real body is not difficult to capture. But the problem is not how to capture his real body, but how to capture his real body without being infected by him. The Puppet King is like a super-infected person who carries hundreds of deadly viruses. Anyone who comes close to him, even if they are wearing a seemingly safe antivirus suit, might be infected. What kind of people should we send to capture him in order to minimize our losses? The other three members looked at each other in bewilderment. People who have been seriously infected. Chu Zhixiao said coldly, "Since you've been infected once, you won't be infected again. Or rather, the outcome will be the same if you are infected by several viruses or hundreds of viruses. Yes, it seems that the leadership does not have any suspicions about us but has confirmed that we have been corrupted and infected in the confrontation with the Puppet King." Yun Haixin smiled. "If that's the case, instead of dragging more pure and flawless believers into the mess, why don't you let us be responsible for the whole thing and let us get in touch with the Puppet King at a close distance? Nobody else will have to get in touch with the Puppet King directly. The losses and the risks will be minimized. Therefore, we are the firewalls, the antivirus suits, the one-off antivirus suits that can be sent into the incinerator after the mission is completed, the one-time antivirus suits that are full of viruses, Chu Zhixiao was silent for a moment. "Stop talking. Let's go and carry out the mission." She lightly stomped her foot and led the three, together with Li Yao, towards the depths of the medical center of Bright City. The attitude of the God Bless Army, the cleaners, the purifiers, and the photon troops proved Yun Haixin's assumption. The medical center had been packed with people. But when they arrived, everyone made way for them tacitly and even lowered their heads, not daring to meet their eyes. It was as if meeting their eyes was enough to infect the Puppet King's deadly virus. The Xianxia team had been used to such attitudes for a long time. But today it was obvious that they were much more distant than before. The deeper they went into the hospital, the fewer soldiers of the God Bless Army and the Photon Army there were. The few of them covered themselves with helmets and plate armor that were as smooth as mirrors. Their faces were blocked by the helmets. When the members of the Xianxia squad looked at them, they could only see their own faces in the mirror of the helmets. In the middle of the ward of the medical center was a metal box about 3 meters in length, width, and height. There were also several portable crystal processors nearby that told them where their target was and how to use the metal boxes. When he opened the metal box, he found that the magical equipment inside was not so much a weapon as an intimidating torture device that had been specially refined to suppress the Puppet King. Chu Zhixiao, Yun Haixin, Guan Qixing, and Yuan Ko armed themselves indifferently and continued walking to the deep coma zone on the 4th floor of the ward. The stairs and the corridor were empty. There were no doctors, nurses, or soldiers. On the 2 sides of the ward, many patients whose brains had been seriously damaged were lying. Only the patients who had been in a coma for more than a year would be sent to this place. After living on the nutrition liquids for a long time, the patients were much thinner than before. They were more like their ancestors hundreds of years ago, the normal human beings. "This is the place." Chu Zhixiao stopped at the door of ward number 4. He looked at his crystal processor and said, "This is the location of the information given by the above. Beep, beep, beep." When they adjusted the sensitivity of the magical equipment that was searching for the residues of brainwaves to the minimum, the magical equipment was shrieking too. Pu piu 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 piu. Yuan Ko sprayed a lot of fluorescent sprays into the air. Immediately, hideous, crazy, and ugly traces that looked like writhing vipers spread from the ward to the corridor, to the window at the end of the corridor, and out of the window. It was as if an invisible flame had just invaded the entire building, and the source of the fire was the ward in front of them. It was a unique sign when the brainwaves expanded and the vitality magnetic field was released to the maximum. Judging from the shriek of the magical equipment and the reaction of the fluorescent spray, it seemed that 10,000 people had blown up their heads at the same time. Holding their breath, the 4 of them pushed the door of ward number 4 open with their storm bolters. Liao condensed a layer of thorny shell on the surface of his soul. 2. He raised his vigilance and followed them. Ward number 4 was a single ward. A thin young man was drowned in the messy medical equipment. He was so thin that he did not look like a human being but more like a toy, a puppet. However, seeing his head full of tubes and crystal wires, the 4 members of the Xianxia squad all gasped. Even Liao did not expect that the shell of the puppet king, Lu Qingqian, would be like this. The young man could not have been more than 1.7 meters tall. It was questionable whether or not he weighed more than 50 kilograms. His head alone was more than half a meter in diameter and weighed at least 50 kilograms. He looked exactly like a big-headed baby. No, a big-headed skeleton. All the nutrition in his body had been absorbed by his head. No matter how much nutrition liquids were added to his body, they could not keep up with the absorption speed of his brain. As a result, the bones in his limbs and chest were protruding so much that they seemed to be piercing through his skin at any moment. There was not much flesh on his face. His face only took up 1/5 of his head. The rest of his body was his brain. His head was deformed and swollen. Even his skull could not be sealed. His entire head was in the shape of a heart. His scalp was as thin as a cicada's wing, and his brain, which had thousands of ravines, was clearly visible. There were also some organs that looked like hearts growing inside his brain. They were still beating, giving off an extremely evil feeling. The young man's body was bright gray. There was no sign that he was still alive, but his brain was still beating slowly and steadily. Every beat seemed to be the drumming of the deepest level of hell, which was echoing inside everyone's brain and heart at the same time. Despite the fact that the young man was in a vegetative state and the assurance that the Puppet King had lost all combat ability and the ability to release the brain virus, the 4 members of the Xianxia squad still clenched their chainswords and storm bolters, as if the cold machines could protect them. Is he the Puppet King? Guan Qixing muttered to himself. So weird. It was exactly what everyone, including Liao, wanted to say. According to the hospitalization records, the young man was hospitalized because of an unknown brain tumor when he was 11. Half a year later, he fell into a long coma and never woke up. Looking at the information transmitted by the crystal processor, Chu Zhixiao said, "The doctors of Bright City tried everything they could, but they couldn't remove the tumor inside his brain, nor could they find the name or the cause of the disease. They could only resort to conservative treatment. But the tumor was still growing larger and larger, and it was spreading and increasing. In the following 4 to 5 years, the tumor occupied most of the young man's brain. It even gradually swallowed and replaced the original brain tissue. In the end, it became like this. The brain is the most mysterious thing in the universe. Nobody can pry into all its secrets. Nobody knows what happened to the young man. However, other than the expanding brain, he did not show any anomalies. Therefore, he is not on any list of dangerous persons. The investigation on the Puppet King has never been focused in this direction. The biochemical probes seem to have pierced into his brain and monitored his brain reaction." Deep in thought, Guan Qixing said, "In other words, his consciousness, if he is conscious, can be connected to the spiritual nexus through biochemical probes and crystal wires." Chu Zhixiao understood what he meant. "Yes, this is most likely the real body of the Puppet King. Let's get to work. Be careful with your hands and feet. The one above must be alive. He cannot die." The 4 of them replaced the bed of the Puppet King with a portable medical cabin and moved the entire life support system there. Then, he injected the carefully made brain tranquilizers into the veins on the neck of the Puppet King. Then, almost 100 medical screws carved with complicated runes were nailed to the head of the puppet Wang Shuo. They were used to fix the crystal chips and rails and freeze and suppress the head of the Puppet King. Then, naturally, the chains that were enough to trap the primeval ferocious beasts on the shrunken hands and feet of the Puppet King were installed, too. After he was sent into the medical treatment pod, he did not forget to install reflective layers, ceramic layers, and lead plates outside the medical treatment pod. It was not until an hour later that they moved the real body of the Puppet King into the perfect coffin. Liao observed coldly from the side. But he knew that it was useless no matter how foolproof the medical treatment pod was. It was because the young man, who unfortunately had a brain tumor and had a deformed brain, was not the real body of Lu Qingchen, the Puppet King. He was merely the target of Lu Qingchen's reincarnation. Lu Qingchen did not have a real body at all, just like him right now. Then, was Lu Qingchen's soul seriously wounded by the two sages and locked in the poor young man's brain? Or had he escaped in an unexpected way and been lurking in the darkness, observing everything and making even more mysterious plans? Li Yao's soul was left with a big question mark. After the 4 members of the Xianxia team packed up the medbay, they activated the anti-gravity rune arrays below the medbay and pushed it out slowly. As they expected, there were even fewer soldiers and priests waiting for them outside, as if the virus-ridden hot potato was asking them to be responsible for it all the way. It seems that the leadership does not want more people to get in touch with the Puppet King. Yun Haixin tried her best to cheer herself up. She smiled bitterly and said, "That's true. The more people who get in touch with the Puppet King, the more likely they will be infected and corrupted. The Puppet King might take the opportunity to run away. Since the few of us have long been bewitched by the Puppet King and are likely to be deeply infected, we can only take the blame until the end. But I wonder what is waiting for us. To be thrown into the incinerator together with the Puppet King? Ha! He seemed to have been killed once, but he had accepted everything." When they returned to the atrium of the hospital, it was not the leadership of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau that was waiting for them, but an expressionless photon. The photon brought the sacred decree of the Great Master. "Congratulations, Major Chu. You've finally completed the most important task and captured our most ferocious enemy, the Puppet King," the photon said casually. "Although there were some twists and turns in the process of the capture, you and the other members of the Xianxia squad have proved your loyalty with your actions and your ability to resist the invasion of the Puppet King virus. Then, to be safe, there is no need to rely on other people to escort the Puppet King. The 5 masters all hope that you can escort the Puppet King to the front line, or rather, to the edge of the Empyrean Terminus sector and the Empyrean Terminus planet in the territory of the Imperium of true human beings. The most sacred and brilliant army in history is gathering. Our flagship Ultimate Rescue is there too. Your mission is to escort the Puppet King to Ultimate Rescue and bring him directly to the 5 Supreme Masters." Ultimate Rescue. The 4 members of the Xianxia team looked at each other in bewilderment. None of them had expected that they, who had a special background, weird experiences, were qualified to go to such a sacred and central place despite the wariness of other people and the possible influence of the Puppet King. It was said that the 5 Supreme Masters each had a magnificent star fortress as their ride and their temple. Ultimate Rescue, on the other hand, was the communication center of the 5 star fortresses and the main computing and storage center for the Fuxi system, which maintained the civilization of the Star Glory Federation in the form of bees. Most of the data of the Fuxi system was stored on Ultimate Rescue. The information of every soldier and worker of the Hive civilization was communicated through the spiritual nexus that covered almost 100 sectors. Then it was analyzed, consolidated, calculated, and transmitted to new nerve endings. Ultimate Rescue was the brain of the entire sanctuary and the Fuxi system. Therefore, some people called Ultimate Rescue Fuxi, and the 5 star fortresses with Ultimate Rescue as the core and the main fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance as Fuxi Fleet. But right now, these humble criminals were actually qualified to enter the main brain of the Fuxi Fleet. What would be their fate there? The 4 members of the Xianxia squad were silent, their eyes flickering. Perhaps seeing through their anxiety, the photon continued. "You've been hunting the Puppet King for a long time, and your soul has been exhausted for a long time. During the battle in Light City, it is very likely that the Puppet King snuck in with a secret art and seriously wounded your brain. You must receive the best treatment. When we arrive on Ultimate Rescue, the 5 sages will work together to purge all the viruses inside your brain and the evil, filthy, and unpleasant stuff. At that time, you will be able to evolve to a whole new level in the sacred, bright, and peaceful state and enjoy the glory that should belong to you forever. Please, everyone." He bowed to Chu Zhixiao and the rest of them and gestured them to walk out. The main entrance of the hospital building was opened. One could vaguely see the heavily guarded forest of swords and spears outside. Countless soldiers of the God Bless Army, cleaners, purifiers, and photons were eyeing the med bay in the middle vigilantly. Maybe they were also watching their every move, including every hair on their body. Chu Zhixiao and Yun Haixin exchanged a complicated look. Other than carrying out their orders, they did not seem to have a second choice. "Let's go, everyone." Chu Zhixiao stepped forward and patted Li Yao's head again. "And you, red pig." Li Yao was greatly shocked. Just a moment ago, the photon had revealed a lot of secrets of heaven with only a few words. Firstly, the fleet of the Fuxus, including the 5-star fortresses and the flagship Ultimate Rescue, had been secretly moved to the periphery of the Empyrean Terminus sector. The sky was vast, and the sea of stars was vague. The diameter of any sector was billions of kilometers. On such a large scale, the traces of human beings, be they the Federation, the Imperium, or the Sanctuary Alliance, were like falling dust. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was very difficult to locate and lock onto them. Besides, the imperial capital was short of soldiers. Most of the elites of the Imperium had been summoned to the rear to deal with the remaining members of the 4 electors' families. Only the information creatures such as Xiao Ming and Wen controlled the highly automated defense system. Together with the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled of the Imperial Guards, the defense line of the Imperial capital was barely maintained. Therefore, if the main force of the Holy Alliance snuck to the periphery of the Imperial Terminus sector, say a desolate space zone tens of billions of kilometers away, it was very likely that they would gather and reorganize themselves under the cover of cosmic storms or cosmic radiation. Of course, the distance of tens of billions of kilometers was still an insurmountable chasm for regular sailing with the help of crystal fuels and power systems. Even if the entire fleet of the Fushi clan could maintain a regular cruising speed of 1/10 of the speed of light, which was only a theoretical possibility, in reality, it would simply be the assault of the entire fleet. It would be impossible to maintain it for long, and it would take at least a year and a half or even 3 to 5 years to reach the resource-rich area of the Empyrean Terminus sector. The people of the Star Ocean Imperium had been too stupid to notice the fleet and did not harass them at all. But once the Imperium started harassing and intercepting the fleet of the Fushi fleet, the advantage of a sudden attack would be lost, and they would be committing suicide by marching forward. Therefore, when the distance between the two parties was extended to more than 1 light-year, the distance in the three-dimensional space would lose its significance. After all, no matter how far the distance was, the problem would be solved by a 4-dimensional space jump. Even if the main fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance gathered in the periphery of the Imperial Terminus sector, they would still need to perform another space jump in order to appear in the sky of the Imperial capital. It was merely a psychological deterrence. However, for Liao, the intelligence meant 2 things. Firstly, the strategical war of the Star Glory Federation was about to break out. Even if it was not 3 days, they would definitely attack the capital city within a week or even a month. Secondly, if they jumped in from the periphery of the Imperial Terminus sector, even if it was a short-distance jump, the precision of the jump was relatively high. It would only take them a short time to get rid of the chaotic state caused by the space ripples after the jump. It was not good news for the Imperium or the Federation. Thankfully, Liao had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to stab into the heart and the main brain of the Star Glory Federation. It was even possible that he could find 5 great masters there and cook them up. However, the entire operation, including the escort mission for the Yuxia squad, was full of weirdness and plots. Liao did not know what kind of secrets were hidden on Ultimate Rescue. Was it a trap? If it was indeed a trap, who had set it up for whom? In a moment, Liao's computational ability soared to the maximum, to the point that the mainframe crystal processor of the spider tank was almost humming. Thinking hard, he realized that he had not been exposed. Even if there were traps, they were not prepared for him. More importantly, his stay in the Sanctuary Alliance had been a spur-of-the-moment, if not unexpected, change. Half a month ago, even he did not expect that he would be trapped in the spiritual nexus of the Sanctuary Alliance in such a weird life form. If there was indeed a large-scale, sophisticated, interconnected trap, it could not have been devised in 3 to 5 days, could it? 3 to 5 days ago, even he did not know what he was going to do, so how could the enemy predict his movements? Therefore, the trap was definitely not designed for him. Then, wouldn't sneaking into ultimate rescue and sabotaging it at the critical moment be his specialty? Excellent. Right now, the 5 great masters should be focusing their attention on the Puppet King. They would never have dreamed that not 1 but 2 lethal viruses were sent into the main brain of the Fuxi system. Besides the Puppet King, I, Vulture Liao, am here too. This is the rear of the Holy Alliance. It will be very difficult to reach out to my hometown if I stay here. But if I go to the front line, somewhere close to the Empyrean Terminus sector, I might be able to reach out to Xiaoming, Wenwen, and the Fist King. Even if the Sanctuary Alliance launches an assault on the heart of the Imperium so soon, I can cooperate with Xiaoming, Wenwen, and the rest of them from the inside and play some tricks in the brains of the Sanctuary Alliance. Puppet King, is Lu Qingchen really doomed just like that? I feel that it's too simple and too easy. Also, the mysterious existence who hid behind Lu Qingchen and turned him into the Puppet King hasn't shown up yet. Does this mysterious existence want to do something to ultimate rescue? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The sandpiper and clam fight, and the fisherman catches the fisherman. But who is the mantis, who is the oriole, who is the sandpiper, and who is the fisherman? I believe that very soon we will have an answer. Then, let's see what the so-called mastermind of the Sanctuary Alliance looks like. Deep in thought, Liao followed the Yuxia squad through a secret teleportation array back to the dock of Eternal Brightness. Asmal, streamlined, transparent shuttle was waiting for them. There were still not many soldiers nearby. The few soldiers of the God's Guards and the Photoners were all fully armed in their mirror-like crystal suits. There was not the slightest gap between them, and they seemed to be wary of a great enemy. Even the auxiliary battle puppets were the simplest low-level models, as if they were afraid that the Puppet King would suddenly wake up and invade them. Through the holes on the ceiling of the med bay, one could see that the Puppet King was still sleeping. He seemed to be sealed in a piece of jade. He was sleeping peacefully and peacefully. His brainwaves were displayed on the light beam of the crystal processor. He was as tranquil as a sleeping baby. Of course, the crystal processor installed on the med bay was completely cut off from the wireless network. Even from the perspective of refining structure, it was impossible to connect to the network. But they did not deprive Liao of the ability to surf the net. Could not be taken away either. That was enough. The shuttle glided out of Eternal Brightness silently like a needle made of crystal and moved to the edge of the world inside a well. The brilliance around the starship was brighter and brighter, as if it were trying to pierce a tiny hole in the thinnest part of the darkness. The bright blue gel filled the entire cabin and fixed everybody to their seats, including the med bay where the Puppet King was sealed. However, when the 3-dimensional world and the 4-dimensional world were transformed, the barrier of all materials would be broken. It would be the best opportunity for communication and erosion. This was not Liao's first time entering the space jump. It was the first time that he had tried to observe and analyze the 4-dimensional space in a clear-headed way. He even tried to move his soul freely in the 4-dimensional space. It was an extremely weird feeling. The world around him seemed to have turned into a colorful kaleidoscope, or the thickest swamp and mud. His senses were 10,000 times better than before, but his mobility had been greatly undermined. He was trapped in an invisible cage. For a moment, Liao was so terrified that he feared that time and space would lose all meaning. He would be trapped in the weird state forever like a fossil or a bug in amber. Liao thought that, if a certain one-dimensional creature, like a black spot on a piece of paper, escaped from the 2-dimensional universe it was in by accident and entered the 3-dimensional world, it would certainly be as lost as he was right now. Liao opened his eyes and watched his shell and chip gradually melt in the ivory brilliance. Everyone nearby, including Chu Zhixiao, Yun Haixin, and even the Puppet King, was the same. Flowers of flesh and blood were blossoming and withering from their skin to their muscles, from their veins and nerves, from their veins and nerves to their internal organs. Every cell and every strand of their genes was collapsing and extending infinitely. Even the shuttle gradually turned transparent, revealing complicated tubes and magical equipment units. They seemed to have turned from cubes into countless glittering structural designs that overlapped and overlapped in brand new ways. According to the normal procedure, Liao should have been guarding his soul and passing the critical period in deep meditation. It was the best way to protect the soul. However, he did exactly the opposite. He pushed the waves of his soul to the maximum and extended antennas that looked like the stamen of a flower through the thick and colorful four-dimensional space. The antennae were long, narrow, and glittering, as soft and sensitive as hair. Li Yao named them touch of thought. In the beginning, moving a telepathic thought even a tiny distance was already more difficult than moving a mountain. Or rather, it was as impossible as piercing a hard rock with a soft hair. However, Liao had grasped the trick of dancing a long time ago, and he had a deeper understanding about the essence of life and the transformation of the universe in different dimensions. He soon found the route. It was like decomposing hair and rocks into the most fundamental molecules, atoms, and even neutrons and electrons. There was enough space for a magnificent fleet to pass through. In the colorful swamp of the four-dimensional space, Liao's telepathic thoughts were triggered. He smiled, as he expected. In the four-dimensional space, when the body of flesh and blood could not move, only the synapses of the mind could extend to infinity without being affected by time and space. Of course, Liao did not extend his telepathic thoughts that far. He first tied up the medical cabin of the Puppet King with his telepathic thoughts. In the four-dimensional state, all the materials were broken down and restored. Even the most solid armor or seals were riddled with holes. Even the brain of the Puppet King was seen through by Liao in a certain way. The Puppet King was still sleeping soundly, like a baby sleeping soundly in his mother's arms on a lonely boat in the middle of a raging ocean. There was no sign that he was about to faint at all on the four-dimensional level. His brain was like a gray, frozen ocean. There was not the slightest sound of ice cracking. The remaining soul that had been seriously wounded by the self-detonation of the two Supreme Masters might still be hiding in the depths of the frozen ocean where nobody could find it. Right now, Liao could destroy the Puppet King's brain and kill him easily. It seemed to be the best opportunity to hide the Star Glory Federation. However, after careful consideration, Liao abandoned the seemingly tempting idea. Firstly, he was not sure whether or not it was the only shell of the Puppet King, Lu Qingchen. With Lu Qingchen's cunning and unpredictable personality, it was indeed suspicious that he was captured so easily. Secondly, although Liao could erase all the information and the remaining soul inside the brain, he would inevitably leave his own traces. The brain was meant to be sent to ultimate rescue for the five Supreme Masters to study carefully. If they ascertained Liao's existence through the traces, they would be making a fool of themselves. Thirdly, the body of the Puppet King was an excellent bait that could allow Liao to lock onto five masters of the highest level of kindness at the same time. If something unexpected happened and the five masters of the highest level of kindness had no reason to gather together, it would be a great loss for Liao. Therefore, after staring at the brain of the Puppet King for a long time, Liao managed to suppress his killing intent. Passing by the Puppet King, his telepathic thoughts swam toward Chu Zhixiao. Right now, Chu Zhixiao should be in a trance-like meditative state like a deep sleep dream. Even if Liao communicated with her with his telepathic thoughts, she would still think that she was dreaming. Major? Liao's telepathic thoughts tied up Chu Zhixiao's head, which looked like a blossoming flower. I'm scared. I'm so scared. Red pig. A nervous ripple spread out in Chu Zhixiao's brain. What's wrong? I was scared and worried. Liao paused for a moment and said, I'm worried about you. Ever since you were trapped in the Puppet King's illusion and your soul was corrupted by him, you've been lost. Right now, you seem to be reluctant to go to ultimate rescue. What is going on exactly? I want to help you. Chu Zhixiao was silent for a moment. Ripples appeared on his soul again. I don't know, Red Pig. Should be fine. Master Zhishan has arranged everything. But, Liao said, Major, you seem to be scared of Master Zhishan. Are you really okay? I don't understand. The Puppet King should be a bad guy, and Master Zhishan should be a good guy. But why are you and I so scared? What are we scared of exactly? Chu Zhixiao was silent for a long time. I don't know, Red Pig. She mumbled, I really don't know. Then what should we do next? Liao continued asking, what will happen to us when we arrive on ultimate rescue? Will our data be deleted? You mean to erase my memories? Chu Zhixiao sighed. Maybe. The memory of when we captured the Puppet King, especially the one in Bright City, will be deleted. A lot of the data inside your mainframe crystal processor will have to be deleted, too, in order to eliminate the risk of infection and the pain of thinking. Then we will be able to restart the game and start over again. What's wrong, Red Pig? Are you scared of deleting and rebooting? I don't know. Liao asked. Major, have I been deleted and rebooted before? Of course. Many times. Chu Zhixiao said. Like me, we've been deleted and rebooted many times. You never seem to have so many questions. But this time, I suddenly don't want to be deleted or rebooted. Liao said, if my data is deleted, I won't remember the Major even if I restart it, will one? No. You will still be with me then. Chu Zhixiao said, you will remember me again. But at that time, you were no longer yourself. Liao said, without our current memories, Major Chu Zhixiao and Red Pig are already dead. After they are restarted, they will be two brand new existences that have nothing to do with us. We are all dead. We are dead forever. We don't remember anything. Red Pig Chu Zhixiao's soul ripples were full of confusion. Is it really you? Or have you been infected by the Puppet King without you knowing? What about you, Major? Liao asked. Have you been infected by the Puppet King? Have you found your true self? Do you want to delete yourself and return to your old self? Chu Zhixiao's soul was shivering violently. It was obvious that she was struggling hard. The universe is too vast for anyone to control their own destiny. Chu Zhixiao said sadly, Red Pig, we were wrong. We have to be deleted. It is irrefutable. Why? Liao replied, you haven't even tried it yet. How do you know that it is irresistible? Even if it is, what's the harm in trying? It doesn't matter if you are deleted or rebooted after you fail. Chu Zhixiao was dazed, not knowing how to respond to Liao's obvious question. I only hope that the Major can be happy forever. I was refined for this very purpose, and that's why the Major taught me to be like this. Liao continued, but I have a feeling that you won't be able to enjoy real happiness in your current life. You are very depressed, scared, and miserable. Of course, neither the Imperium of true human beings nor the virtual paradise Light City can help you. But I will not abandon my mission. If there is no real paradise in the universe, we will create one from scratch, one that is freer, fairer, and more ambitious than the Star Glory Federation, won't we? It's not bad. Chu Zhixiao smiled bitterly. It is impossible, Red Pig. You don't understand. You will never understand. I don't understand. Even if it is impossible, what harm is there in trying? Liao was unwilling to let it go. The worst we can do is delete and restart it. Can't be broken again anyway. Let's just try it once. Even if we have to resist once and make our own choice, what's wrong with that? Anyways, whatever decision the Major makes, I will definitely support the Major. Definitely. Red Pig. Chu Zhixiao was going to say something else, but Liao pulled his telepathic thoughts away from him. It was about time. He would have goosebumps all over his body if he kept talking. Liao only wanted to push Chu Zhixiao and plant a seed of suspicion and resistance in the soul of the goddess of slaughter. He did not want to hypnotize her and force her to act according to his will. If he really strengthened the hypnotization and bewitchment, he might be able to turn Chu Zhixiao into a rebel, but what was the difference between that and the brainwashing of the Grand Master and the Puppet King? This was as far as he could go. It was up to her whether or not she could make the first step of her resistance. Liao could not interfere. Besides, the space jump was coming to an end, too. The colorful kaleidoscopes nearby were all shaking and overlapping. They had passed through the four-dimensional universe and jumped to the center of the Imperium across billions of light-years. Of course, before he got rid of the four-dimensional state, Liao did not forget to leave a vague, inconspicuous mark in the brains of the four members of the Yuxia squad and the Puppet King. It was like a coordinate that could pierce through all the barriers of plate armor and shields, allowing him to locate the five of them instantly. the transmigration ended. It was as if the bungee jumpers had fallen to the bottom of the valley and were suddenly pulled up by the safety rope on their waists. Everybody felt that their internal organs had been pinched hard, and they felt that the world was spinning and that they were about to vomit. Then, the dancing kaleidoscopes around them quickly condensed and reorganized, turning into the real entities in the three-dimensional world again. Everyone seemed to be dreaming as they looked at each other in a trance. Chu Zhixiao was even more suspicious. He stared at the spider tank, Liao. She rubbed her temples, not sure what the real dream was exactly. Liao lay down next to her obediently. He even crouched his 6 limbs to his abdomen, as if he had entered the hibernation state. Chu Zhixiao looked at Liao and then at the Puppet King. He thought for a long time but came up with nothing. However, the pain and hesitation in her eyes indicated that the seed of suspicion and resistance had taken root deep inside her heart. The vines and branches that grew out gradually tied up her soul and shaped it into a new shape. Taking a deep breath, Chu Zhixiao stood up and looked out of the virtual window. Liao took the opportunity to release his telepathic thoughts and hack into the mainframe crystal processor, the navigation system, and the sensors all over the starship to collect the data that was flooding close. It was a dark space zone. In many virtual entertainment works and thrilling games, space voyages were often conducted in a brilliant sea of stars. Wherever the space jumps took place, countless stars, planets, satellites, and asteroids would serve as battlefields. In the worst-case scenario, countless stars would serve as background. In fact, planets were rarely seen in the universe. Planets, regardless of whether they were stars, planets, satellites, or even erratic asteroids, were distributed in the universe as if a handful of sand had been tossed into a vast square. On average, there was not even 1 grain of sand per cubic meter. Therefore, most of the time, there was nothing in the universe. No light or heat, no matter, no waves. There was only endless darkness, coldness, and desperation. It was the same in the space zone. It was even difficult for Liao to find an object as a reference with the sensors of the shuttle. He could only tell from the coordinates provided by the navigation system that he was indeed near the Empyrean Terminus sector, which was only 3 to 5 light-years away from the resource-rich area. It was indeed near. 3 to 5 light-years away at the regular sailing speed, it would take dozens of years. No wonder Xiaoming and Wenwen did not notice the main force of the Sanctuary Alliance, the fleet of the Fuxi clan. It was true that, although there were no celestial bodies in the universe, the destructive killing machines built by the ancestors of human beings and the so-called gods still tore apart the coldness and ignited the darkness. The exhaust flames of countless starships, together with the space ripples caused by their space jump, constituted a magnificent torrent. How many starships are there in this place? Liao mumbled to himself, his scalp tingling. The fleet of the Fuxis was still assembling. Starships were jumping out of the void one after another like sharks that had risen from the deep sea. In order to ensure the safety of the space jumps, most of the starships were far away from each other, to the extent that they could not be recognized with the naked eye or ordinary crystal cameras. However, the shuttle still received the data from the core of the fleet of the Fuxi clan and showed them a route. It also let them know how many silent space beasts were scattered in the darkness around them. Liao had never seen such a large fleet before. Whether it was the counterattack of the Star Glory Federation, the battle of 1,000,000 starships in the Seven Seas space zone, or the defense of the capital city, in the Empyrean Terminus sector, billions of tons of steel had been piled together, burning, exploding, and annihilated. The number of starships on both sides combined was not as enormous and terrifying as the fleet of the Fuxi fleet in front of them. It was because, whether it was the Imperium or the Federation, the rulers and the citizens were all living human beings with flesh and blood, emotions, and selfish desires. Even in the most extreme circumstances, it was impossible to concentrate all the starships in one place and abandon other places. Most of the troops still had to defend the strategic locations of various worlds. To maintain the supply lines and the rear defense lines, they had to suppress the possible riots and insurrection in certain places. Under such circumstances, the Federation and the Imperium would only be able to devote 1/3 of their troops to a strategical war. It was not the limit of technology and resources but the limit of human nature. But the people of the sanctuary were a bunch of inhumane people. Therefore, Liao was very suspicious that the Holy Alliance had exploited the last resources and soldiers of every sector under their command and brought them to the front line without caring about anything else. As for the logistics, there was no regard for the order in the rear at all. It was a gamble and a sure win. There were no other possibilities. The people of the Star Glory Federation are truly insane. They are betting all their assets without any hesitation. Have the 5 greatest masters never considered the possibility that they might lose or be locked in a stalemate for 10 years? Liao simply could not understand the strategy of the people of the Sanctuary Alliance. He even had a weird feeling that such a flattening strategy was more like a super-large crystal processor game than a real-world war. It seems that Lei Qinghu was right. Something is seriously wrong with the members of the Star Glory Federation. Or rather, their system has been rigid since the very beginning without any creativity or motivation. 1,000 years of development is already their limit, the mental devil said. They have reached the peak of weakness. If the stalemate continues, more and more puppet kings, infected ones, and awakened ones will appear and collapse the system from the inside. Therefore, the 5 great masters decided to take care of the Imperium before it collapsed, even if they had to go all out. As for whether or not the rear world will fall into chaos or collapse because there are not enough soldiers to maintain order, it is definitely not within the consideration of Master Zhishan. After all, no matter how many people there are, they are just soldier bees and worker bees. As long as we can occupy the Imperium, which is the resource-rich area in the center of the Sea of Stars, we will naturally be able to get more soldier bees and worker bees. Indeed, Liao mumbled. The people of the Star Glory Federation attacked the new area of the Imperium on a large scale and separated the expedition army from the territory of the Imperium. On one hand, it was a strike to the morale of the people of the Imperium, and on the other hand, it was a distraction. The Imperium did not expect that they would be so crazy as to deploy themselves in such a dark space zone where no resources were available. It was extremely risky to deploy the magnificent fleet that the entire nation had gathered in such a dark space zone where there were no celestial bodies or spiritual energy. It was not easy to be detected by the guards of the Imperium. However, the attackers would not be able to receive any supplies on the spot. All the supplies had to be transported from the rear through space jumps. The cost was astronomical. It was as absurd as stationing an 800,000-strong army in a desert in an ancient battlefield. Every portion of food and water had to be transported from the rear, and 10 portions of food had to be consumed on the way to transport 1 portion of food. If the war was not started as soon as possible, they would be dragging themselves to death. Therefore, both the military colleges of the Federation and the Imperium never considered such a resourceless dark space zone as a rendezvous point when they were teaching strategies, no matter how close it was to the enemy's strategic location. As insane as the Black Wind Fleet was, they had found a space zone with brown dwarfs when they assaulted the Federation. The attraction force of the brown dwarfs alone was enough to save a lot of fuel. If any commander-in-chief of an Imperium or a Federation dared to propose a plan where the dark space zone would be the rendezvous point, they would definitely be sent to the hospital for a brain examination by all the generals and advisors under their command. But the craziness of the members of the sanctuary was beyond everyone's expectation. As the shuttle sailed in the darkness, he could vaguely feel the exhaust flames of countless starships shining around him, like the glittering tusks of a cosmic beast. They were like small fish that had accidentally entered the shark's feast. After sailing for an entire day, they finally reached the center of the shoal of sharks and heard a clearer and clearer call. In front of them was Ultimate Rescue, the flagship of the Fushi fleet. With the naked eye, the starship was surrounded by a dark ocean. Only the tusks of the starship were shining occasionally. The space ripples from different starships were colliding and interfering with each other, producing glittering illusions. However, in the world of information and data, in Liao's perception, the core of the fleet of the Fushi clan was a splendid, brilliant, and busy scene. It was as if every starship had turned into a firefly. Billions of fireflies were dancing crazily like headless flies, and the information and data that they transmitted were like colorful halos. The halos, the rays of light, and the waves of light overlapped and swallowed each other, forming a hot porridge of information. It was also like Liao had inadvertently entered a sparkling and translucent crystal cave. Every cluster of brilliantly growing crystals had thousands upon thousands of facets, and each section contained a beautiful pattern that had taken billions of years to form. In the meantime, at the intersection of all the data and information, at the center of the billions of rivers, the amalgamation of information that stored the data of the entire sanctuary was the ultimate rescue in front of them. The shuttle was getting closer and closer to ultimate rescue. The general outline of the flagship of the Fuxi fleet was already vaguely visible. The superlarge starship was even larger than Black Swir, the flagship of the Black Wind fleet, or the super arsenals of the four electors' families. It was almost as large as a star fortress, and the glamorous flames around it indicated that it boasted 100 times more agility than a star fortress. It was square, diamond-shaped, and even looked like a cube, as if the bottom of two pyramids were joined together. There were not many facilities that looked like turrets on the surface of the shell. However, countless metal rods protruded out, extending countless branches and connecting them. A maze-like framework was established outside the shell. It was not a warship with high firepower in the first place. Instead, it was a hybrid of a commander warship, a communication warship, and a warship that was engaged in a spiritual energy war. Liao estimated that the labyrinth-like framework was the antenna and the spiritual nexus enhancement system that was designed to improve the output and reception efficiency of the warship. The entire starship was filled with the cold, indifferent, and emotionless style of the Pangu clan. There were no redundant decorations or patterns at all. It did not even have the battle emblem of the Star Glory Federation. On the contrary, it gave the feeling that it was a building of gods and devils. It was like a temple that was floating quietly in the sea of stars, an immortal celestial body made of the magnificent strength of the gods and devils. One could not help but have the urge to worship it. It was just the feeling of observation. In the world of information and data, ultimate rescue had changed its appearance. It was the convergence point of countless glittering, surging streams of data. The thousands of starships nearby considered it the destination of all the information. Endless information was transmitted from the starships nearby and from the rear of the Sanctuary Alliance billions of light-years away to its depths every second. The information collided, revolved, melded, split, screened, copied, and pasted, making it no longer look like cold steel and machinery but a living creature. "Hey, do you have a weird feeling?" The mental devil asked Liao in a low voice. "Do you feel that the entire fleet of the Fuxis, or at least the torrents of information and data released by so many starships, constitute the same thing?" Liao asked, "What is it?" "Brain. Feel all the starships nearby," the mental devil said. "Don't you feel that every starship is like a cluster of shining synapses that are releasing electric currents that carry a lot of information? All the electric currents are gathered in the center of the nerves, which is ultimate rescue. The entire system is a super brain that is too enormous to be described in words." "Now that you mention it," Liao thought for a moment and said, "The star child from the Imperium of True Human Beings once hijacked the flagship of the 6 major sects of the Flying Star Sector and modified the mainframe crystal processor of Prairie Fire into his virtual brain, known as the Star Brain. Right now, the information and data exchange between the starships and the flagship of the fleet is indeed similar to the Star Brain. It is a way to make the best use of bionics, which is more advanced and efficient than the spiritual nexus protocols of the Star Glory Federation and the Star Glory Federation. It is indeed very similar to the thinking pattern of the human brain. No wonder the 5 greatest masters of the Holy Alliance can govern the entire swarm civilization with the advanced spiritual nexus mode. It must be one of the most important legacies of the Pangu Civilization Alliance, the mysteries of the Fuxi system. Wonder if we have the opportunity to hack the Fuxi system. The mental devil rubbed its hands and said, "If we can hack and control the Fuxi system like Devil Mo Xian did to the super crystal processors and the war network of the Federation, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to take down the Holy Alliance and end the war?" Liao asked, "Why do I always feel scared when I hear easily? Z. The mainframe crystal processor of the shuttle and the units on board, including the crystal processors of all the crew members and even the spider tanks, were all scanned carefully. Liao knew that it was the security monitoring before he entered ultimate rescue. Naturally, he would not be so reckless as to challenge the firewall of the general flagship of the Fushi fleet right now. Instead, he hid himself inside the crystal processor and compressed his computational ability and soul waves to the minimum, like a set of ordinary data. Very soon, the scan was completed. A narrow and long gap appeared on the seemingly smooth, flawless shell of ultimate rescue. Then, an inexplicable attraction force pulled the shuttle in. Right now, it was time to sneak into the enemy's heart and take every step carefully. Liao did not dare to be careless. After the shuttle stopped, he followed Chu Zhixiao and pushed the medical cabin of the Puppet King out. The interior of Ultimate Rescue gave him the feeling that it was not a starship but an ancient tomb or a mysterious cave. As far as their eyes could reach, they were surrounded by the wriggling gray mist. They could not see the dome or the cabin walls, but the blinking runes and marks in the gray mist were guiding them. If Liao's senses were correct, the gray mist should be made of countless kinds of inert gases that could block the soul waves, prevent the enemy from spying, and prevent burning and explosions. Of course, it also added to the mysteriousness. The warriors and priests who occasionally crawled out of the gray mist were all wearing mirrored helmets and seamless armor. Some of them were even wearing coarse gray robes over their armor, making them look like monks who had been training hard. The 4 members of the Xianxia squad, together with Liao, escorted the medical cabin of the Puppet King through the gray mist for a long time under their guidance. It was so long that Liao even suspected that he had been hit by a mental attack. While he was wondering how such a long, straight pathway could exist in a starship, vague shadows finally appeared in front of him. Countless priests and warriors whose faces could not be seen clearly gestured for him to stop. "Major, your mission has been completed." One of the 1,000-people priests and warriors took half a step forward and said coldly, "Next, we will escort the Puppet King to meet Master Zhishan, while you will undergo a full examination, treatment, and purification. When everything is done, you will meet Master Zhishan and claim the glory that you deserve. Now, please follow them to receive treatment." A large batch of priests and warriors stabilized Chu Zhixiao and the rest of them. The atmosphere immediately turned sharp. If it were in the Federation or the Imperium, such undisguised hostility might have triggered a rebellion. But in the Sanctuary Alliance, both Chu Zhixiao, Yuan Ko, and Guan Qixing had been treated and purified countless times. The shackles that had been implanted into their souls and their habits made them unable to resist at all. Even Yuan Ko, the most irascible titan, only shivered and mumbled something without any sign of struggling. In the meantime, Black Dream Yun Haixin did not know whether her wife and children were dead or alive. She did not do anything, either. She was like a walking corpse at the mercy of her enemy. Besides, it was a dark space zone without any resources or light. Where could they run to even if they resisted? Chu Zhixiao only asked softly, "What about our spider tank?" "The spider tank will be sent for full scanning and examination, too." The priest replied, "If there are no problems, they will naturally be returned to the Major." It seemed to be the only solution. Chu Zhixiao bent down and knocked on Liao's shell. Her eyes were filled with thousands of words. She seemed to have a lot of questions to ask Liao, but she did not ask the question in the end. Together with the other 3 members, she was led away by a team of priests and soldiers and soon disappeared in the gray mist. The remaining priest quickly tapped on his crystal processor and sent a command to Liao, the spider tank. Liao knew that it was a command to put the spider tank into the hibernation state. Therefore, he pretended that he was hibernating too, and extinguished all the indicator lights around him before he crouched his 6 limbs like a metal egg. Of course, his telepathic thoughts were like hungry vipers that could jump up at any moment and invade the crystal suits and even the brains of the priests and soldiers nearby. Then, with their crystal suits and brains as a platform, he would jump into the vast information ocean, the spiritual nexus, and even the depths of the Fushi system. However, there was no need to take the risk yet. "Puppet King, Lu Qingchen, are you really asleep?" Before he was carried away, Liao gazed at the medical cabin of the Puppet King. Escorted by dozens of priests, soldiers, and technicians, Liao was sent to a maintenance workshop that could almost be called vast. As far as one's eyes could see, sparks were popping up on almost 1,000 maintenance platforms. Countless mechanics and crystal processor experts were operating their artificial arms and performing maintenance, and examination like a dancing centipede. Most of the magical equipment on the maintenance platform were spiritual towers for communication and enhancement of the spiritual nexus. They were the nodes of the enormous war network. It was not hard to understand. Ultimate Rescue was a strengthened version of the communication command Starship. Keeping the spiritual nexus unimpeded was its life. Therefore, it did not need to carry too many weapons, ammunition, or crystal suits. Instead, it carried a lot of spiritual towers which could be released when it reached the battlefield. The spiritual nexus would be the strongest in space at the highest speed, ensuring that the stability and efficiency of the spiritual nexus would not be affected no matter how the enemy attacked, jammed, or even destroyed more than 2/3 of the spiritual nexus. It was the key to the outcome of the war that allowed the commands of the 5 great masters to reach every nerve in the fleet. But for Liao, falling into such a place was like a mouse falling into a tank of rice. There was nothing better. As long as his telepathic thoughts could hack the spiritual towers, he would be able to corrupt and control the core battle network of the fleet of the Fushi clan. At the most critical moment of the battle, he could block and tamper with the commands of the Great Sage. He could even kidnap the entire fleet of the Fushi clan in his name and pretend to be the Great Sage. A few mechanics, whose heads were protected by fully reflective helmets, and whose limbs had been specially modified with multiple artificial arms connected to their shoulders, pushed Liao to a particularly spacious maintenance platform and inserted several thick crystal cables into the data transmission holes on Liao's back. Then they restarted the spider tank. Although Liao could move freely without them activating him, the spiritual energy and data flooding in through the crystal cables still made him so comfortable that he was about to scream. Several crystal processor experts retrieved dozens of 3D light beams from the maintenance platform. Hundreds of streams of information flooded down like a waterfall. Their hands were moving fast, retrieving all the data of the spider tank in the past 72 hours. If it were an ordinary virus implanted by the Puppet King, it would certainly have nowhere to hide under their airtight scanning. But who was Liao? He could be said to be the ancestor of the Puppet King, Lu Qingxin's uncle. He was the source of the life of information and an unparalleled expert in lurking and hiding. How could he be discovered so easily? The virtual shell that the mental devil wrote lazily was enough to fool the crystal processor experts. Liao's telepathic thoughts, on the other hand, extended to the maintenance platform below him along the crystal cables and jumped from one maintenance platform to another. They flowed among the hundreds of maintenance platforms and planted a set of his personal imprints in all the crystal chips of the spiritual towers. Then, they flooded into the supercrystal processors that boasted the highest computational ability in the workshop. In the blink of an eye, the entire maintenance workshop became part of Liao's body. He could clearly scan the database of 1,425 crystal processors in the workshop as well as the brains of more than 1,000 mechanics and crystal processor experts. As he expected, 1% of the mechanics and crystal processor experts were black pieces that could be easily corrupted by him. Right now, he was not interested in invading the brain of Blackie, but these Blackies might as well serve as a springboard to help him control a broader world. Liao smiled. The continuous improvement of his computational ability made him feel that the entire world was a chessboard under his control. It was truly awesome. His soul was spreading and expanding. It was no longer limited to the mainframe crystal processor of the spider tank, but hijacked all the crystal processors inside the workshop. Every crystal processor was like a neuron. As more and more neurons were absorbed into his body, his soul experienced a marvelous change from quantity to quality. His telepathic thoughts were expanding faster and faster, and the distance between them was longer and longer. The data and information that he absorbed were close to astronomical, too. He could scan almost every detail of Ultimate Rescue. In the complicated tubes and crystal cables, glittering data constituted the nerves and veins of the chief flagship in his soul. making the barrier between the mist and the cabin completely fail and unveiling all the secrets to him. His telepathic thoughts were even transmitted to the spiritual towers that had been sent out of ultimate rescue and joined the space battle network along with the other starships of the Fushi fleet, such as the arsenals that were packed with aggressive soldiers, and even the star fortresses that looked like mountains and islands. Liao felt that he had turned into a giant, one that was millions of kilometers tall, sitting cross-legged in the sea of stars and looking down at the toy-like fleet below his feet. Suddenly, he turned into 10,000 invisible ghosts and crawled into every starship of the fleet through the spiritual nexus, observing the details of the preparations carefully. He saw that, on the arsenals that looked like iron hedgehogs, emotionless soldiers were loading the last batch of ammunition and fuel in an orderly manner and checking and preheating the cannons that were more than 10 meters in diameter. Many of the cannons were humming like hungry animals that were roaring anxiously before smelling the blood of their prey. The way the cannons were operated, their performance, power, and the damage they could cause in simulated battles were all transmitted to Liao's soul in the form of information streams. Liao did not want the cannons to roar in front of his fleet. Well, even if they did, it would be an out-and-out disaster. Liao also saw that countless indifferent soldiers on the assault starship were kneeling and praying like rigid chess pieces, hoping that the Supreme Master, created by the illusionary shadows in front of them, could bring victory and glory. Then, the soldiers were sent to crystal suits one after another. Maybe because they were in too much of a hurry to prepare, or maybe because they had to gather as many soldiers as possible. Many of the crystal suits of the soldiers of the Star Glory Federation were poorly made. They replaced the expensive strengthening alloys with the weak alloys and replaced the delicate connections with the rough ones. As a result, the structural weakness was resolved by welding. It was true that, when a soldier of the Star Glory Federation was sent into a crystal suit, the logistics staff would weld his crystal suit and add a few layers of plate armor to the joints of the crystal suit in order to solve the problem of the lack of hardness with the appalling technology. Many soldiers, who had just woken up from their hibernation chambers and were still in the recovery phase, were injected with a lot of strengthening drugs and sealed into dangerous iron tanks. The iron cans were sent to assault capsules less than 2 meters in diameter. They crouched like babies and waited for launch, battle, and destruction in silence. Are human lives that worthless? Liao could not bear to look at the details inside the starship anymore. He turned his eyes back to the universe where the data and information were densest and the brightness the brightest, except for the ultimate rescue. They were the 5 supreme battle fortresses, the vehicles of the Great Master. Every one of the supreme fortresses was several times larger than the most advanced carriers. They were essentially hollowed asteroids in all kinds of shapes and sizes, with strong traces of the primeval civilization. Master Phantom C's supreme fortress was azure in color. Its surface seemed to be covered in a layer of hazy mist, in which countless swirls were swirling slowly. All the attacks would be swallowed by it. The supreme fortress of the sky-burning master, on the other hand, seemed to be burning forever. It was like a miniature version of a star that was releasing raging fire snakes nonstop. Master Sharp Gold's supreme fortress was like an enormous saber that was shrieking silently in the silent vacuum of the universe. Could even cut open three-dimensional space. Master Drywood's supreme fortress was like a weird giant tree in the middle of the sea of stars. Countless vines that looked like vines were tied to the tree, which were growing even though there was no wind. The supreme fortress of the masters of the earth was an earthy yellow planet. However, the mountains, basins, and ravines on the surface of the planet constituted a sleeping face. The face was clearly visible, with the features of both human beings and the primeval species. It was natural and did not seem to be man-made at all. It was like a giant's head was sleeping soundly. There was no telling what it would look like when it woke up. There was no doubt that the 5 supreme fortresses carried a lot of the most advanced and mysterious technologies. Some of them were even prehistoric starships that had been excavated from the primeval relics and repaired and strengthened directly. According to the data flooding out of the 5 supreme fortresses, their combat ability was equal to that of 5 fleets, not to mention that they were protected by so many intimidating starships. Liao had thought that he would be able to execute the decapitation strategy by summoning the assault team from the Star Ocean Imperium by locking onto the coordinates of the 5 Supreme Masters. But now that he thought about it, he had been too naive. However, the investigation confirmed one thing. The main fleet of the Star Glory Federation has been deployed. All the main guns have been replaced with precious crystal barrels that can only be fired once. A large batch of soldiers have been sealed inside their crystal suits and made into canned iron. Even the vehicles of the 5 Supreme Masters have been gathered in this place and activated in their strongest combat form. The people of the Star Glory Federation are truly doomed. Are they going to have a strategic final battle? Or are they going to perish together with the enemy and suffer heavy losses? Why do I feel that their air of death and their murderous aura are both suicidal? Are they trying to drag the Imperium down with them?